Well, good evening and happy Friday to all of you. Welcome to Law and Lumber and Friday Night Frenzy. So, for those of you who are new to the channel, my name is Rob. I'm an attorney that practices in Northern Virginia, and I've been practicing for a little over a decade. So, we break down some of the stuff that happened in the law throughout the week in a chaotic fashion, and I usually have one or two friends that are helping along the way. Today, we're kind of focusing on one story. Mr. Sam Bankman-Fried. Mr. Sam Bankman-Fried has finally gotten a find out part of the F around in his pre-trial matters, and bond has been revoked today. So that's where we're going to be going. Before we go too much further, I'm going to bring in a guest to come and hang out with us and have some fun, who's helping to make a nail file to put into a cake for Mr. Bankman-Fried. Maybe he's not doing that, but hi, Ian.
Hey, no, I was saying we need to make a nail file in a cake NFT. Because Sam Bankman-Fried is a crypto bro, so we'd probably prefer that to the real thing.
Probably true. So I had court today. I didn't get to do very much this week, because I had court today, a trial. It was great. Outcome was fantastic. We loved it. Oh my God, though, I was so tired, but I got out of court, got out of trial, and my phone had blown up with notifications. Just all the notifications, and every single one of them. Judge revokes bond. Well, that's
everybody wants to laugh at Sam Bankman-Fried, and that's good because he deserves it.
So it was kind of funny because I was making this video, or I was setting up the link for the video, and I was looking at a description from one of my old videos. I think it was 2 weeks ago. And where was this? Because I wanted to find it, because I think 2 weeks ago in the channel, in the video description, we are covering SBF about how he was messing around with this, and that if he continues down this path, or as I said, the court is not happy, but is it enough for Bankman-Fried to have bail revoked and face pretrial detention? Sorry. I shouldn't.
Turns out now it is.
I should not have the glee. I shouldn't, but
I'm sorry. You know, you are wrong about that. You should absolutely have the glee, because F this guy and the horse he rode in on. I mean, he's a guy who stole a lot of money from a lot of people, and
it was his behavior after that fact. It was the behavior after the fact.
Oh yeah. I mean, the court basically gave him every moment to be like, "Hey, would you like to behave?" And he's like, "No, I don't think I want to do that." And the court's like, "Well, you really should." And he's like, yeah, okay, but no.
Yeah, or not. I'm just going to keep making decisions that, because Ian, we just don't understand him. We just don't understand Mr. Bankman-Fried. And if we understood him, we would get it. Like, it'd be fine. There's really no problem here.
I understand him just fine. It's that he's got an hollow head that he hides with his hair.
So today,
that's pretty much what you need to understand about him.
My goal with this one tonight was, we always end up talking about Sam Bankman-Fried, and we get to this point, and a lot of people.
Sam Bankman find out.
Sam Bankman find out. Oh yes, damn you, Ian. That's too good. Sam Bankman no longer freed.
No longer freed.
Sam Bankman
in prison.
Sam Bankman jailed. Yeah. All right. So I wanted to kind of walk through, why are we here? Because people are seeing he's getting pretrial detention. People are like, but he's done so many terrible things. Why wasn't he here before? A lot of people don't get it. So we're going to walk through all of the things that he did that got him to this particular point. Yay. And then we're going to do a little summation of how that court proceeding went today. Because, Sam bought felony SBF. I love it. Sam Bankman-Fried. Chat will always win.
Chat is savage, and I'm here for it.
Sam Bankman no longer freed needs to be on a t-shirt. I think it might be. We might have to create something like that. So
problem is that then you run into likeness issues.
You know, you might be right. Sam Bankman found. Sam Bankman found out. All of the above. So what are you guys doing? Where are you tuning in from? You have a cocktail in hand. I have a cocktail in hand. It was a week.
I'm making a medicinal beverage, starting with about 50% red wine.
Oh no, son of a bitch! Sorry. Oh.
There we go. That'll help deal with my sickness.
Simultaneously making everyone.
No, it's good.
It tastes like knockoff sangria.
I mean, what do you think sangria is? I don't think that there's like official sangria.
Well, I mean, like chemically tasting sangria.
I'm wondering if part of the issue is that U.S. Coke tastes different. And so you'll have to try it again when you come up to Canada.
You should do it with like the McDonald's Coca-Cola, the fountain Coca-Cola, the one that's like crafted for them. Sam Bankman out of funds. Oh, that's
Sam Bankman effed.
Oh God. Catching up on some of the chat, but we'll get to all of that. Let's go ahead and roll our intro while Ian is Sam Bankman fire truck Mary Coppola. You know what I mean? Oh, yep. Fire truck Sam Bankman. Yep. That Ian was right there too. We'll just go ahead and say we'll drop an F-bomb, like one of these F-bombs, which are fantastic. I throw these around the house all the time. They're just fun. I think I'm going to start throwing them at people. So, all right, roll the intro. We'll get to it. What's up?
Not Judge A.
No. Do
not eat one of those at Judge A.
Nope.
Because she would throw back a find out bomb at you.
SBAFO. SBFAFO. All right. Bring us together to mock and others their misfortunes. Not all the time. Diet Pepsi in Cincinnati. All right, here we go. We're gonna roll the intro and we're gonna get rocking. Let's go. Okay. Ian, by the way, are you making that for David?
No. David's leather panels are done. I can show those to you. So the panel, like the leather panels I'm making for David, are finished. This one is going to be an auction for extra life.
Oh, that'll be great.
So the panels that for David, the center panel is this one, because that's the name of his new project. So we got that, and then we got that one, which I figure is suitably creepy. A nice sort of Celtic knot design.
Very cool. Oh, Ian,
dragon.
Wow, the texture on that turned out great.
That took a ton of work. I'm not going to lie. That one was a lot of work. And yeah, I'm not sure when I'll do another one like that. And then I've got this. So another, I'll probably sort of bookend it with the two Celtic knot shapes. And then two of the sort of monster designs closer in. And then the Campfire Kingdoms in the center.
That's really cool. I love it. I love when you do it in the shop. It makes me happy, except for keyboard out there loud as F.
Yeah, but I need to figure out a placement. I need to figure out the placement here because I don't have too much space. I'm trying to move the mic a little further away from the keyboard, but yeah.
The shop looks relatively clean. I can see tools that are hanging where they're supposed to be in the background.
You can see things piled up. You see that metal rusty thing that's right there?
Is that the press? Is that the die press?
The die press is on top of it. The rusty metal is a salvage filing cabinet, and the purpose of that is I'm cutting metal squares out of it to use for the thing I'm sending to David, because the idea is going to be the leather on one side, the metal on the other, and then I'm going to cover the metal with whiteboard paint. So basically, it'll be that it's magnetic, so you can stick stuff to it with a magnet, and that it's also whiteboard, so you can write on it with like dry erase pens. And that's the idea. There's a whole lot of work between now and it being finished.
There's always a whole lot of work. That's why I like the pen making, because it's like I can get one of those done in a night, and it makes me happy. But
yeah, there's pretty much nothing you can get done for leather work for a night, because everything takes work.
Chrissy, good to see you in the chat, my friend. Glad to see you here. Hey, friends, happy Friday. Happy Friday to you. Glad you're here. All right, I wanted to catch this real quick before we start getting into some of the topics. Tara Coletti, thank you. New member here in Maryland. Thank you. Thank you for becoming a member. I hope you have fun. Water and egg rolls, those sound delicious. When do you have members nights? I try to announce members only live streams, like for shop streams, where I go into the shop and just kind of chat with you guys. I try to do one a week. I don't always get around to that when I have trials that are around. Like this week was kind of wild. But I'll probably do a members only stream probably Tuesday of next week, just from the shop hanging out. But I do try to give you guys a little advance notice so that you're there. We can just chat down there and I can show you what's going on in the shop, kind of like what Ian's doing now. But thank you. It's amazing. Where was this one? Niklas was saying, I learned something completely new today. In Georgia, under speedy trial rules, if the prosecutor chooses to retrial 3 to 4 times, the time limit runs out, all charges will be dropped. Did that happen in the case that you were covering today, by the way? I have to go look at that case.
That's pretty cool. That's taking speedy trial seriously.
That's not messing around. That's interesting. I'll take a look at that, Niklas. Niklas also has a channel breaking down some of the law stuff, covers different cases from here and there. And let's get into topic stuff. Want to do this real quick because why can't I see something? There's something I need to see. You know, StreamYard has done some great fixes.
Oh, showing the member chats and so forth is amazing. It's best thing I have ever seen.
Oh, it's fantastic. One of the challenges, though, is that it doesn't catch a lot of the pre-stream member chats. Neely Gonzalez.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to catch them until you're actually in the back. Yeah. So yep. I'm going to start for my streams. I think I'm going to start it like running, like put StreamYard in a window.
Yep, and just have it running before you join. Yeah, that's a good idea. I like that.
I think that's the only way to get it to do.
Oh, here's hoping you wish me a happy birth-iversary. Happy birth-iversary. Happy birth-iversary. I hope it's a wonderful birth-iversary, which, it's one of the coolest ways I can think of is saying birthday. Pretty epic. I very much appreciate that.
Happy womb escape.
Oh my God, that's even worse. Okay, let's go into some of the topic because we've got an update on the Sam Bankman-Fried case. And we're going to start at the conclusion. I open at the close, which was, where are we with the recap? And we are on this tab, share tab. So today, an order was entered. Order as to Samuel Bankman-Fried. This follows an oral order on August 11th. So an oral order of earlier today, the order of release of the defendant. So basically we allow his pretrial release subject to bond conditions as modified after a hearing is hereby revoked pursuant to 18 U.S. Code 3148, and the defendant remanded because the court has found, for reasons stated on the record in open court, that there is probable cause to believe the defendant has committed the federal crime of attempting witness tampering in violation of 18 U.S.C. 1512 while on release, and based on the factors set forth in 18 U.S.C. 3142G, there is no condition or combination of conditions of release that will assure that the defendant will not pose a danger to other persons or the safety of the community. So the punchline here is basically attempted witness tampering.
Have you not bought that document on Pacer yet?
That's not a document yet.
It says buy on Pacer.
No, it's a line. This is incorrect. It's line. It's a line entry. So if I were to go on Pacer, there's nothing to buy. It just charges me for looking at the line entry.
Have you checked?
However, I have. This is the document.
Okay.
Single page order.
Yeah, that's not spectacular.
Nope, that's the document. That's the order. So basically, the order is a one-line order: United States of America versus Samuel Bankman-Fried, in the United States Marshal to the United States Marshal, Southern District of New York. So they're using the U.S. Marshal. The defendant is ordered remanded into the custody of the U.S. Marshal. Signed, Louis A. Kaplan, U.S. District Court Judge. This August 11th of 2023. One sentence, swift to the point. Mr. Bankman-Fried, please go to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect your $200. And complain all you want on the way there. So they immediately notified the court that they're going to be appealing this decision.
That's always a great move when you just tell the judge to their face, hey, I'm appealing this. They really love that.
Well, and the defense moved. The defense moved to stay the court's ruling pending the appeal. Standard move. It's going to happen. You're going to say, Judge, please don't enforce this ruling until we have the appellate court review it. And the judge is like, nope.
Can you imagine? Like, the judge is, of course, not going to grant this. I mean, I get why they ask because they pretty much have to. But the issue is witness tampering, which is serious.
And that then
so the reason why they're locking him up is so that he can't F with witnesses anymore.
Well, and so where do we want to start? Because here's the thing. It's a long road to get here. And do we start at the end with a summary of how we got here? Or do we kind of go back to the beginning of where the F around started?
Oh, I'm down for the whole yellow brick road.
Oh, I like the yellow brick road. The yellow brick road of F around and find out. We have F bombs just going to launch them all day today. Until we get to 2 hours, at which point we can actually launch them. So let's see. Do I have my documents pulled up? Of course I don't have my documents pulled up. Why would I have my documents put up? So where was the government motions to modify bail? There's number 1. Then we've got another condition. Where was the other modification of bond? Oh, there's number 2. Government request to modify bond number 2. Then there is the order modifying bond conditions. These were fantastic because this laid out the training wheels. And then we have additional request to modify bond, the response to that request to modify bond, order on that regard. Just pulling these up real quick. And then the U.S.'s motion for detention. And then we'll get to there. So to remind everyone where we started, let's go ahead with the superseding indictment, which basically just rolls out the charges. And remember how to do this, Rob. Share the screen. Share the screen. Please. Thank you.
No deal.
Why that print out all funny? There's a print error on that one. All right. Anyways, Mr. Bankman-Fried has been charged with the actual charges of the superseding indictment. One of these has been dismissed. So he was the establishing creator to FTX, along with several others. The government alleges he created a scheme to defraud several investors to FTX out of billions of dollars, and I do mean that, billions. Basically moved money around, and then filed bankruptcy. And then after filing bankruptcy, so I have made this comment several different times. Bankruptcy fraud is never what gets you in jail. It's what happens once you file bankruptcy. Yes, it's the disclosure part. It's always the open window into all of the finances. And when a company files bankruptcy, a trustee is appointed, and the trustee basically says, I'm going to cooperate. And by the way, because I am now trustee of the company, I have access to every communication, every email, every document this company had, and I'm going to turn that over. So FTX filing bankruptcy was like the fast pass to, we're going to discover all the fraudery. So we have
fraudery is a great word.
I love that word. Always have. Conspiracy to commit wire fraud on customers of FTX. That's count 1. Count 2, wire fraud on customers of FTX. Okay. Count 3, conspiracy to commit fraud on customers of FTX in connection with the purchase and sales of derivatives. All right. Count 4, fraud on customers of FTX in connection with the purchase and sales of derivatives. So we got the conspiracies and the underlying charges. Count 5, conspiracy to commit securities fraud on investors of FTX. I imagine this one's going to be the actual securities fraud. There it is. Count 6, securities fraud on investors. Count 7, conspiracy to commit wire fraud on lenders to Alameda. And government loves wire fraud charges because they're so easy to freaking prove. Wire fraud on lenders to Alameda Research is count 8. Count 9, conspiracy to commit bank fraud. And count 10 is
Rob's channel legal advice: do not commit a wire fraud.
Don't do any of these things. Operate unlicensed money transmitting business. It's like essentially laundering. Oh, there it is. Count 11, conspiracy to commit money laundering. Count 12, conspiracy to make unlawful political contributions. That one, I believe, has since been dismissed. That one, yep, that one was dismissed as kind of untimely. They bifurcated it prior to, but he's facing trial. Trial is set to begin October 2nd of this particular year. This is going to be fascinating. So for some of you who might remember, oh, dang it, I forgot this one thing. Where's my one? This is a good question.
Which one? What happens to the people who put up the bond money?
They don't, nothing. It wasn't a surrender. And this has been kind of misreported. And this is the kind of the thing about the bail versus bond thing. And this was basically revoking bond. Like, it was basically saying, no, I'm not going to grant you leave. So the pretrial release order, nope, revoking that. That's coming back. You're being held in detention. The security goes back because he didn't abscond. He hasn't done anything to forfeit that bond or the bond.
Witness tampering doesn't forfeit you a bond?
It's preponderance standard. It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. And plus, it's one of those things where the judge apparently was battling back and forth about how to do this. Rather about the First Amendment stuff. So this was the bail disposition. This is the original terms on bail. So this was the original bail order. It was agreed conditions on release. He was to post a $250 million bond. One of these 4 individuals that were supposed to be guarantors of the bond was to be a non-family member. Pretrial supervision was to be strict. He was ordered to a mental health evaluation. I know, home detention, location monitoring, so geo-tracking. Then it was not to possess a firearm. Can you imagine Sam Bankman-Fried possessing a firearm? I don't mean to be disparaging, but just doesn't look like the kind of guy.
I would not trust him to know which end of the gun is the bang end.
Well, and especially now.
That got dark.
Nope. We're not going there. I saw a comment on Twitter from Moffat on Money that made me laugh. I can't say it out loud on YouTube because reasons.
Was it that he was going to Mr. E himself?
It was that he definitely didn't Mr. E himself.
But somebody helped, and he better hope there's no crypto bros in there with him.
Oh no, don't say that. So anyways, here are the additional conditions in this little paragraph. 2 non-parent sureties to sign bonds in lesser amounts to be agreed to. The defendant to live in parent's home in Palo Alto. That's miserable. of course, why not? And to be supervised from that district.
Come on, that's not miserable. Most of my clients would never get to live in a space like that.
I know. Pretrial services offices may exercise discretion to allow defendants to leave the home for exercise. We're not going to make remarks. Defendant not to open new lines of credit, open a business, or enter into financial transactions in excess of $1,000 without pre-approval. Sure.
I'm going to make remarks.
Except to pay for legal costs. Equity interest.
I mean, if they want him to get exercise, he needs.
If he's got it, there's now a yard.
The only exercise I think he gets needs an internet connection. You know, the one-armed pumps?
No. Ian. Here's one of the bonds. This is the $250 million bond put up by the parents' home. So those are the original bond conditions. So he was released. He said, government said, you are allowed to be released prior to your trial date. Subject to these conditions, you must behave. You must abide by these different rules. Please don't do all of these things. And he just decided he wanted to mess around. So this letter was dated January of this particular year. The government writes to seek a modification of the bond to impose 2 new conditions relating to contact with prospective witnesses in the case. Ruh-roh. Well, that was back in January. What happened?
You'd think he would have listened if the court is re-emphasizing that.
Yeah, January, the government's saying, I would like for you to stop contacting witnesses, because what he did back in January was that he, in the bankruptcy proceeding, started messaging with one of the previous other individuals, one of the witnesses that the government was relying on, and was writing in Signal, which was self-deleting. I would really love to reconnect and see if there's a way for us to have a constructive relationship, use each other as resources when possible, or at least vet things with each other.
Ooh, that's a really bad statement.
So is the constructive relationship thing. So, do you think the government had pause there? Yes. And again, the government reemphasizes that this is after Sam Bankman-Fried, after his arrest, publicly was touting that FTX US was fully solvent, and was claiming that it was ridiculous that FTX US users haven't been made whole and gotten their funds back yet.
So solvent or dissolved? Those are two different things.
This was dissolved, and this was when he was creating chaos in the bankruptcy case. I think before his attorneys got a hold of him. So, yeah. This is when the government says, we want this new standard imposed that says avoid all contact with potential witnesses who might testify. All right. So here we go. That was condition number 1. And there's back and forth with defense counsel. Oh, also the government says, please don't let him use Signal or other encrypted or ephemeral call and messaging applications, because he is supposed to be monitored. His electronic communications are supposed to be monitored. If you're using Signal and other self-deleting ephemeral messaging services, the government does not have the opportunity or ability to monitor you and what you're saying, to basically see if you're actually abiding by the terms and provisions of your release. So the government says, no more Signal, no more encrypted crap, cut it out. All right.
Knock it off or we bring a hammer.
Yeah, they did. And they kind of brought kid gloves, though, because it took a while. Because then you'll remember that they wrote a letter in February. My God, not even a month later. 2 weeks after this, they wrote another letter. 2 weeks later, after this back and forth, what happens again? We want to request that the court modify the conditions on bond to limit his use of cell phones, tablets, computers, and the internet. You remember this one, Ian. This is when he basically, via accessing a VPN, when he's under these conditions, accessing a VPN, said he really wanted to log into his NFL game day subscription service, but he can only do that from a Bahamian server. So he had to go to his VPN because he really wanted to watch the Super Bowl, which, you know, is broadcast everywhere.
On TV.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would have thrown him in jail here.
Yeah. Yeah. But the judge didn't. And the government didn't really push it that hard. The government did not ask for pretrial detention here. They just said, let's modify bail. All right. And then they kind of reference the other constructive relationship thing. Look, he's misbehaved before. And then they go into this new conference. Don't use self-deleting stuff. And then the court is expressing concerns right here. We're being a little short-sighted by focusing only on apps. So the court is already saying, do you really want this limited bond modification? Do you want it to be more strict? The court is suggesting back in February, we can make this more strict. We can be more strict. So the VPN, which for those of you who do not know, VPNs hide your IP address so that people can't see what you're doing. No way to really track.
More complicated. Yes.
Yes. It bounces it all over the place. So you're playing bouncy with your IP address so that the IP that's accessing the site isn't immediately traceable to the computer that's used to access it. Better? Somewhat.
A bit.
All right. I'm not a tech guru. I'm just
I have to deal with this because I get people who are charged with stuff.
I know. What was it? What's the phrase? I'm just a simple country lawyer.
That is the phrase.
Okay. So the government says, no, we don't. No more VPN to access NFL Game Pass. What? You don't need the NFL playoff games. What do you mean? They're everywhere. What? Why? You don't need to watch the Super Bowl. So right now, the government's going, I have actual concerns about what you're actually doing because, yes, you can tell me that you did it. You accessed the Super Bowl. That was the only thing that you did. But there's no way for the government to go back and verify that. So the government's going, no, we're not doing that. And the court agrees. So the court then modifies his bail conditions. Now, this one you guys might remember. I hope you do, because this one was wild. Where was it? The defendant will be given access to a laptop computer that will be configured to allow him to access the AWS database via secure VPN pursuant to the following conditions. So it was essentially allowing him to access discovery. So he could access discovery in the case. The laptop owned and controlled by his lawyers will not be one of his personal devices. When he wants to use the laptop, an attorney will bring the laptop to him, remain with him while he uses the laptop, and take back the laptop and remove it from the residence when he's finished. So you're supervised when you're using the laptop. He can use the laptop only to query, review, or analyze the data on the database and share those results with his attorneys to help him prepare for his defense, because that's fair. The laptop is installed with Microsoft 11, and it was installed with the following programs. So Microsoft Office, Adobe Acrobat,
Microsoft
7-Zip.
11?
Yeah, that's the new one.
Wouldn't it be Windows 11?
Yeah, it should be Windows 11. Microsoft, I think that's supposed to be Microsoft Windows 11.
I think so.
Yeah. I was going to say, you want them on a Linux system or something? Like, just go back to the single digit time. That'd be funny.
Oh, I mean, I would have been like, you get to use one thing that is on DOS. And
oh, can we do what are the printers that did the
yeah, you get
to tear the strips off
with the dot matrix printer.
Yes. How many millions of pages of community? Yes. Anyways, Google Chrome to send files to his defense team, and then remote access support tool. So this was the law firm laptop. So this was to help prepare his defense. Then the judge says, well, we're not going to be monsters. Rather, the US says, we're going to give you the ability to do some things, but here's what we're going to do. We're going to put some training wheels on this. So the parents agree. So where was it? There was a good thing. So the parents are going to sign sworn affidavits saying they're not going to bring electronic devices into the home, nor will they share passwords for their devices with the defendant, or otherwise permit him to access the devices. All right. Parents have agreed to provide the government with the serial numbers, MAC addresses, and other identifying information the government requests for their devices so that the government can track those. Government stated that it separately intends to seek court authorization for the installation of pen registers. So we're going to monitor the phone calls. We're going to find out that this monitoring might not have been as effective as they wanted it to be. Email account and home IP address. All right. So the court determined that these conditions, which are set forth below, are the least restrictive combination of conditions that will assure that he's not going to do the things the court just found that he was doing. So he's not to contact
I got a better way to ensure that he's not going to do the things.
You mean what the judge
just did? I got another idea.
This is the judge just did, because he did. He did. And you can see from the top page, we're getting through the documents. We're almost there. We're almost there, guys. Promise. The defendant shall not contact or communicate with current or former employees, except in the presence of counsel, unless the government or court exempts an individual from this rule in writing. Well, that's interesting. Why would the court impose that particular condition? Could that be because they don't want, witness tampering? So, okay. So can't contact former employees because the witnesses should be protected. We don't want you. Look, when you're being charged with conspiracy to commit these things, wire fraud, money laundering,
you get released on less serious conditions than a guy who is charged with possessing a single CP image. I would have put him on much more strict conditions right at the outset.
Yes, because the underlying charges are conspiracy charges, which means that you've already alleged affirmatively that he has cooperated or coerced people, other participants in this scheme. You have already told the court, we believe he did this and we can prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. So in telling the court that he has done these things, wouldn't you be concerned that he might continue doing these things? Like trying.
No, our government goes, does he have money? Oh, then he's probably fine.
Yeah, it wasn't the best. So it says no signal or any other ephemeral communication system, no VPNs. All right. So now we're going to do a new laptop. He gets a new laptop and a new phone. All right. So the new laptop is allowed to have the defense preparation materials that we walk through in the other order, access to archive.com, courtlistener.com, read-only blockchain explorers where you can't edit or do anything in there, then websites. He's allowed to read. I like this one. This one is going to come back and it's going to be, this is really fascinating to me because now I wonder who drafted this order, because you see who's on the very top of that personal use things that he can access. The New York Times. And they're going to play a key role here in a minute.
Yep.
So that's on the very top, and it's not listed alphabetically. So the New York Times is number one on the list of things that he was allowed to access personally.
I like how he's allowed to access Uber Eats and DoorDash.
I mean, they just can't. Sure. I don't know.
I'm surprised they didn't put P-Hub on there.
We talked about this before, just have to stick with the old magazines. New York Times, though, and I'm actually surprised because I didn't catch this, that was listed number one. Very fascinating. I wonder if anyone knew as this order was being drafted that there was communications ongoing with a certain reporter at the New York Times.
Is he allowed the old-fashioned pictures? Should we sign him up for a subscription, like the old-fashioned magazine?
You are not doing that. You are not doing a subscription service to Sam Bankman-Fried's parents' house of a certain magazine. No. Batty and Runkle. Bad. Batty and.
I mean, there's how many people in chat if we each get him one?
No. This is a terrible, terrible thing. And plus, right now, it's a fruitless process. You're not going to get anything done by that because he's already in detention. He has been detained.
Yeah, and if we send them to care of the prison, they'll just get seized.
They're never going to get him. Yeah, they're never going to get him. He's never going to get him.
Oh, maybe they'll put them in his property so he gets them all on his release.
Oh God, a big box of them if he does get released, or if he just goes. if he gets permanently detained.
Congratulations, you've been
His
released. Here are
sentencing.
your 10,000 pornos.
Oh, God. Did you like my hat, by the way?
Which is that one?
This is the one that we got when we were at the Gundies. And it says, get sprung.
Oh, nice.
It could have said, get jailed. I just felt like it was fitting.
I actually just got sent a bunch of gun cleaning equipment from one of the companies that was at the Gundies.
Well, that's nice of them.
Apparently they watched... I did a video like ranting about how much a lot of gun cleaning kits suck. And they watched
like, Can you test ours?
Well, they watched it and they were like, hey, you make some great points here. We sent this to our R&D team, like our product team. And as a thank you for giving us some things to think about, we're sending, like, can we send you some stuff? And yeah, I'll probably go through it and be like, hey, this is a good set or it's a bad set. Like, but yeah, they're that's pretty cool. I got to go through that, and I probably have to clean some guns soon.
Good. Let's talk about firearms a lot on the stream. Just kidding.
Firearms and bad pictures and crypto. Some
stream is doomed.
Some channel reviewers watching us, and yeah. So
is that so? There it is. Okay, so here's the conditions of the bond. This was the modification. Gets the web addresses, the new. So these are the applications he's allowed to have: Microsoft Office, okay, Adobe Acrobat, Google Chrome to access pre-approved websites, Zoom, page admin, so SQL tool to query, a query-only tool. I think Python to read code base, Notepad. Dude, why not? Why give him Word? Make him take all of his notes in Notepad. 1Password screenshot tool. Oh, it's not.
I like how they also specify Notepad++ because Notepad++ is so much better than standard Notepad.
What is Notepad++?
Have you not used Notepad++?
Why?
It's like Notepad if Notepad was good.
Is it auto-installed? Do I have it on my computer already?
No, you're going to have to find it and download it, but you should totally do that.
All right. So that's a sidetrack. Screenshot tool, remote access support tool for remote support by the law firm. So the laptop's loaded with security software that blocks access to the USB storage devices. Why not just remove the USB port? Like, it's not hard. Just remove it.
I would have said go in there and do some surgery.
Freaking solder the thing closed. Just shoot
some epoxy in there.
Just hot glue.
I mean, yeah.
Then he has to retain a technical consultant who's going to assist with the monitoring software. I have to use Notepad++. Okay, I'll have to look that up. A lot of things I got to learn. So no admin access to the new laptop. Now, again, like I said, these are training wheels. Is anyone else looking at this going, this is ridiculous? Why are we focused on this many conditions, right? Why are we focused on this many conditions just to give this guy a laptop? He's messed around once. He's fucked around twice. And we're here. Like, he's done the F around 2 times. Well, 3 times because the VPN thing was twice.
I kind of feel like if you can be released with like 20 pages of conditions, then really the answer is just to hold you in a lot of cases.
Kind of. So he gets a new phone. He got a flip phone, not a smartphone, without internet access. So
he got a pedo phone.
Oh, God. We just call it just a Motorola Razr.
No,
those were great.
Motorola Razrs have internet access.
Do they?
Yeah, it's really primitive, but they do.
Oh, that's right, because they were really slow. You could go to browser, it would take like 10 minutes for the freaking thing to load.
You know, the reason why I know this is that you get clients who are charged with bad pictures.
Possession of things. Pizza.
And they're required not to have any internet access.
Correct.
So there's something like 3 phones on the market that actually meet that standard.
Oh.
And I once saw a lawyer pull one out, and I was like, you need to get rid of that. He's like, no, I really like it. It's a really simple phone. I'm like, I know. I get one for lots of my clients. And he's like, oh, why? And I'm like,
because
they're on conditions not to access the internet because they have been charged with this kind of charge.
Yeah.
When a criminal defense lawyer sees that phone, what we think is that you have been charged. And he's like, I'm going to replace this today. And I'm like, you do that?
Well, I have learned something new today that I didn't think I would ever need to know and don't really, well, sure. Okay. Now I got it.
Yep.
A Nokia brick would be considered a weapon. Yes, it would. That left turn at Albuquerque. Thank you for the super chat. Python means he can read and write. It was a backdoor for him. Python does have that capability. I don't know what restrictions were placed on there. I don't know. But the new phone. So these were the conditions of the new phone. So he was allowed to SMS and text call, voice calls as set forth in Package 1. So he had a limited list of people he could call. And there were pen registers that were to be placed on there. Old laptop gets turned over. They hold on to it. Miscellaneous conditions. He can get searched on any suspicion whatsoever. Not allowed to purchase any other devices. Not allowed to use third-party devices. So basically, the parents had to agree to get rid of any smart TVs that were in the house. They could not have their smartphones anywhere around him. A security guard had to be a security guard that they paid for at the house at all times. The security guard had to use a handheld metal detector to screen every visitor to the home for any cell phones or electronic devices.
That's just security ridiculous.
Guard. This is insane, right? I'm not the only person who's reading this going, are you kidding me?
Yeah, I'm just like, at this point, nobody who didn't have huge money would be out of custody at this point. Just throw him in custody, right? Like,
well, and then
if he was poor, there's no way they would have allowed this. So this is just, he gets to be out on bail because he's rich. F him.
And the funny thing is, then his parents are supposed to get a home security system, which includes the video cameras at every door. And they're ordered to preserve the video footage for everyone entering the residence. So pretrial service gets access to the footage, and the guard doesn't need to be there for visits by defense counsel. All right. Okay. So these are the conditions, 10 pages of conditions. And he has 1 week to implement them. And that was signed March 28th of 2023. Aside, what were the odds that he was ever going to abide by each one of these conditions? Or that he wasn't going to, that looks beautiful, that he wasn't going to push the envelope wherever he could?
Well, the other thing is that when you impose this many conditions, usually this is usually they're not sort of doing this bending over backwards for somebody wealthy, but often they'll impose like 602 conditions on a guy going, okay, you're releasable, but we really want to set you up so that you're going to fail so that then we can throw you in jail. And that's what this feels like. I don't know. Even if you are trying to follow all of this, it's really easy to screw it up because who's going to remember all of this?
Well, I don't know if you do this for your clients, but after I get a complicated like custody order that has a bunch of terms and conditions or deadlines and stuff that in there, I send them like a little one pager that's like a little, here's the bullet points, what you can and can't do. So
yeah, I mean, I'll explain people's conditions to them. And sometimes it's just a matter of saying like, listen, they've said that you can use the internet under this laundry list of conditions. I recommend you don't use the internet at all because the laundry list of conditions is set up such that it's impossible to comply with. One condition that they often impose in my area is a condition that says you shall not use any computer that has any encryption or private browsing capabilities. Well, Windows has built-in encryption. Firefox, Edge, Google Chrome, all of those have built-in encryption capabilities. And they also have private browsing capabilities because, of course, they do. These things are baked into the browsers. So it's like you can't do anything. But like, why do they have encryption? So that you can access like your bank. HTTPS is encryption. So
yes,
there's encryption.
Yep. It's not. I didn't understand from the very beginning. Why? Hang on, real letter response. I want to save this document because I forgot to save it. Why we were going to this extent, and so many people were saying, "Come on, you got to be kidding me! Come on." And we're going to go through because there's a couple of these documents that got filed in the time that since I had been looking at this. So I wanted to find those real quick. All right, that's the superseding and the dismissal. Okay, so I'm caught up there. All right, so that was this. Ian, you have a question. Lily Smith, thank you for the super chat. Runkle, is that burning or just indentation? Can you show me how you're doing it? He's walking. He's trying to show you. Like that's where
indentation. So no fire is involved, no heat. Basically, you get the leather wet, and then you use some shape tools to sort of hammer at it. So this one, I don't know if you can see. It's just it's what's called a beveler. So it's just at the end of it is kind of at an angle with some texturing. And so all it is you're just kind of pounding some of the leather down and compressing it. And when it gets compressed like that, it gets darker. So that's how you get that darker shade. So that's what I'm doing there. It's a slow, laborious process. Lots of leather stuff now is just done by people with lasers. And so they'll just laser a pattern on.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't get you that same kind of depth to it that you'll get with this. And, but people do it because it's fast. So, yeah.
Mary Coppola, where is he? Thank you. Is he in California, New York? He was living in California, but he flies to New York for these hearings. New York is where he's going to be held. House Hippo, do the people who put up money for his bond need to pay up now? Not based on my understanding of how the judge ruled on this one. He just amended the order because when I read the order, this is the ruling. And I know that people are saying the revocation means that the bond is forfeited. That's not really how the judge does it. They modify the release order and they revoke the release order. So they basically said release as a condition is no longer on the table. So what happens under those circumstances is that it is as if the defendant has shown up and in lieu of that bond, he is now being detained, right? So the order has been superseded. Nope, you do not get to hang out here.
They should take his $250 million.
Well, it's not his. It's Stanford.
I mean, they should take their $250 million. You guys said you'd follow this guy, like,
and you said that you promised that you would. Yeah,
and he didn't. So,
it's honestly still on the table.
Off you pop. You go to jail. We're taking your money.
I don't have the transcript, and there's no clarifying provision of this ruling. I think there could be an argument made, but I can't see the government pushing that. The government got what they want. They have him in jail.
I would want $250 million. You know what? I want $250 million, and I'm not even the government.
Yep. All right. So, like I said, we are now at 2 times of effing around, and we've gotten 2 little baby iterations of find out. Not really, though. And this is what brings us to the stream or to the conversation that we had in a live stream, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago. And this was this letter, July 20th of 2023. Dear Judge Kaplan, the government writes regarding the defendant's recent extrajudicial statements, I have learned to say that slowly now, an attempt to interfere with a fair trial by an impartial jury. Specifically, the defendant has sought to publicly discredit a government witness by sharing her personal writings with a reporter so that these private documents would be featured in a New York Times article published today. Dun, dun, dun. Ooh. As such, efforts have the potential to taint the jury pool and could have a chilling effect on witnesses. The government respectfully requests an order that limits extrajudicial statements by parties and witnesses. Get to the document. Nope. Yeah, by parties and witnesses likely to interfere with a fair trial by an impartial jury. Factual background. The New York Times published an article. They did. You don't say. Let's pull the actual article up, because it was very curious. The article itself, how it was written. Stop sharing that. Let's do this one. Let's go to the actual article. Let's see what the New York Times wrote. Because the New York Times paywalls everything. So, inside the private writings of Caroline Ellison, star witness in the FTX case. Ms. Ellison, a top executive in Sam Bankman-Fried's business empire, recorded her thoughts in a private Google documents that offer new insight into the collapse of the crypto exchange. Well, gee, New York Times. Well, the letter was pissed. The government was pissed off enough that they wrote that letter to the court the same day the article ran. Now, you know how pissed lawyers have to be to drop everything else in their case and file a letter with the court the same day the article comes out?
I suspect that the government's got a team that is several lawyers who are just on Sam Bankman-Fried. And it's probably
even the team, it's not that frequent that you see. Usually it's 24 hours.
It's probably like the Ghostbusters thing, where you've got Janine reaching over to hit the button, and suddenly the alarm is going off, and she's like, "We've got one!" Shouting.
God, what a great visual. That's fantastic. The government sees the article, and they're like, "Oh, there's someone that has the literal red button in the government, the DOJ office, just hammering the red button. We've got one!"
Suddenly the lawyers are coming down the like metal fire pole.
Yep. So the New York Times runs this article with a quote, anonymous. It's not unanimous. Anonymous. It's not unanimous. Why would it be unanimous? It's an anonymous source.
I mean, it is also unanimous because it's one person.
Yeah, it's a C. It's a C anonymity, and then it's a C anonymity. It's anonymous. So there's one anonymous source to these private writings from Caroline Ellison. And the government's like, no. There's only one person who would have these private writings at all. And who might that person be? Well, it's Mr. Bankman-Fried. So Ellison starts writing, "I've been feeling pretty unhappy and overwhelmed with my job." She wrote in a Google document in February 2022. She added, "At the end of the day, I can't wait to go home and turn off my phone and have a drink and get away from it all."
Said every lawyer ever.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I spent the day reviewing some pretty horrible files. So there's a reason why I'm having some red wine. I might go and mix a drink in a moment.
I think that's a great idea. So paragraph number 1 of this article, I'm just going to read it real quick. Paragraph number 1. 3 months before the cryptocurrency market imploded last year, Caroline Ellison, the 27-year-old chief executive of the crypto hedge fund Alameda Research, was racked with self-doubt. Follow, quote, "I've been feeling pretty unhappy. At the end of the day, I can't wait." I read that already. Paragraph 3. Ms. Ellison had a lot on her mind. She did not think she was well suited to running Alameda or particularly decisive as a leader, she wrote in another Google document. She was also going through a breakup with Sam Bankman-Fried, the billionaire entrepreneur who had founded Alameda and then FTX, one of the world's largest cryptocurrency exchanges. They had dated on and off, and Ms. Ellison worried about, I hate these. Look, if you're a reporter and you're doing this, don't quote 3 words. So here's how it goes. They had dated on and off, and Ms. Ellison worried about, quote, making things weird, end quote, and, quote, causing drama, end quote. Do you know how much context is probably missing in those two selective quotes?
Yeah, I suspect all the context because, yeah. I don't want to be accused of causing drama, but, you know, it's like, oh, wait, that sentence means something completely different than what they're implying.
That's really shitty writing. It's really crappy writing. I don't mind these little one sentence takes. Like, I've been feeling pretty unhappy and overwhelmed. That's fair. There's a beginning, a middle, and an end. You don't need a whole lot added one way or the other. Now, there's probably also missing context, but this, quote, making things weird, end quote, and, quote, causing drama, end quote. Are you kidding? So, anyways.
Be right back. I think I need maybe scotch.
Good. Goes on to say, it doesn't really feel like there's an end in sight, she wrote in the February 2022 document. Now Ms. Ellison's poised to be a star witness at Mr. Bankman-Fried's criminal trial. So how long did it take us to get the story arc here? We've got Carolyn Ellison, 27, pinnacle of the crypto exchange, relationship with Sam Bankman-Fried, star witness at trial. Is anyone seeing why the government might be concerned? Carolyn Ellison was one of the insiders to this entire, enterprise, cabal of people. I mean, what do you want to call them? And she got scared when charges were forthcoming, and she turned. That's what happens. It's turn and burn. First person turns, then they burn everyone else. First person to snitch gets the deal. Deal's on the table for one person. Now, in this case, they have the deal on the table for three. Nishad Singh, Gary Wang, and Carolyn Ellison, they are all three key witnesses to this, and they have all agreed to cooperate. So the New York Times gets a hold of the private writings and then runs an article that basically implies that she was just over her head and going through a breakup with Sam Bankman-Fried, and oh, by the way, she's testifying against him. Does that feel dirty to anybody else? No? Me? Weird angle to take? Yeah. I imagine I'd be pissed if my ex basically walked me into a criminal enterprise, and me, even in my choosing, if I chose the actions I took, am I pissed that I'm there because of him? Yeah, I'm pissed. Does it need to be broadcast to the whole world before a single sentence is said under oath in front of a jury? No. Is that a problem for a jury pool? Yep. Does it make it less likely that other witnesses are going to come forward and testify? Honestly or truthfully? That's the government's point. So the article continues, and this is the New York Times article, by the way. So Bankman-Fried, accused of misusing billions of dollars taken from customer accounts, and faces 8 counts of fraud and election law violations. Those have been dismissed since. His spectacular downfall, which sent FTX and Alameda into bankruptcy, transformed Ms. Ellison from a powerful, yet relatively private figure into a target of tabloid speculation. This part also feels really shitty. Acknowledging yet relatively private, then target tabloid speculation. What is this article? What is this article? What is this? This is, you're taking private diary entries and flaunting them to the world. What is this article except for tabloid behavior from the New York Times? So, And Cockroach, I'm with you here. New York Times is applying for the Smut Rag Journal Award. Yep. But it's under the banner head of the New York Times. I mean, do we really expect anything else? And it's not, I don't know why I'm griping. Well, I know why I'm griping, because New York Times, the second Bankman-Fried got indicted, ran puff pieces about how Sam Bankman-Fried was just misunderstood and how he was trying at this effective altruism and how he was a good person. They ran every piece under the sun trying to downplay what he was doing. Yep, Sarah Vanderbunt. I haven't heard much about Carolyn Ellison in the New York Times. You're correct. So his case is speeding towards a courtroom showdown in Manhattan. Two other top FTX executive, Nishad Singh and Gary Wang, have also pleaded guilty and agreed to cooperate. Yep, they have. I wonder if Mr. Bankman-Fried has private communications from them that possibly would have been a follow-up story to this one. I don't know. That's the government's point. In June, after weeks of legal wrangling over the charges against Mr. Bankman-Fried, the judge in the case has set a brisk schedule for the run-up to the trial, asking prosecutors to come up with a witness list and produce other final materials. Prosecutors are expected to begin preparing at least some witnesses in August. Two people with knowledge of the matter said. This is always a stupid quote, or always stupid. Two people with knowledge of the matter said. Thank you for allowing me to give the appropriate weight to that sentence. Am I being overly hard on the New York Times right now? I feel like I am. Deep breath in, deep breath out. Reassess whether you're looking at this through a particular angle and whether you're just expressing frustration. All right. As Mr. Bankman-Fried's sometimes girlfriend and one of his earliest hires, Ms. Ellison had unique insight into the FTX founder. So she had inside information, okay? She also recorded many of her thoughts in writing, making observations about her personal and professional life in a handwritten diary on Google documents that have circulated among lawyers involved in the case. You mean discovery? Go ahead.
Can I just make an observation here?
Please.
If you're dating somebody and when you break up, you end up with their diary and you hold on to that because you think it might be useful in the future, then to quote, what is it? I'm trying to remember the name of the show. True Detective. To quote True Detective, then brother, you are a piece of shit.
I mean, it's
like, that is gross behavior, and we should put him in jail just for that.
Yep. So documents have circulated among lawyers involved in the case. And this is interesting to me because the government says they didn't know about these documents. So, okay.
So defense counsel had them.
Was not able to tell Mr. Bankman-Fried, hey, this might bite you in the ass.
I suspect Sam Bankman-Fried did this all on his own and not going with his lawyers on this one.
Yep. In one Google document addressed to Mr. Bankman-Fried in April 2022, Ms. Ellison wrote that an earlier breakup with him had significantly decreased my excitement about Alameda. Life at the hedge fund, she added, felt too associated with you in a way that was painful. If this isn't, here's the thing. I want you guys to view this. Let's say that Caroline Ellison is, in fact, going to testify truthfully and honestly. And let's say that she did write a ton of communications. And she knows that getting up on that witness stand in federal court means that the defense counsel is going to have the opportunity to cross-examine her with every one of those prior statements. That's fair game. But do you think that a person that takes those private communications goes to the New York Times and says, hey, run this article, and here's all of our internal discussion and dialogue, and feel free to release that and make this article entirely about Caroline Ellison? And that brings us to a very interesting question. And it's a question over whether this is protected First Amendment speech or if it is, in fact, an attempt to intimidate witnesses. Is this an attempt by Mr. Bankman-Fried to,
I feel like yes,
intimidate Caroline Ellison based on this article and what's released in it, what's discussed in the article?
If a client came to me and said, hey, I'm on these conditions, can I do this? I'd be like, you have two options. Option number one is you don't do it. Option number two is you find a new lawyer from jail.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like Sam Bankman-Fried looks at it. Imagine this article is written this way. Gee, Caroline Ellison, looks like your life's doing, a little bit better than mine. Be a shame if something happened to it. Like it'd be a shame if someone knew everything, or if the entire world knew everything.
And it happens.
So,
it happens.
Dread Pirate Wesley. This is a shocking accusation. No, there is no dye. That is salt in the beard.
What did they accuse you of?
That I dyed my beard. What?
To what color?
I don't know.
Like, are they saying that you put the salt in the beard intentionally, or that you somehow just like half-ass dyed it darker and missed some spots?
I don't know. It's pretty funny though. Made me laugh. All right, let's see. So that's the article that runs. And if you guys feel like kind of weird about this, it gets worse.
Of course it does.
It does, because it's Sam Bankman-Fried. Did we really expect it to not get worse? Let's go to the government's letter in this regard.
Switch the image to face up. So I inverted this camera. It's now flipped upside down, so you can see it the way I'm looking at it.
So this is referring to the publication, the article. Then the government goes on to say it's apparent the documents were shared by the defendant with the article's reporters. When the government learned this week that the article was forthcoming, so they did see beforehand. Defense counsel confirmed that the defendant had met with one of Alameda's or the article's authors in person and had shared documents with him that were not part of the government's discovery material. Footnote. Based on conversations with defense counsel, it appears defense counsel was not aware of the defendant's conduct until contacted about it by the government. Oh, you hate those phone calls. You
and I've had those phone calls. Hey, do you know what your client did? And I'm like, oh God.
And you just want to go, hold, please, pick up the other phone, call the client real quick. What the F did you do?
I have had moments where I've had to talk the government out of screwing my client over. Like, because if they're making that phone call, there's still hope. Because if they're making that phone call, they're not like immediately dispatching cops to your client's location. But I've had to have calls where it's like, so I just heard that you might have had contact with your ex. And they're like, I'm like, they have video. So let's skip the part where you bullshit me and get to the part where you don't fucking do that again. Like,
yeah, these phone calls, and this is why when you hire a lawyer and the lawyer tells you, you tell me everything, because the worst thing you can do to an attorney is have them get surprised. We can handle the fallout. We can handle the fallout. Like, that's our job.
I can handle bad facts.
Yes.
What I can't handle is a fact I don't know exists.
Exactly.
And like, I've had that where somebody's trying to hide some detail and it just screws you so badly.
Immensely. Tell me the truth. And you get this, you have these meetings with a client where the client's clearly withholding, and you're basically trying to say, look, I need to know everything. The only way I can defend you is if I know what they have. And I know that you think they don't have that material. I'm telling you they do. Yeah. So you need to tell me what you think they don't have.
Well, I had one where the guy was behaving really suspiciously. And this was a young person, like a youth. And so I'm sitting there going like, I know that what you're telling me isn't the full story. I know there's more. And you need to know, I'm not telling your parents. Like, I'm not here to be your parent. I'm not here to anything. But I need to know what this secret is. Because what you're telling me is, I'm picking up that you're hiding something. And so finally, after digging through this, I found out that the reason why this guy couldn't have been committing the crime, basically he was known to hang out with a bunch of people, and somebody with his hair color was seen committing a crime with a bunch of his friends. And the police said that they were pretty sure it was him. And he was like, the reason why I wasn't there because I was over at my boyfriend's house doing things my parents would not approve of. And I was like, cool. I can work with this. I know what this is. What I can't work with is you being suspicious and full of shit. So
and
his
thinking
parents
that
were
no
like,
one else is going to catch on to that.
Well, and his parents were like, we want to be there for the trial. And I'm like, you need to not be there. I will tell you when it's done. But he's not going to be able to testify because he's embarrassed to do so in front of you. And they're like, oh, why would he be embarrassed? I'm like, because you're his parents. Of course he's embarrassed. It's just, you're just going to amp up his stress. That's it. I'm not telling them anything about the background. And so finally they agree, like, yeah, okay. So I call him, I call the boyfriend, and they both can testify. He wasn't there. He was elsewhere doing things. And the Crown's like, good enough for me, right? We're done. But if he wasn't willing to tell me that, and I was surprised by it, then he would have ended up going to jail for serious crimes that he had nothing to do with. Somebody else was involved.
Yeah. Talk to your lawyers, folks. It's important.
Yeah.
Brief intermission apart from that story. Sue's story. Woohoo. My birthday was this week. So glad to be celebrating FNF. Happy belated birthday, Sue's story. And another birthday shout out. So Sue's story. Happy birthday.
Yes, I was hoping we'd get to this one.
Today's my son's 18th birthday. His name is also Ian. Can you get a happy birthday from you two fine gentlemen? Ian, on your 18th year of life, happy birthday. May all of your adult decisions be wise decisions. And while I regret that that's probably not the case, may all of the pain be limited to hangovers.
Yes.
Later,
happy birthday
when you're old enough to drink alcohol. That was a
happy birthday to somebody with the best possible name. And
I think 3-letter names are the best names.
If you're in, yes, I'll agree with that. If you happen to be in Canada, because here in Alberta, 18 is the drinking age. So if that is the case for you, then I will say have a pleasant one. If that is not the case for you, and you are not allowed to drink where you are, then don't, because the last thing you want to do is ring your birthday in with a charge. So,
and I made the 3-letter names before I realized what I was saying. Honey, 2800, thank you. SBF made met the F around find out threshold. He did, but then I remembered that SBF also goes by a 3-letter name. So we're just going to take SBF out of the group. He's not in the cool people group.
Sam is not a good name.
No. Well, don't say that. There's probably Sam's in the chat. Sam is a decent name. Just if your name is Sam Bankman, not longer Fried, then that's not the best way of having it.
Sam is a great name so long as you are not Bankman-Fried. He is not allowed that name anymore. We're going to name him
Sam Bankman Jailed.
We're going to strip him of the Sam name and rename him something like Rudiger.
Sam Bankman detained. Sam Bankman jailed. Sam Bankman found out. There's so many ways of doing this. This is fantastic. Joshua Ten Hog, thank you very much. Starting the weekend great with a glass or more of red wine, and of course with FNF. Thank you, Joshua. Jenna, thank you. Sam Bankman-Fried. I hope I pronounced the Jenna the way you wanted it to. Sam Bankman-Fried. He's exhausted all the resources. Island, thank you very much.
Broke. He's probably still got more money than I do.
It's his dad, and it's the money he gave his dad. So that's the last case in the bankruptcy that we haven't seen filed yet. Is against the parents. Like I'm still waiting for it.
This is why I want them to take that $250 million, and then also come in at the bankruptcy and be like, also we want the rest of your freaking money.
Well, the bankruptcy actions to claw it back get stayed. The government could do it via forfeiture, but they haven't so far.
They should be like, listen, we'll get you a new place to live. Maybe you can't stay at this luxury home that you've been at, but we've got this fine residence located in the finest downtown alley. It is made of cardboard.
Is there an overpass?
It's made of cardboard. It's under the overpass, so it's and that's where you can live now.
Mm-hmm. Being spicy tonight. I like it. It's fantastic. Sam Bankman-Fried brings the best out of you, my friend. Island says, listen, SBF may have more money than IQ than I ever will, but I can have wine and play uh LOL whenever I want now. And he's about to have someone else pick out his meals, clothes, and bedtime. Yep.
Yep. And I can say I've chatted with Island. I don't think Sam is smarter than Island. I'm just
I would be inclined to agree with you there. Robin Silver, thank you. Glad to catch it live and watch replays, SBF, FA, and find out. Be gleeful. Thank you, Robin. That's very much. I'm trying not to sell it. This isn't a celebratory thing. This is actually just, it's a serious discussion, but it's one of those where it's going, how long do we wait until the government steps up their game? Anna, thank you very much. Just got home and I'm opening a bottle of wine after an ASL court interpreting workshop that reduced my fear and actually made me excited for my certification test in 3 weeks. Good luck. Good luck, Anna. I hope you do well in that. That's going to be fantastic. And I think that you're going to do great.
Key thing for court interpretation is just translate everything exactly. If they have a question, you translate the question and you don't answer it. You just translate it back.
Exactly. Go ahead.
That's the top reason why I've had to get annoyed at interpreters. I speak French. Je parle un peu de français. Not well enough to run a trial in it, but well enough sometimes to catch French interpreters who are
using different
answering words. The question for the witness, and I'm like,
oh yeah,
this interpreter's not doing it right.
Yep, I've had that with Spanish language too, and it drives me insane where I hear the witness say a question back and the interpreter starts answering, and I have to cut the interpreter off and I say, no. You need to interpret the question verbatim that was just asked of you so the judge can hear it before you go in and answer it or before you are allowed to go in and answer it. And then also, as far as dialect and language is concerned, don't go and try to use multiple words that are not the word that I just used. Don't.
Oh, I've had moments where like there's a Chinese interpreter and I don't speak a word of Chinese. But like I'll say, and then what happened? And the interpreter goes off for like 5 minutes and I'm like
there's no way.
We need to stop because that's not what I asked. Like there's no way that took 5 minutes of Chinese to say. Like because you get some interpreters who actually try to get helpful and they start trying to feed answers to people. And I'm just like, no. So don't do any of that. You'll do fine.
Yep. But Anna, you're gonna do great. Pants, thank you for the member chat. Ian, I can do fresh metal squares for you really easily. There you go. You can reach out to Pants.
I might take you up on that. So that'd be fantastic.
Azam, hello Azam, how you doing? Hey Rob and Ian, there's no better way to start my Saturday other than coffee and hang out with F&F. Rob's smile and Ian's accent make me happy. It makes me happy too. I like spending time with all you guys. Nanner, will they shave SBF's hair now? No. Say yes, lie if you have to. They're not going to shave his head now. Actually, no, they won't. No, not for pretrial detention. They won't.
The days of like prison haircuts are largely past. They don't like mandate a specific hairstyle in custody.
And keep in mind, Alex Murdoch didn't get his head shaved, and the head shaving was for sanitary purposes, and that was only after his trial. They don't shave your head pre-trial because it can materially affect your appearance to the jury, and they're not going to do that. Niklas, this is on the Georgia case. They have one more attempt, but the guy is already convicted of charges 6 through 8, but they want him on charges 1 through 5. But if they fail next retrial, everything is out.
Oh, how bad do they want him on 1 through 5? Is it like 6 to 8 or like jaywalking and 1 to 5 is like murder?
I think that actually might be like the spectrum that we're looking at.
I remember a trial where I had a guy who was charged with trespassing at night, which is one of the least serious charges. It's almost never actually charged. And also like break and enter, assault, and various other things, like serious stuff. And they they got the conviction on the trespassing at night. And the Crown was like, well, I got to win too. And I'm like, yes.
Yeah, that's not the win. That's not a win. That's not the thing you think it is.
Yeah, I was like, I was ready to just agree with that. And PFUS, I'm, what is it? I'm going to be going over all those transcripts. So,
oh, this is the depth you heard? Yeah, I've seen your videos on those. I've seen you release them. I haven't had a chance to watch them, but
I think the next one I'm going to cover is going over the Barlow story, because there's a little bit more that we saw in the background transcripts. But like, here's why Barlow got kicked out, and I'm surprised Barlow didn't end up in a cell. I'm surprised Elaine didn't end up getting punished as hell, but
well,
yeah.
So tune into Ian's channel for that one. I was comfortable commenting on the trial. I'm not comfortable commenting on bench conferences with attorneys and judges I practice with. Like I'm not going to go in on the bench conference discussions. That's
fair. I gotta.
Yeah.
Did you see? You should see my video on the jury aspect, because Elaine fucked these jurors, or she fucked some companies, because she told Judge A that it was illegal to for employers to not pay for jury duty.
That's not true.
Which is not the case in Virginia.
No, that's not true. You don't have to pay. You don't have to pay for jury duty. Jury duty is not. You don't get paid for it. It's not paid leave. So unless your company has a policy.
Judge A was like, I'm going to write some letters because Bredehoff said it was illegal for them not to pay. And it's like,
that's just a misstatement of law.
Yeah, no, she just got it wrong.
That's just not accurate. All right.
Yeah.
Getting back in. Melissa, thank you. It wouldn't be Friday without the frenzy. I agree. Gray 08, thank you very much, because I can. Chat is Bay. Chat is always Bay. Here for years, thank you. The coordinated black outfits are impressive. Lawyers in Black could easily be a movie. I agree. We definitely had that conversation before jumping on stream / no conversation was had. But thank you very much. Luan Huth, enjoying the weekend with F&F and watermelon whiskey. Sounds fantastic. What an interesting flavor. Chris Mullen, thank you. It's closer to 14 months since I started following you. Very glad to see that. Thank you. KC Cat
is a fascinating combo.
That's an interesting flavor, right? Like watermelon vodka, I get, but whiskey.
Yeah, because whiskey itself has a flavor.
Yeah, a strong one. KC Cat, Ian, we discussed haircuts yesterday. We all want to see SBF's jailhouse haircut. No, you're not going to see jailhouse haircut.
You might. And one of the reasons why people cut their hair, like one of the things that happens is people go into custody and they cut their hair short. And the reason why, and I will tell you, if I was in custody right now, the long hair would be gone. It'd be down to like short hair. And the reason why is somebody grabs it to stick you with something. You don't want that as a grab point. So I'd have that cut like right close down, just because I wouldn't want somebody to be like, grab hair, stab.
I'm not. With me, I'm making sure that when I show up in front of that jury, I'm not going to have that. Like, the guy's got a mop on his head. He's got a mop on his head. License an issue in custody. Yeah, but Emily, this is pretrial detention. Like, I know it's an issue in custody, but that can materially affect his appearance. I don't know about that.
I'd cut it short, like not necessarily,
If I'm Sam Bankman-Fried, I'm cutting my hair short voluntarily. I want to look nothing like any of the pictures that we've seen of him walking the courthouse. Like, where was today's footage? Let me see if I can't find that. Because if I'm appearing in front of a jury, the last thing I want people to... It's not the most innocent look on him, but I mean, this dude just did all the F around, and he's getting to the find out part. So do not pass go. Do not collect $200. You are now detained I'll find that in a second. I want to get back to these so we can catch up and get back to the actual interesting parts. All right. I'm going to catch back up on Super Chats in a minute. What was?
All of it. The whole trial or the whole procedure is interesting.
This guy is just the audacity. The audacity.
And Emily, I'm trying to do some leather work here. Right now, I'm just waiting for it to try to get to the right moisture level. You got to juggle that. I don't know if I've got it or if I passed it.
Let's see. All right, so we're back to here. So then this review, the government reviews the materials based on the excerpts in the article. The documents do not appear to be within discovery materials in the case, but likely came from defendant's personal Google Drive account. Well, that's funny. I think they would have subpoenaed Google. Oh, the government's January 9th, 2023 Google search warrant included a warrant for materials within defendant's personal Google Drive. Due to a production error, Google did not include this material in its original search warrant returns.
Ooh.
I wonder if it was included in the shared with part. You know how your Google Drive has a partition, like it's internal partition, where it's like, these are the documents that I own. And then I can go to a separate little tab that says documents shared with me. They're not owned, but they're shared with me. I wonder if it might have been in there. The government is in the process of loading and preparing these additional material for production to the defense, but has not yet produced it. Fascinating. Well, so
basically they're saying, we know you have this because we just got it, but we also know you didn't get it from us because we haven't gotten around to getting it to you yet. Therefore, it had to come from you. And now, you're screwed. And we hate
this. This is a part where people, and you're right. This is a part where I think people are applying way too much focus on this one instance without context. So you had in the bankruptcy case, Mr. Bankman-Fried is out tweeting repeatedly, and without any, I mean, the dude was the most communicative criminal defendant I've ever seen in my life. I don't know. I mean, you and I talked about it. How many, if I'm an attorney, I'm bashing my head against the wall every time this guy gets near a computer because he cannot put his foot in his mouth and stop talking. He cannot put his foot in his mouth and stop talking. So every time he gets out there and starts talking, he starts talking about how all of the customers should be made whole. Well, dude, you're alleged to have embezzled all the money. So how could they have been made whole? Just not going to happen. And then you're persuading individuals.
That money is just,
magically available. Just reopen the exchange.
About it not being around or something.
Just reopen the exchange. Then you are alleged in the days leading up to that, or the days after the bankruptcy filing, there are allegations not yet proven that you, Mr. Bankman-Fried, somehow gave backdoor access to the Bahamian government to go in and move digital currency around out of the FTX bankruptcy case, out of that FTX entity, and into an entity controlled by the Bahamian government. That is an allegation that's been made in this case. So that's two of those. Then you've got witnesses in the bankruptcy case that are appearing, and you have this signal exchange saying, hey, we got on the same page over and over again. And the government's like, these are our witnesses. Stop messing with them. Then you have the access of the VPN ostensibly to go and look at the frickin' Super Bowl because, like I said, Rihanna halftime show. But that you had to watch from the Bahamas, but we don't know what you were doing the entire other time. And now, after all of those different things, so that is the context that we have before looking at these documents that are being leaked to the New York Times. So it's not just this one instance. And the government is right to point this out, and the court is right to be concerned. if this was a one-off and he basically is saying, look, yeah, I have this information, here's everything in the Google Drive, I'm less concerned about that than I am with this selective release after so many demonstrated attempts that he has made to try and change the public perception of this case and to change the outcome of this case and to intimidate the trustee on several occasions. He tried in the bankruptcy case, intimidate the trustee, suggest that witnesses should testify a way that is different than what they might. I mean, the dude's audacity is just... So it's the context part, and the government starts to bring this point up. The defendant's actions sharing personal writings of Caroline Ellison with the New York Times reporter implicate the core concern of Rule 23.1. Okay. And then above, 23.1 prescribes that I'm never going to get this word right. I swear to God, I'm never going to get it right. Rule 23.1H prescribes, aka prohibits, extrajudicial statements by parties and witnesses that are likely to interfere with the right to a fair trial by an impartial jury. All right. Extrajudicial. I just got to really slow it down. So Bankman-Fried is now disseminating material relating to the testimony or credibility of prospective witnesses because all of this goes to a bias that this witness might have. Hey, do you think this witness might testify differently because they're mad at me because they're my ex? Hey, do you think they're testifying this way because they were just overwhelmed? In a New York Times article, and I can't overlook the fact the New York Times wrote puff piece after puff piece after puff piece after this guy. Just how we just didn't understand the effect of altruism. We just didn't get it.
So I've had some people complaining. They think that my keyboard is too loud.
It's not too loud.
And
it's fine.
Well, I'm going to do a keyboard swap because it turns out I've got an extra keyboard in here.
What? That's a cool one. Is that Extra Life?
That is the Extra Life. They sent me a keyboard as a,
it's really cool,
as a goal reward thing. So I'm going to try swapping the keyboard out and try using this one.
Wait, where was this? I just ran past a quote. Where was it? Nikki Crayons. It's a brush fire inside of a hurricane. It was apocalyptic. Yep. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, it's Syracuse Brad. SBF definitely thinks the criminal code is more of a guideline. Stick to the code. No, it's the guideline.
How's that for typing sound?
Worse. No, it's not bad. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. It's pleasing to the auditory faculties. Wait, he intimidated the bankruptcy trustee. How? Every time the bankruptcy trustee was speaking publicly to give an update on the actual what was transpiring in the bankruptcy, Bankman-Fried went out and was saying how these were all wrong. Bankman-Fried wouldn't cooperate. Rather was saying, hey, I can really cooperate. Hey, I can really cooperate. Give me in charge of this. Give me in charge of this. Put me in charge of this. Let me reopen the exchange. And then would freak out that information that was within the company was being sent elsewhere. And then went out on a campaign saying how John J. Ray was lying to the American public because all of the consumers could be made whole by FTX based on the holdings they had. You're like, no, that math doesn't math. But he was saying this repeatedly. He's allowed to say those things. He is. That I didn't find offensive. What was interesting was when he tells other witnesses, hey, we should get on the same page. I mean, if I see a client tell that to a prospective witness, I'm not happy with that client. Yep. They wrote Elizabeth Holmes' puff piece right before she went into custody. It's wild. You're right.
Wait, seriously?
They did. Speaking of which, Scott Budman from the NBC made me laugh today. I know that reporters remain neutral in the courtroom, and some of them do a really good job. And Scott Budman's one of the ones that does a really good job. So does Intercity Press. They do great jobs from within that courtroom. They report the facts. I love it. But don't think attorneys and people don't get emotional when they hear some of this crap. But yeah, New York Times, Oh, Emily, I don't know if you saw the motion they filed or the letter they filed in this case. We'll go through that in a minute because New York Times doesn't have a vested interest in this, and they're not showing their hand at all. God, this is so bad. Anyways, basically, is there any question that that New York Times piece and the information that was offered by Mr. Bankman-Fried, clearly out of the graces and the love of his own heart, wasn't done to kind of say, "Hey, Carolyn Ellison, you want to swing at me? I'm going to swing back." Like, except for out of court and before trial. So,
Yeah, screw that.
anyways, I know, not a cool dude. Oh, wait, here we go. Defense's response. On behalf of our client, Sam Bankman-Fried, we write in response to the government's letter filed Thursday evening regarding Mr. Bankman-Fried's communication with a reporter for the New York Times and seeking an order prohibiting certain extrajudicial statements by parties and witnesses pursuant to Southern District of New York Local Rule 23-1H. The government has taken a set of circumstances where nothing improper or impermissible occurred and has unfairly recast the events as a nefarious attempt by Mr. Bankman-Fried to, quote, discredit Caroline Ellison and, quote, taint the jury pool. Can we remove taint from just common parlance? Is that okay? Like, I just don't like reading that word anymore. But
Would
also,
you prefer the word grundle? Ian. Why can't bring it? Like, when I bring you on to talk SBF stuff, you get so spicy that you talk about sending the dude Playboys. You talk about different comments, never say the taint. Oh God, Emily, of course you're encouraging the chat. Of course you're encouraging the chat. No, it's fine. The chat needs no encouragement. Chat's fantastic. They do great. Nope, we're not saying that. I'm not saying that one out loud. Nope. All right. So basically, the defense counsel is going, hey, so I know that there were these other instances of conduct that we can't really explain that he did without talking to us, but you're totally trying to recast this as being negative, and there's no basis to do that. Not that he's done anything like this before. And I love this one sentence, but Mr. Bankman-Fried did nothing wrong. A reporter contacted Mr. Bankman-Fried and asked if he wanted to respond to an article about Ms. Ellison that had been in the process for months. He's been working on it for months, guys, for which the reporter already had other sources. Who did you have as other sources, you jackass? False. There is no way. You might have communicated with people that might have been in the legal team. No way you had these quote unquote other sources, which was about to be published. The entire narrative of the article focused around these Google documents. You lying little. That was overly, bro. That was aggressive. That was very aggressive. So aggressive. Anyways. But also accurate and honest.
Yes. So full of shit. Like, I get you have to spin this. I get you don't have a choice. I get your client put you in a shitty position. I understand all of these things. It's still not fun to see an attorney like grabbing at straws. Mr. Bankman-Fried spoke to a reporter and shared certain documents that he had obtained prior to his arrest and that were not produced in discovery in an effort to give his side of the story about topics that have already been reported in the media. Yeah, but you talked about a witness. You didn't try to recast your story. You didn't try to recast anything about you or your circumstances.
So SBF admits the allegations is what that sentence translates to.
Certain documents obtained prior to give his side of the story about topics that have already been reported. Oh, he's got a side. His side of the story is that he's totally innocent. No, his side of the story, we know his side of the story is you just didn't understand. You're not high-minded enough to understand what I was doing. I'm focused on this because Sam Bankman-Fried has a First Amendment right to speak about his case. He has a right to speak about his case. He has that absolute right. But does that mean that you have a right
Absolute
to...
is the wrong word there.
I mean, he has the right to speak
Absolutely
about his case.
has the provisional right.
Yes, he has, but he does. Look, he even from behind in jail, he has the right to speak. He has the right to speak. But
let's not talk about Sam Bankman-Fried from behind in jail.
Your workshop demeanor, just you get an F-bomb. Just but you don't, that's not what he's doing. That's not what the article is. The article is not about him speaking. Let me go back to this freaking article, because that's what's bothering me about how people are spinning this. And I don't mean spinning it. I am very, very much of the mind that First Amendment principles, they exist. They just do. Subject to very, very, very limited constraints. Here's the problem with the rationale that Bankman-Fried is trying to use. This is not about Bankman-Fried. This article, the subject of the article is the government's key witness. That's it. It's not about him. It's not about him. It's not about his case. It's not about the facts of his case. It's about things that existed in her life and their relationship that have almost nothing to do with him or his case. The entire article is about her. So that's the part that really kind of has been bothering me about some of the takes I've seen on this particular argument. And that actually makes me want to, let's do this. I want to go to, so we understand, right? Defense is relying on First Amendment. Hey, I had this information. I can release it. I have the right to speak about it. Prosecution saying, stop messing with our witnesses. They're at an impasse. The judge issues this preliminary order while this is pending. So the judge basically says, and this is the one that, this is the order that we reported on, that I covered 3 weeks ago. This temporary order governing this word is my nemesis. It is my nemesis. I hate this word. Ian, can you say that word?
Extrajudicial. Guys, send a super chat to help fund Rob's speech coach to help him learn basic legal words. Rob's like just removed from stream.
Yeah. Oh, chat is, you know what? Wait, hang on. Motion granted. Okay. Courtesy swoop. There you go. Extrajudicial statements. Pursuant to Southern District of New York Local Criminal Rule 23.1H, and upon a finding that a narrowly drawn order governing extrajudicial statements by the parties is the least restrictive corrective measure to ensure a fair trial, the court orders as follows. Now, the court did put that little caveat there that says temporary, and we'll see why in a moment. The parties in this case, their attorneys, their agents, are prohibited from publicly disseminating or discussing with any public communications media anything about the case. And the judge does this lovely scrawl. This is my favorite. No, I'm not going to ask you to interpret whether or not you believe it could interfere with a fair trial. You just can't talk about it. This is now a gag order. Including statements about the identity, testimony, or credibility of prospective witnesses, information has not been deemed admissible at trial, and statements intended to influence public opinion regarding the merits of the case. The defendant is also prohibited from causing others, such as surrogates, family members, spokespersons, representatives, or volunteers, from making such statements on his behalf. So that was what the judge said. The judge, I love this. This is my favorite line that I've seen in this case so far. This order shall remain in effect to and including the determination of the government's oral application to detain the defendant unless extended by the court. Yep. So judge basically says, you have effed around enough. I am writing in paragraph number 4 that says this is a temporary order. It's going to remain in effect until I can rule on the government's request to detain you further. And now, here we go. Let's remove this one from the stream, and then we'll go back to our other coverage. My hair's doing something funky right now. I kind of like it. Let's see.
Irish wristwatch.
Irish. I don't like it.
And I'm like 4 drinks in, so.
Get it. I don't like you guys right now. Being mean. Meanie heads. A lot of you meanie heads out there. Let's see here. There we go. So then there were a bunch of reporters that came out and reported, and that, well, not reported. They basically got very concerned at what was happening. These reporters came out and said, hey, we really, you're giving a gag order. We don't think that's appropriate. And they have a good point. So the government moved for an order prohibiting extrajudicial statements by the parties and their attorneys on July 20th of 2023. The same day, the New York Times published an article entitled Inside the Private Writings of Caroline Ellison. Thereafter, at a status conference, the government moved for SBF to be detained while conceding that having contact with the press alone is not witness tampering and is not a violation of the bail statute. The government argued that discrediting and blaming Caroline Ellison in a national and international publication that is read by many prospective jurors in this district, the defendant crossed a line towards improperly influencing those prospective jurors, intimidating a witness and sending a message to other prospective, witnesses. Now, this, you can already see they're missing the punchline. They're missing everything else he had done before this. The judge has said since the beginning of this freaking case, keep effing around, keep effing around, keep effing around. And he kept on doing it and kept on doing it and kept on doing it. And
he's
at some point,
you're getting close to finding out. Finding out is at the end of this train track.
Yep.
You decide how far along this train track you want to go. And at some point you're going to find out. Hey, he found out.
Yep. So this argument misses the point. It's not just this action. It's that the court has no faith that he can conform himself to a bond or a bail order in a manner that will ensure the court that he's not going to try to F with every witness that's about to testify in this case.
Emily's got this right. And
dude, Emily, the judge in this case pushed the prosecutors over and over and over again and kept asking, is this enough? Is this enough? Why don't we just deprive him of a computer at all? Why does he need this? Why can we not just have him transported to his attorney's office? The judge pushed over and over and said, you have told me significant concerns. Why am I not giving a bigger order than this? So the judge gave rope. He played chicken with a train. The federal district court judge is not the right train to play chicken with. It is not the right train to play chicken with.
They gave him rope and he decided to do an Epstein with it.
Oh, there he is. There's Ian. Just little bits of fire. Here we go. Oh God, this stream, the monetization of this stream is just doomed. Anyways,
I'm sure you're fine.
We've talked about Ian. We've talked about literally everything. We have gone. The taint on this stream is.
Oh, now you got to show your taint.
What? No, I can. That's an F-bomb. That's an F-bomb. That's an F-bomb.
Just put it down as, controversial issues were discussed in passing without any explicit language or the like.
Yes, exactly. So he argues, inter alia, above, that he like other criminal defendants, has a constitutional right to talk to the press about his case to influence his public image and try to protect his reputation. And that detaining him based on his communication with the reporter raises serious First Amendment concerns. Well, though Mr. Bankman-Fried opposes detention, he's willing to agree to the court imposing its temporary order as a final order and has requested, in fairness, the court be extended to the order be extended to witnesses as well as provided for by local rule. I like that he offers to the court, hey, judge, I would agree to you taking your temporary order and making it final. Like, judge, I would totally agree with that. The judge has done warn you 3 times.
I gotta say, it's a good strategy. It's a good strategy.
Let's see how it works out for him, Cotton.
It doesn't work out for him, but it's a good strategy to be like, hey, here's the alternate way you can punish us.
Yeah. Judge, you can just take your temporary order where you clearly told me that you were done. You can just make it final, and I promise I won't do anything else. But, what if we just tailored that to say that witnesses can't say anything either? And the judge, in that order, the judge says no one can talk. If I'm the judge in this case, I'm going, there's too many leaks. The hell? Shut up. Let me get a jury impaneled.
You're saying the judge is going to take some of the leaks away.
Ian, I am hovering over this mute button, my friend.
I think I've got an unmute button.
You do. I never should have given you those privileges. I disagree. They're fantastic decisions. I'm
feeling mischievous today. I'm sorry.
I know. It's the SBF stuff. You were spicy on Twitter. I loved it. I appreciate every second of it.
It is. Yes, for the people in the chat, I have a fundraiser going to buy SBF a toothbrush for while he's in custody.
And then we thought that you thought that you would do an NFT that was a file and a cake.
Yeah, because I'm sure he'd prefer the NFT version to the actual file and a cake because he's a crypto bro. So,
yep. So defendant's counsel and Professor Lawrence Tribe, whose expert affidavit is before the court, address Mr. Bankman-Fried's First Amendment right to speak publicly, including to members of the press about the charges levied against him, as well as the potential chilling effects of revoking defendant's bail on the basis of the record before the court. You must have not read the record before the court. Like that's the problem. I don't think you read the record before the court. You haven't gone through and seen everything he's done and how far he's pushed it. Bail was granted when
the record before the court is that he breached conditions in order to watch football. And if watching football is enough to get him to disregard court orders, then
or play along the lines. It's play along the lines of the court order. It's you have been granted. And that's people don't understand that. Bail and bond. This was one of those things where everyone was pissed when he got bail. Everyone was pissed. They were like, "Are you kidding? $250 million for what he's done? You're giving him bail." It was a joke. It was the starkest contrast between white collar crime, which is still fucking crime, and then what you see people get detained for in county lockup. And the difference in how those two parties are treated was already on public display and heavily criticized. Bail.
If you did a bank heist that got 100,000, which is a fraction of what he's accused of taking, but you did a bank heist.
Nope, none.
You just managed to somehow, and I mean, I'm just going to tell you guys, bank robberies, they're typically walking out with like $1,000, and you are virtually guaranteed to get arrested, and you'll get like decades for that shit. So bank robbery is stupid. But if you somehow manage to catch it on the perfect day when the bank, some rich guy says, I'm going to take out $100,000, and you happen to be there when they're sitting there counting out his stack of money and you get that money out, they would not grant you bail. You would be stuck. No. They'd be saying you took $100,000. And this guy, billions of dollars jail him. Like, I just think that the difference in how we treat white collar criminals versus
It's a
blue collar
joke.
criminals, I guess,
It's a
is
joke.
ridiculous. And it gets even further. One of my personal rants, and I'll go on this rant because I am like 4 drinks in and it's a good time.
Feel free.
If you're an employee at a gas station and you steal $300 out of the till over the course of a week, they will send you to jail, like lots of jail. Whereas if you are the gas station and you steal from that employee by shorting them 30 minutes on their paycheck every day, you make them clock out and then clean up the gas station, which means that they're spending 30 hours or 30 minutes every day doing work off the clock. That is, you're stealing from them. They'll say, oh, that's a civil issue. We're not going to enforce that with the criminal system. We're not going to arrest this guy. You can sue him. You can bring a complaint through various things. The imbalance in our system is so effed up that my principal, when I was articling, took a bunch of money out of trust. Like, just took people's money, got disbarred for it, and never got criminally charged, never did jail time for that. And I'm going, are you kidding me? Because if, and that's hundreds of thousands of dollars. If I stole if I stole $1,000 from the local store, they'd send me to jail. Vulnerable people get taken for this all the time. It makes me so angry that this is our system and how it goes. I would actually say, if I was in power, I would put in a rule that says that something like you being trusted with the money indicates that it's more serious, which would specifically include things like if you are the employer of somebody. I would, I'd count that as a position of trust. But anyway, that's my rant.
Well, that's fine. Robin Silver comes on the back of that, follows that up with, you and Ian are not being harsh. I'm sick of the designation of white collar criminals. I'm harsh, but in my opinion, a thief is a thief. The New York Times is making me throw up my mouth with the reporting. The reporting is bad. It's not that. They're missing the context. It's not this. It's
we're also super forgiving of people who are like, I stole millions or billions from people when I had a comfortable life. I had all the options in the world and I stole billions of dollars.
Mm-hmm.
But we will totally throw somebody in jail who's like, I'm homeless, I'm addicted to meth, I have mental illnesses that prevent me from working, and I stole $100 and used it to buy a pint of meth and dinner and a place to sleep tonight. Like, that person will throw in jail forever. But the person who is like the white collar criminal who had all the options to just not commit the thefts and not do those things, will say, oh, well, they have such a promising, fuck them. I'm just like, the guy who's embezzling, jail forever. The guy who's stealing from his employees, jail forever and a day. Like, somebody's saying a point of meth, 0.1 grams.
You know what's interesting about, well, not interesting. This is going to be a problem because there's a couple super chats that are going to force me to read this word a couple times. Ange Torres, Mr. Bankman-Fried is ready for extrajudicial sanctions. We're going to practice. Thank you, Ange. Brian Allen, Ian Runkle's extrajudicial center for lawyers who can't speak good. Rob Hooked on Phonics will help you sound it out. KC Cat, I love the shade. The shade is fantastic. Melanie Pare, we'll address this. Am I matching things or have the old TOTC episodes disappeared from channel? We're remaking them. One at a time, new format.
There were reasons we had to take those down.
Yep.
We're not going to talk about them here.
Yep. We're remaking them.
So
here for years for Rob's Speech Fund. Thank you very much. Extrajudicial. I can say it. Koru, happy to see you're feeling better, Ian. Thank you. Ian is feeling better. I talked to him earlier today a little bit. Musical Soup, super sticker. Thank you very much. Danny is doing a Maui fundraiser at 11 p.m. Oh, good for Danny. Okay, good. I'll take a look at that. Maybe I'll set up a redirect if I might do that. Brian Alleman, careful. He might try to gooch the jury. Well, that's a word I haven't heard since high school. So we're there now. Thank you, Brian. Much appreciated. XEDA listening while last minute packing last night in this house. Excited, but also sad tonight. Thank you both for this distraction. Good luck packing. I hope that everything is going well. On to different and often better things, even if they don't feel that way initially.
Somebody just sent a very important member chat too.
I don't like you. I don't like you at all. I don't like you at all for that. You're a bad person. Casey Cat. We all voted in previous EDB. Runkle and Rob stream chats. We need the three of you to do the transcripts together while Runkle shows the video, like on his previous stream. Mr. Sulu, make it so. Yeah.
I'm down to make that happen and to set up like video clips for each of the things.
I can do some things, but I cannot if it's a bench conference where the attorneys are talking and Judge A is talking. That is like the level of my discomfort that I'm like capable of going is commenting on what happens in those conferences, because the next bench conference that I am in with her will involve a recitation of what transpired on a live stream that I don't want to revisit. Kathy says, Ian, is your keyboard stopping colors? I love it. It's fantastic.
Oh, my keyboards. The thing is when you buy like gaming keyboards, which is what I like to use because they tend to be better. They also tend to have colors. And this one's kind of a budget gaming keyboard. It's Blackweb, which I think is like Walmart's brand. That's like a $25 keyboard, but it's still doing that. Oh, Emily, I have so many comments on the sidebar stuff. I'm making a series of videos on the sidebars because.
And Emily, that's why I can't comment on the sidebars. That's exactly why that's why you know damn well I can't comment on the sidebars. You know I can't do that.
Oh, Elaine trying to figure stuff out. The most recent video I did on the sidebars, Elaine tried to pull a fast one, and she tried to basically mislead the jury, and it blew up in her face. And she's like, "Judge A, fix this." And Judge A is like, "No, you asked the question. You blew this up in your own face. You get to eat that entire ass sandwich." Yep. So I love Judge A.
I do too. I very much like being in front of her and practicing law in front of her. It's fantastic, which I would like to continue doing, which is why I can't do the sidebars. Which wristwatch is the Swiss? Which wristwatch? All right, Ian, here you go. Merry Christmas. Extra Irish wristwatch judicial. How was that?
That was nicely done.
See,
well done.
See, guys, just to make it just how can a clam cram and a clean cream can't? No, edgy. We're members and send super chats for a reason. You guys are amazing. Just because, thank you, a dot matrix printer and children's writing and publishing workshop for the classy elder millennials. Nisa Howard, thank you for parents whose kids want a phone. Gab wireless. Interesting. Okay. To the parents in the chat. Equality. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I can't stay long. I have 2 final exams next week. Just want to say hi. Best of luck to you, Equality. Still one of my favorite usernames on all of the YouTubes.
It's a great username.
Yep. Manny Me. It feels like a total setup to fail.
Yep.
A lot of yeah. Lily Smith, I do fret work, woodworking like Rob, but I've always wanted to learn leatherworking and carving. Lily, the paths that you can go down in just the maker space, which is why I like the maker identity, like being called a maker rather than just a woodworker or leatherworker, is really cool because you can start experimenting with mixed mediums. It's a lot of fun. Crazy Cat Queen, thank you. Runkle the Bailey, like the clay tablets, complaining about the crappy copper dude. Oh, those were great. Those are fantastic.
Did you see that one? That's a
yes,
great
I did.
piece of history. Oh, yes.
I love
there.
that. Yep. Torin 3, thank you. Halfway home from vacation. I'm refreshed and we'll finish setting up your braid tomorrow. Actually, be braiding on Sunday. Torin, that's awesome. I watched your stream the other day, honestly, just to decompress. Like, I just needed something in the background, and it was fantastic and really cool to see the shop set up. I love it. Larry, hearing SBF being locked up on my birthday, great joy. It's been interesting. That was my out of court. Like, I walked out of trial and my phone was just, here are 15 notifications. SBF is in jail.
I gotta say, when I was buried in legal writing and just hating everything, it was really nice to have Torin 3 streams to just kind of take my mind off it while I was working away.
Peace.
So it was actually super helpful.
Yeah.
Super helpful.
I don't mean to say it's like I like seeing people make stuff. And when he was talking about something that was new to me, I would stop it, rewind a little bit, then like look down, watch, and then go back to listening while I was doing other stuff. It was really wonderful to do. I really enjoy that. I like doing that with a lot of content.
Well, and when you're sort of a makery kind of person, and I wasn't always, I kind of fell into this by accident. But once you start doing it, it's kind of addictive because you get to spend time, and then at the end of it, you end up with something. That's a lot. That's really cool. But you start watching somebody making something, and you go, I want to make that too.
Yeah. And you get these ideas and you want to, I love maker spaces because they really, and I like encouraging that. Like, it's what I say. How many times do I freaking say it? Go make something, you'll feel better. Literally. I don't care if it's writing. I don't care if it's drawing. I don't care if it's crocheting, stitching, needlework, woodworking, leatherworking. You go and make something. It's just going to make you feel better. It's a great practice to have. Ian Paler, member for 12 months. Ian's the best version of John. Fantastic. Elizabeth Me, thank you for creating an amazing place to be. Thank you, Elizabeth. I'm glad that you enjoy it. And thank you for being a member. Nikki Crayons, Maui Strong, please donate Hawaii Community Foundation. I haven't looked into the different donation centers or the different donation avenues. I don't want to tell people to donate to one fund or another before or without me looking into it. So I will say, please do your own research. But yeah, Maui is really, really rough right now. Is that the new one? New wallet?
This is a wallet that I made some time ago, but it'll be up for the extra live stream.
Oh, I love it.
I'm not sure whether to do an auction or the other thought I'm thinking is just I'll make a bunch of stuff and just say, here's the stuff. Top donation gets the first pick. And I mean, you could pass if you want, but then the next donation gets the next pick and so forth. So
how many pens you want to donate?
As many as you'd like to is basically the idea, because
it's an addiction. It's an addiction. I think I have 8 downstairs.
Yeah, I mean, it's just at the end of the day, I just love doing this stuff, but I keep wanting to do a Witcher costume. And the thing is at the end of the day, when I think about it, I'm like, I could do a Witcher costume, or I could do something for the Extra Life charity. I kind of want to do something for the Extra Life charity because it's a good cause.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Tom Horton, wondering if John Carreyrou is regretting moving to New York Times, giving their move towards tabloid-esque journalism. The tabloid-esque, the accusation, tabloid-esque. It is. Adrian Angevine, can the cat you stole that cardboard box in the alley from move into the previous Bankman-Fried home? Otherwise, SBF should get the gutter. I mean, it's the audacity. Kristen M96, is Ian's cough better, or is his mute game on the next level? He's been muted for the most part and only unmuting to chat with us.
Yeah, my cough is better, but it's not gone. So it's gonna be here for a while. It's kind of a lingering thing.
I hate those. I've had one for a while. It's driving me nuts. Athena Wall, joining late but love seeing Rob and Spicy. Ian rocking F&F, Elysian Space Dust, IPA on deck. Great choice. Michelle E. Bell, what's going on, Runkle? We need a close-up of your sarcasm, not your hands. Ian is back in main focus. You're about to get it because we're about to get to the spicy part.
I'm doing Chelsea, some letter crafting too. It's a good thing.
Chelsea, he needs it to calm down for the shenanigans to come. Chelsea, since Ian is determined to say all the words tonight, for you to practice saying extrajudicial. See, I've gotten better. Katrina Turner, people are made homeless by white-collar criminals like SBF. A lot of them are. You're right. And that's why that disparity in sentencing and treatment is a thing we need to call out. Cookie Mon Steve, thank you. Good evening, all. There's a distinct possibility that I'm late because I was trying new cocktails at the hotel bar. Son gets married tomorrow. Congratulations to your son. What are you doing watching a live stream? Your son's getting married tomorrow. Either way, glad you're here. Have fun. Congratulations on the marriage of your son. May the nuptials be healthy, happy, strong, and long-lasting. Cheers. Pam Bystrack, thank you. Don't feel bad. Benedict Cumberbatch can't say. Penguin, I saw that video. It was hilarious. Lady Drake, 6'6". Oh, God, I don't like you right now. 6'6", Hicks Nick, 6 slick bricks with picks and sticks. Happy 1-year membership. I got all the way through that. That was fantastic. I'm proud of myself. Cheryl C, thank you much. My respect for Judge A. Grew more after the sidebars. She's spicy. Kelly's Corner, I hand paint custom minifigures like for D&D. That's really cool. I think that making stuff, period, is a great thing. Hello, Darkness, my old friend. That sounds fantastic. Wow, a year since that little video you put out. It's been a little bit more than that. I really enjoyed being here in this space. Julian Whelan, crocheting whilst listening, recently pivoted from the knitting to crochet due to ongoing migraine issues. Heard Rob's voice in my head. Just make something, you'll feel better. And yes, I do. Statements like that make me feel a lot better than you guys think, and a lot better than I can ever really acknowledge. So thank you. And I'm very glad that you're feeling better. Alan Muller, thank you. Speaking of makers, Orson Scott Card is a good series. The Tales of Alvin Maker. I like Orson Scott Card. I'll check that out. Okay, deal. Hang on. Let me write that down. Oh, that keyboard sounded nice. I like that one. All right. Let's
quieter keyboard.
No, I like that one. That was a good one. So why are we talking about this? Well, because
I also somebody was saying about how Sam Bankman-Fried has made people homeless. I want to share a quote from one of my favorite books, and that is Terry Pratchett's Going Postal. Have you read this book?
You son of a bitch. Sorry. You know that I have it, and you know that I have not read it yet. I have.
You should read it.
I'm looking at the stem of it right now.
So the quote.
Did you steal it from a library?
I did not. I own a copy of this book because it's awesome.
Okay.
So the main character is a guy who has he's a fraudster. And basically, he's been rehabilitated by being told essentially his options are to become the postmaster or die. Those are his choices.
Oh.
And so he also has a golem that has been assigned as his parole officer. So
like a golem, the creature, a golem.
Yes, it's a fantasy series.
Okay.
And so here's the quote. And the character, the fraudster, is called Moist. Moist von Lipwig.
Jesus Christ.
He says,
"What's
do
the
you
name
understand?"
again? Wait, no. You got to say that you can't roll past that like you didn't just say it. What's the name again? The whole name?
Moist von Lipwig. And so the quote is, "Do you understand what I'm saying?" shouted Moist. "You can't just go around killing people." "Why not? You do." The golem lowered his arm. "What?" snapped Moist. "I do not. Who told you that?" "I worked it out. You've killed 2.338 people," said the golem calmly. "I've never laid a finger on anyone in my life, Mr. Pump." That's the name of the golem. "I may be all the things you know I am, but I'm not a killer. I've never so much as drawn a sword." "No, you have not, but you've stolen, embezzled, defrauded, and swindled without discrimination, Mr. Lipwig. You've ruined businesses and destroyed jobs. When banks fail, it is seldom bankers who starve. Your actions have taken money from those who had little enough to begin with. In a myriad small ways, you've hastened the deaths of many. You do not know them. You do not see them bleed, but you snatched bread from their mouths and tore clothes from their backs. For sport, Mr. Lipwig, for sport, for the joy of the game." It's a good quote. And Terry Pratchett is one of those guys who he writes in this like joking fantasy world, and within that he conceals a scalpel. And I
appreciate that.
He's my favorite author. The only sad thing is that he's passed on, but he is he's a badass.
Well, Elizabeth Holmes.
Same thing there.
Theranos from Elizabeth Holmes. I don't know how many people in the chat have had family, friends, or have themselves endured cancer treatment. But Elizabeth Holmes and Theranos essentially knew that their product was not working, and people were convinced that they had cancer and began undergoing extreme cancer treatment. A lot of people who had life-altering procedures done, who had life-altering fears instilled upon them, who did not have cancer or need the treatment. So, yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, and those treatments are brutal. They take so much out of you.
Everything. They take everything from you. Yes.
Yeah.
They take your sense of taste, they take your livelihood, they take your alertness, they take your breath, they take your hair, they take your skin, they take everything from you.
Yeah. And I mean, there's plenty of people who, if they realize that they don't have a good chance against the cancer, choose to stop treatment because the treatment actually hurts so badly.
Yeah.
So
it was my dad. It was the same. It was the treatment was the yield of the treatment was not going to be enough. The yield of the treatment, or the likelihood of success in the treatment, was going to be more diminishing to the last months of his life than he would have had just by living it out. So, yeah, no, Elizabeth Holmes and people that commit the crimes and they say, well, I was trying to do a better good, or I was trying to do this. No, she damn well knew. Damn well knew. Proved me out a reasonable doubt. She lied to every investor in that program, lied to everybody about it and its effectiveness. And she got a bullshit sentence.
Well, and that one, all the way along, there were people saying, like, it is physically impossible to get the results she's saying that she's getting because there just isn't enough chemicals in the amount of blood that she's talking about to do that. She knew she was full of shit.
What's sad is that she got a substantial sentence. It was a substantial sentence. But it still doesn't feel like anything near enough for anyone. It just doesn't do the same. It doesn't look. Here's the thing: if someone dies by the scalpel, dies by the mistreatment, dies.
I honestly think she should never see daylight again.
Whatever method they die by, and my rationale on this one has kind of gone. It's changed over time. How's that different than? How's that different? If you know what you are doing is going to lead to the death of others, know what you're doing there.
Yeah, it's I would say that she has done more damage to the world as a whole than like many murderers. So, yeah.
But New York Times loved her. So, and that brings us to that's going to bring us back. We're going to swoop to get back to more pleasant.
Didn't the New York Times also love Amber Heard?
Oh, God, Ian.
I'm just saying the New York Times can go swoop themselves.
I know. They can go swoop themselves. New York Times, go swoop yourself. Wait, just for good measure. Go swoop yourself.
You did that wrong. It's got to be go yourself.
Why did I give you this power?
Because you knew I'd use it for... You knew I'd either use it responsibly,
I know,
or hilariously.
I know, and it's quasi-responsible / hilarious. It's a combination of the two. I make that joke in goodness and joy. So let's talk about the New York Times. History teacher Alicia, I was crying, now I'm laughing. That's how these things go. I'm sorry. We're going to be a roller coaster of emotions. That's how we are on this. And I try to handle it as best I can. But we talk about serious topics, but we can still have a good time because sometimes laughter is a good medicine too. So, New York Times, who published the article, well, they had an opinion on this. By the way, I am sorry. Like, it's a federal filing, right? So, do you really need the pleading paper? It's a fucking federal filing, guys. Are you kidding me? You got to do that. So we're going to do the special logo in the top left because, of course, New York Times. So delivered by hand. Actually, it looks like it was e-filed. So I'm confused. August 2nd. Oh, they probably sent a hard copy as well. To the Honorable Judge Louis A. Kaplan. So much of this stuff is done by letter motion. It's so weird to me. Ian, do you guys do a lot of letter motion practice?
No. Where I am, anything you file's got to be filed pretty formally.
Yeah, this is a very weird thing, right?
I actually think that if you tried to file something like this, with like just as a letter,
I'm uncomfortable.
I think in my jurisdiction, they would just say, this is not a filing. We're rejecting it. Bounced.
Yep. So, dear Judge Kaplan.
Chad is asking to embiggen.
Embiggen? Yeah, Emily, I agree. It makes me very uncomfortable. I don't, because you're not writing to the judge. You're writing to the court. The court is not the judge. The court is whoever puts on the robe that day. That's the court. You're writing to the court. When the judge puts on the robe, they are the court. They're the bench. They are your honor. They are not a person in that moment. So I find these letters uncomfortable. I don't particularly care for it. All right. Embiggening. Hang on. Embiggen. Ooh, nope. We
Where I am, if you send a letter to the court, just in the capacity of whatever, like not as a court filing, but just as a letter, what the court's response will be is they'll say, like the judges don't read their own mail as the starting point.
Yep.
The clerks read it, and they will just say, this has been discarded, unread. They'll send you back something saying, we have rejected this unread, like it's never gone to the court because it's it's improper. So
I've never understood it. It makes me uncomfortable. I get it. It's local rule. I understand it. I just don't like it. I feel like it gives, let me tell you why. I feel like it gives too much to the judge and not enough to the court. It takes the judge and puts the judge in place of where the court should be. But then again, federal district court, they're the kings of their castle. Dear Judge Kaplan, I write on behalf of the New York Times Company, The Times, concerning the court's current interim order limiting what trial participants can say to journalists and its consideration of a further restraining order.
We want our stories.
Right? First sentence. Are you not immediately feeling this from the New York Times based on their last article? Like, this is, so we believe that any such order must follow the standards set out in 2 provisions of Southern District of New York Local Criminal Rule 23.1 in order to adequately protect the public's First Amendment right to receive information about a financial scandal that stripped billions of dollars from the economy and harmed innumerable members of the public. That's fascinating, New York Times, because I seem to recall that you take very specific angles on financial crime reporting. So I'm sure you're concerned about the public. Very, very sure. The Second Circuit has long recognized that gag orders on trial participants affect not just the rights of participants, but also the First Amendment rights of the public and news organizations to receive information. You're right. New York Times, you're right. You are right. It is a concern. I am concerned. I'm concerned about a lot of things. So they cite Dow Jones and Company. First Amendment unwaveringly protects the right to receive information and ideas in various contexts, including information about federal corruption cases. Yeah, they do. They do.
You're right, but also go after yourself.
I mean, well, they do. Here's the thing, though. U.S. v. Corbin recognized First Amendment limits on gag orders. Well, okay. I get it. According to press organizations have been permitted to challenge the gag orders on trial participants when there are participants willing to speak to the press. Well, Mr. Bankman-Fried isn't just willing to speak to the press. He is somehow the one criminal fucking defendant that is eager at every opportunity.
I mean, you know how many criminals like tell me, call the media, call the press, and I'm like, like, don't. It's almost all of them.
So media organizations have standing. I'm not disputing that. They have standing. They do.
Yeah, I think
any
that's
order seeking to restrain speech. They do. They have standing. They can seek an injunction to say, you must let us talk to people in this case. However, that only goes so far. They kind of forgot that part, because the other thing is we've been talking about the other end of this discussion in the Idaho case, where the judge has said, no information. Nobody talks. You don't let shit go out unless it's a public filing. No. Oh, Apple Silver, God bless you. I forgot. Hang on. I need this first. This is
Oh, my goat's in the house.
Found it. Fair trial, it goes both ways. The government has a fair shot to seek conviction. The defendant has a fair shot to defend against that conviction. You don't get to stack the deck, even though the defense attorney has every incentive to do everything they can to get their client the acquittal. And they're obligated to advocate zealously down every path and avenue that will do that. The government does have the right to assert fairness. The government gets, for example, in the Koberger case, the government gets to see the alibi evidence. They get to hear what you intend to assert as your alibi for not being there. They get to hear that in advance. You can't just spring it on them.
And the reason why, folks, is because otherwise an alibi, you would be
tailoring that to what you're hearing.
Well, you'd be able to come up with any bullshit alibi. I was in a bar 6 miles away. Okay, but if the government's never actually been able to hear that, then they can't ask the bar, like, hey, was this guy there? Did this guy actually, did he use his credit card there? Is he on security camera? Any of that stuff. Whereas a proper alibi, they should actually be able to investigate and say, because, the other possibility is, let's say I was in a bar across town. They investigate and they find that, yep, I'm on security camera there. Mm-hmm. Charge is gone.
Yeah.
But,
see you later.
They can also investigate and say, we can't tell, right? Let's say it's not at a bar across town. Let's say I'm at my buddy's house 3 blocks away. And they investigate. They look and they say, hey, we want every security camera around. And and they get all those security camera footage, all that footage, but none of it actually covers the route I would have taken. And they ask my buddy, hey, was he there? And my buddy says, hey, I don't have to talk to the cops. And go F yourself. They can choose at that point whether they want to call this guy to testify under oath, where he'd have to answer those questions.
Mm-hmm.
But they can't say, hey, we didn't investigate.
Yep.
So at that point, it's well, you had the opportunity to investigate. Whether they did or didn't is up to them. But, otherwise, if it's just if it's just sort of an ambush, then the court can say the reason why you brought this by ambush is so that you
it's an ambush. That is the reason. It's ambush.
Yeah.
That's the reason. But yeah.
Yeah. So we're not going to consider it.
Oh, I wanted to bring this one up. Moody, Emily, it's the goat. The goat started with Law Talk with Mike.
Yes.
And then quickly matriculated to
I've got a goat. I don't have
everyone else. So the goat started with Law Talk with Mike, and then it went to me. I actually think I had the voice chat of Emily going, I hate you. And the voice chat is Emily playing the goat. I just got this in the mail, and Emily played the goat in the voice chat. It's probably one of my favorite voice chats I've ever gotten. But yeah, no, it started with Law Talk with Mike and just matriculated. So it is the secret handshake of the lawyers on YouTube. Arm and Fence was New York Times hoping to write another article about other witnesses. I don't know. That doesn't help.
Probably.
That doesn't help Bankman-Fried. That does not help Bankman-Fried. That makes it look more like he's targeting the witnesses, right?
Yeah, and I think Emily does get props for the pickle. I think
she gets the pickle. Yeah, pickle. That's mine glows in the dark, though. We're not going to talk about that. We're going to move on. Sorry,
we're not going to talk about your pickle
that glows in the dark. I will bring that out. I'll bring
and how useful the pickle is in dark places.
I don't like you.
Does your pickle? Hey, Emily, does your pickle have a cape? It's Captain Pickle, and it yodels. We just
remember, always give your pickle a raincoat before sending it to work.
Yes. Not legal advice. Life advice.
Oh, you're a family lawyer. It's definitely legal advice.
It's life advice, even from me. Life advice. Life advice. All right. So yes, the publications have standing. I'm not disputing that. They do. But it's not, you can set gag orders. So 2 provisions of the local criminal rule 23.1 are implicated when an order limiting speech is directed at both lawyers and non-lawyers, and the rules set different standards. First, A, which governs orders directed at counsel, states it is the duty of the lawyer or law firm and of non-lawyer personnel employed by the lawyer's office or subject to a lawyer's supervision. So PIs, etc., government agencies, etc., not to release or authorize the release of non-public information or opinion which a reasonable person would expect to be disseminated by means of public communication in connection with pending or imminent criminal litigation, which they are associated if there is a substantial likelihood that dissemination will interfere with a fair trial or otherwise prejudice to administration of justice. Basically, don't go out there and leak. What's a good example? Give me a good example. If I am, let's say I'm a prosecutor, what's a good example? What am I not leaking? I am not going to leak.
Let's say you have a
a sworn statement. Like, I'm not going to leak the actual verbatim text of a sworn statement from a witness.
Well,
to the press.
Let's go with a real big example. Let's say you've got a statement from the accused that you know is inadmissible.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
The accused gives a confession, but that confession was obtained under duress.
Completely bogus, and you have a pending motion in limine. You have a pending motion in limine.
It's not even you have a pending motion. You've already let defense counsel know. Don't even bother with the motion in limine. We agree this is inadmissible.
We're not bringing it in.
The cops beat your client to obtain this confession. We don't even need a motion. We agree it's inadmissible.
Okay.
But then you leak it to the press.
Yep. And you try and you leak that beforehand. Yes. That's clearly, absolutely going to interfere with their right to a fair trial. So I would say that qualifies. But if you're involved in litigation because you're a lawyer, because you have that understanding, no, can't do that. You know better. Bad lawyer. Don't do it. So 23.1H in relevant part addresses speech rights of non-lawyers who are trial participants. So who's a participant? Basically everybody. The court may issue a special order governing such matters as extrajudicial statements by parties and witnesses likely to interfere with the rights of the accused to a fair trial by an impartial jury. Now, this is some word parsing. Because the way that this rule is phrased is it's phrased as a shield against the government. Right? So governing such matters as statements by parties likely to interfere with the rights of the accused to a fair trial by an impartial jury. Did they take a section of that? I want to read that rule. New York, what is it? It was rule 23.1. It's New York. What is it? Local criminal rule. SDNY, local crim. Criminal rule. Oh, God, there's a whole section, local admiralty and maritime rules. No, I'm not going to even mention that.
Oh, that's...
Right. Yeah, that's asking for it.
That's asking for the soft sits to show up in the chat.
I know. We're not going to do that. Let's do this. I want to pull this up because I actually want to read this. I haven't read this all the way through. It's 23.1, right? So there's the law firm, the duty of the law firm. We just read that. Again, these are the local rules. I'm not going to scroll that far, but you can see joint local rules, Southern District, Eastern District, blah, blah, blah. So now we got to go to H. There's D, E, F, G, H. Oh, I see that you quoted a very, very small section of this. That's kind of shitty. I don't like when people do that. The court, on motion of either party or its own motion, may issue a special order governing such matters as extrajudicial statements by the parties when any witness is likely to interfere with the rights of the accused to a fair trial by an impartial jury. The seating and conduct, all the other above, and determining whether to impose such a special order, the court shall consider whether such an order will be necessary to ensure an impartial jury. Well, see, that changes the angle. The first sentence was about the accused. Second sentence is about the jury. Must find the other that other less extreme available remedies, singly or collectively, are not feasible or would not effectively mitigate the pretrial publicity and bring about a fair trial. Okay. So that's on third parties. So parties and witnesses. All right. I'm curious. I think that sentence 1, sentence 2, a little bit different in the perspective that they are trying to relay. All right. In other words, restraints on counsel are premised on the need to broadly provide for a fair trial in administration of justice. Restraints on the non-lawyers are justified in more limited circumstances, specifically when the rights of the accused may be harmed by out-of-court statements. So I'm going to parse.
Rights of the accused have been harmed. He's in jail now.
They were his out-of-court statements that made him harmed. Case dealing with the attorney's speech and fleshed out the analysis to be done by the court, blah, 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 determine whether there's reasonable likelihood that pretrial publicity will be a prejudice to a fair trial. Okay, right. In assessing the need for a restraint, the court looks to the nature of the extent of press coverage and whether other available remedies would effectively mitigate the pretrial publicity. All right. Among the alternatives court should consider to maintain fair trial are those of screening questionnaires for jurors and a thorough search and voir dire. Tell me a New York prospective juror who's not seeing this on either the Times, Post, or something else.
I mean, this is the problem. We end up with like our ideal juror is like a person who lives in a cave.
It's an alien. No, it's an alien. It's an alien. It's an alien that Congress is investigating right now. That's what it is. It's an alien that showed up 3 weeks ago, that just showed up on the planet and has no idea what any of this is.
That's, or like a guy who just got released from jail, like the day before, gets home, finds he's got a jury duty summons, and shows up and is like, I don't know shit about shit. I've been in jail for the past 20 years. What's a cell phone? They're like, you, sir, are our ideal juror. What's a crypto? You're on the jury.
Yep. No, you are hired as a juror, but you're not hired. You're just impaneled. In its letter to the court,
you get $10 a day or whatever the hell it is.
Whatever it is. July 28, 2023, the government acknowledges correctly the defendant has a right to speak to the press, but proposes that defendants are limited statements defending themselves. That's not the standard, whether one looks at the First Amendment or Rule 23.1H. While the current round of motion practice was prompted by a Times article about Caroline Ellison, well, do you see some hypocrisy in you writing the motion here? And the government argues the article was part of the defendant's effort to interfere with the trial. That overlooks the public's legitimate interest, independent of this prosecution, in Ms. Ellison and her activities at her cryptocurrency trading firm. Well, that's fucking with a trial against SBF. I'm having problems. Now you're stretching this argument. Interesting. Now, here's the thing. This is speaking to the different restraints on the parties that exist in that order. You know what the judge kind of did, though? You know when you don't need an order regarding extrajudicial statements that rely on, for example, Google documents? You incarcerate the defendant.
To jail.
To jail. And the liberty that he enjoyed, a luxury that was bestowed on him by nature of $250 million bond. And that was a luxury. And the court was like, we are going to extend you this luxury, rather this privilege. But if you keep effing around with it, I can change that. So the court changed that. Let me see. Where was it? Here's a good one. Oh, I'm going to pull that up again. That's a different one. That's a different time. Ryan Man YYC, dear New York Times, feel free to write whatever you like. When your publication of the accused statements rise to the level of jury tampering, we'll let you know. Kind of. Ian, I need a quick break. Can you give the chat an update on what you're doing?
You bet. So what I'm doing is I am making a journal cover. And so you can see there's my hand just for some, context in terms of size. This is the paper. This is just a standard sort of Tandy sells these. It's a journal refill. So it's going to go inside this, and you'll see it'll fit. When it's all said and done, it's going to fit inside like that. So I'm going to make sort of internal pieces that'll hold it. And so, yeah, that's the idea. It's going to be this kind of journal cover. I'm right now trying to tool it with a Phoenix pattern that I generated through Midjourney. So this is a bit of an experiment to see if I can turn a Midjourney pattern into real life. So that's kind of this idea. So this image here that I've been working off of was Midjourney generated, and then I adjusted it because Midjourney generated it at a different perspective, not straight on. So I adjusted the perspective. I used some other tools to expand on it, as well as that. So now I'm doing sort of leather work to tool it and create this as a full thing. I'm going to put my my maker's mark on the back of it at the end of it. So that's going to be on the back surface. And yeah.
I knew you would do that. You had control.
Whoa.
Reverb.
We got echoes.
Test.
I
don't hear. Whoop.
Oh, there it goes.
I have the echo cancellation on, so it shouldn't be echoing.
It's echoing.
All right, give me a second.
Every
StreamYard,
time.
well, it's StreamYard through the Roadcaster because it feeds back out of my Roadcaster. So I have to make sure that. Is it still echoing?
Yes.
Hang on.
Emily's the only one not echoing because Emily's the one causing the echo.
No, it's not happening now.
Oh, well,
nope,
because
that's
I can't hear you when you do that because I turn off the input from my Roadcaster. So give me a second and let me see if I can run the audio through the other channel.
It's like
Elaine,
professionals. We
I
are
just hopped on.
professionals.
Are you coming in for bedtime?
Professionals. See you, kiddo. How you doing?
Okay. All right. Hi. I'm trying to figure out why there's noise. Give me a second.
Noise?
I've got noise cancellation.
I don't know.
You guys
can
talk.
you hear?
Give me 1 sec.
Massive amounts. No, I don't hear any echo again.
I think she's
We have kiddo invasion.
Turned off.
No, it's a new computer.
Time with tech. Do you want an F-bomb so you don't have to curse in front of your kid? Because I have F-bombs. They're crocheted F-bombs.
See, I couldn't hear you guys because
Ask your chat for advice, Mom.
it's Rob's chat. I'm not asking them for advice on how to echo it. He's like, ask the chat how to do it. Chat knows everything.
Oh, no.
Give me a sec, buddy.
Kano wins with the sick
Thank
burn.
you. Rob's throwing F-bombs, Griffin.
I am. You want an F, Griff? You want an F-bomb?
Let me try this.
That's not echoing now. Can you hear me?
I think she's
All
got
right, how about now?
got us turned off.
How many testing?
I had the audio turned off so it didn't echo.
No, there it is. No, there it is. Echo.
It's back.
Echo. Man,
Are you running voice mod?
No, but Rob, do you
Okay.
have
Okay.
noise cancellation on your end?
let me see.
Is it gone now?
Test.
No, I don't think so. Oh wait. I'm still hearing myself.
Hang on. I turned echo cancellation off. Nope. That makes it worse.
And turn it back
Doesn't do
on.
anything.
How about now?
Testing? Yeah, that's echo. I can live with it.
I can't.
Your tech doesn't play well with others.
No, it's not.
We can just toss up F-bombs up in the air. I can juggle. I used to be able to juggle. I don't know if I still can.
Yeah, I don't know why it won't. Normally the echo cancellation kills it on the Rodecaster.
It's terrible.
Let me see. Sorry, y'all. I just wanted to come in and say hi. And then I screwed everything else.
It's all good.
It's the worst. All right.
Wait.
I'm going to just put it through external. No, I'm going to put it through my other headphones. Let me put it through my other headphones, and then it should kill it. Let me see. Where are my headphones?
We are professionals.
Love it.
All right. In a minute, and then you should be able to hear me. All right.
Test.
I can hear you guys.
Is that better? You see, the AirPods.
Yeah.
The AirPods, they just work.
That seems to be
I
working.
love
a lot
running
better.
stuff through the Rodecaster, but I muted you guys through the
know.
Rodecaster so it doesn't feed it back, and then use the AirPods. It's fine. Sorry, I've had a night. It's fine. I just got
It's
off the phone
okay.
with a
We've been
friend who had
throwing around
somebody-
F-bombs.
I love the F-bomb. I had a friend who somebody tried to help themselves into their house this fine evening. So
Oh,
that's,
I get the
that's
implication.
delightful.
That's lovely. That's fun. That's fun.
I,
They were not
I-
present. Were they present when
they
it
were
happened?
they were present.
Oh, that's why I keep certain things that
Yeah, that's a great way to hear
Yes.
the sound of my
yeah,
shotgun rack.
projectile thingies.
What I believe what her fiance yelled was, "Come inside the door."
Yes. That phrase.
They're okay.
Just
If
if
you
you
wouldn't
fuck around
mind,
and
please.
find out
Yeah,
is the
yeah.
yelling. Yes,
Yes.
the
Yeah.
yell.
I think it might have been like, "Get back here, motherfucker! Step inside the door."
Yeah. Go ahead and you want to break it? All
they
right.
saw somebody was home after they were trying to get in the sliding glass door and ran and they were just like, come on in. Anyway,
Yep.
I wanted to say I ran out of salty watermelon whiskey. So I brought
Dude,
my
is that
summertime
a
favorite.
real thing? Is that a real thing?
Yes. I brought my summertime favorite. This one's root beer.
No.
Yes.
That's
Oh,
cheating.
that's amazing.
That's cheating.
It's amazing. No, why is it cheating?
That's
It's
amazing.
delicious.
There used to be a
So-
really good root beer schnapps here, and if you mix that like 50-50 with actual root beer, you couldn't tell it was booze. And
Yeah,
it was
it's
so
so good.
dangerous.
I had a
No.
very dangerous bachelorette party with root beer float flavored vodka.
Ooh.
It was a night we ended up partying with like jump troopers. It was a very strange evening. but I tend to find either law enforcement or military everywhere I go, it seems. But we had a very good night. It's just they can drink a lot.
Sorry. It goes with the territory. It does. I don't know why.
Everywhere I go. Everywhere. I go. But so cheers. I heard Ian was several drinks in, so I decided to get the
he's just spicy tonight.
Just a few.
Every
And
time I
heard-
talk SBF.
SBF found out where he was on the bell curve of fuck around and find out.
God,
he's at the
He's
far,
in the find
like,
out.
the far corner.
So I want to ask you a question. Were you listening to when I was talking about the New York Times' motion or their discussion?
I
about-
missed part of it because that is when the phone call came in.
Yeah.
when
New
I got
York
on the
Times
phone.
is basically saying they were saying. I'll actually pull this up because I want to ask you a question about this. I read this a little bit differently because this is on the F around and find out spectrum. And where was it? Of course, I don't remember how to share my screen. There we go.
Well, we are.
I know
professionals.
things.
Things.
So this one, Rule 23.1H, in relevant part, says the speech rights of non-lawyers. The court may issue a special order governing such matters as extrajudicial statements.
I can't say it
Yes.
either, Rob. I
I know.
also struggle with
God.
extrajudicial
Ugh.
statements. It's something about the A to the J transition that is difficult for my tongue to do.
Yep. So extrajudicial statements. You struggle on that one. So by parties
You
and
said he was just slurring. He's like, if you ever want to sound like you're totally slurring, it's like extrajudicial.
Exactly. Likely to interfere with the rights of the accused to a fair trial by an impartial jury. And the way that I read that was that's a fair reading of the law. But what I don't like is where was this? What I don't like is where in that quoted text, they put a period at the end of that.
Is there not a period at the end of it in the code?
Nope. It goes on, and you're not supposed to do that.
No.
Bad.
You're not.
You don't get to do that.
Shady shade.
So where was it?
Don't like that at all.
It
could be they could have like double spaced and it accidentally put a period in, but you should catch that.
No. It wasn't. It was intentional. It was intentional. And find the tab because God knows I know how to do this stuff. Here's how it goes. So the court on motion of either party,
or sua sponte,
motion of either party. So motion may issue a special order governing such matters as extrajudicial statements by parties and witnesses likely to interfere with the rights of the accused to a fair trial by an impartial jury. That bothers me.
Yeah.
Stop highlighting what is going on. Okay, there we go.
The sitting and conduct in the courtroom of spectators,
news media.
Because the sitting and conduct in the courtroom of spectators is important.
It is.
It is. The court's allowed to tell people to like not react and do all the rest of it. We saw that in every high profile case that we've seen where the court tells the spectators how they behave in court. I'm not surprised it's in the same section. Sorry. Anyway.
I mean, it only happened like 50 times in depth, and every time, like, Rob, when we were there, you walk in at the beginning of the day, they're like, you will not react, you will not act, you will not talk, you will not fidget, you will not, anything.
Oh, it was, yeah.
And after every break,
if you breathe inappropriately, we will yeet you.
Yeah, if you touch your phone, even if it's a reflex during a seizure, we will yeet you.
Well, that was aggressive. Ian, this is what I'm saying, Emily. He's spicy tonight. He
is spicy tonight.
Not kidding. I wasn't kidding.
We're here for it.
Here's the thing.
We need to do an Ian Runkle drunk live reacts to H3 debating XQC over fair use.
Oh my God.
I am down for this.
It's so painful to watch because XQC is like, I just don't care, bro. It's ridiculous. Anyway, sorry, keep going.
Maybe on Monday,
they added a period where it's not supposed to be.
We are refocusing because I now have 2 additional ADHD colleagues on this stream, which means that my attention needs to remain focused somehow.
Maybe Monday we'll do that as a as a drinking stream. Like, hey, drink every time this happens.
Oh, don't do that. You'll die. It's so bad.
It's terrible. It's a terrible idea.
Yeah, no, this
Here's
is really
the original
bad
statement.
because it says emphasis added. It does not say punctuation added.
It does.
They added
and
punctuation. That's a comment. That's a comma.
It also forgets this part, like leaves out an entire ass part of this, which includes the management and sequestration of jurors and witnesses and any other matters which the court may deem appropriate for inclusion in such order.
Right.
This was not limited to the rights and the way that this is. So this one highlighted.
Yeah.
Management sequestration of jurors and witnesses and other matters appropriate for inclusion in such order.
And any other matters. Yep.
Yeah. That's not this.
No, it's
like, yes,
they've narrowed it.
You highlighted it, but you made it seem to this in this motion. If I'm a judge, I'm sanctioning this lawyer. I'm pissed.
Oh, if I was a judge,
you have cited the law improperly.
Yeah.
And seemingly to benefit your side and not by clerical error.
The court. To lead the court into error.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why I'm really
well, it seems
glad
like the audacity
rule.
The audacity is broad in this case. Like everyone's just sharing in the audacity. So
there's audacity to go around. Everyone gets
there is spare audacity. What does the New York Times want?
They want to run
they
more
want Sam
stories.
Bankman-Fried to not be in jail.
So they can interview him?
Yes.
More.
They can interview him in jail. Everybody worked it out with Anna Delvey. Like figure it out. Pay for the collect calls, New York Times.
Where was it? No, it gets worse. They're suggesting they want additional articles about the additional witnesses. It's like, okay, no, the judge is not going to go for that. You just leaked a bunch of confidential information.
Yeah.
And yeah, so
seem to not have journalistic integrity on that.
I can't get past this. I can't get past this, that this lawyer, I really can't believe this.
I mean, it's the New York Times. They don't really do journalistic integrity.
No, I get it, but then to actually go and make the argument, so the restraints on counsel are premised on the need to broadly provide a fair trial in the administration of justice. Yes, okay, fair. Restraints on non-lawyers justified in more limited circumstances, specifically when the rights of the accused may be harmed by out-of-court statements. That is not this. No, those are different. You just misstated the law.
Yep.
What a little shit.
Yeah, it's shady shit.
Well, and go figure that New York Times is the one that ran the puff piece about him, refused to make any comment about him.
And ran the article that ended up getting him put into custody.
Yeah.
I do appreciate that. That's fantastic. That made me, you know what I wanted to read? Because you know who does great reporting on this? On stuff inside Southern District of New York. And I know that you know what I'm about to pull up, because there's one reporter who apparently is in every single courtroom in the Southern District. Intercity Press.
I really like Intercity Press a lot. They did a great job with Jen Shaw stuff. I think they just live at the courthouse
in the courtroom. I think he does.
Well, and they actually report things like accurately without
no, it's just neutral reporting. It's literally just like this happened and then this happened and then this happened. It's like, reporting.
It's useful. It's good reporting. It's
fact-based reporting.
Well, and I remember in the Theranos, Scott Budman was in the courtroom for that one, and I was sitting there refreshing his feed on repeat because it was that factual reporting. So let me see where.
And the court allowed live tweeting.
In
San Francisco, which was helpful.
So I'm trying to go to his live tweet thread. Oh, this is great. I'm happy about this.
So good.
You have a big ice cube too. I love those.
I've got.
Okay, here's the problem. My ice cube, actually, my little one doesn't always close the freezer all the way, so I have two. They now just look like balls.
Oh my god,
it's a problem.
Corey
They
approves.
melted together, so just look at this.
oh jeez.
You know, I feel like Corey would be just.
You were talking about taints earlier, so
I need a second because I need. There's a prop. There's a prop. I have props. You have not seen these props.
I
do
didn't
not have
lick them.
props for
I did
this.
not lick them on stream. I'm just gonna say I've restrained myself. I
Rob,
did not
put
lick
the
them on
props
stream.
away. Pull your pants up. Put the props away.
Those are props not for stream, or at least not for YouTube stream. Those are props for other types of streams.
Yeah, OnlyFans, yes.
YouTube, no.
Did I tell you that I got banned from OnlyFans?
What? I
The
have
story
so
is
many
not. It's not as
questions.
intriguing. It's not as intriguing as you think it is. He tried.
I have so many questions about how you
guns.
got. Wait. Oh. Wait. They're against weapons. Only
Firearms.
meat
They're against
cannons.
guns. And OnlyFans apparently
They
reviews.
did have somebody shoot themselves in the vagina on OF. So I imagine their policy went into place after that.
I was planning on doing an April Fool's thing.
Your
of, like,
super chats are very much
Runkle
appreciated this
opens an
evening because there's
OnlyFans.
no chance the stream remains monetized after any of this.
Oh, we're at 3 hours. You're fine.
I know we're good.
You're
we're
fine.
good. We're good.
So I was going to do an April Fool's joke of like Runkle opens an OnlyFans,
Yeah.
and it was going to be like stripped would be the title, and it'd be like a rifle stripped down and so forth, and like oiled,
God.
same thing, right?
Right.
But OnlyFans actually reviews things as you upload them.
They do. They got in some trouble for that.
It's before you even post it, they review it. So
Mhm.
I like uploaded
good
a bunch
for
of
them.
videos, and
Right.
I never made anything public, and they were just like, "Nope, you're banned." And I'm like, "Oh shit!"
All right.
I think that's a great story, though. And one day I will do an OnlyFans, but it's not. It's going to be for reading books.
Well, and here's so to the books comment.
Which one? What?
This is Ray,
Not a clam.
Clam's buddy.
Clam's buddy, Ray.
Okay,
This is Ray. This is Ray, not the tight little clam that need loosening. This is Ray.
Ray, to help the title clam.
Here's.
Oh my God,
come
the
on,
pickle.
focus. It's this one's Jiggle Wiggle Tickle Pickle.
Tickle pickle. Yeah. Where is my pickle?
These. There you go.
Yeah. There they go. The big blue balls. Yep.
Biff's blue balls.
Yep. I love it. I'm here for it.
Want a bone.
Mm-hmm. Of course. I love the book titles in crochet.
This is perhaps the most clever.
Please tell me it says D's nuts.
It says D's big nuts.
D's big nuts. It's fantastic. I like their sack.
Yeah. So Susan Faria, who's in the chat, Susan Faria made all of these guys.
Those are incredible.
They brought me great humor. I laughed my ass off. I still do to this day. They're fantastic.
Props.
Yeah.
They're fantastic.
Awesome. They are. So let's go ahead and talk about Sam Bankman-Fried getting cuffed with a lawyer that.
Clink clink.
Yep. So interesting.
It's just a specific noise. I actually like. I like
bracelets.
Judge Kaplan.
I
Free
have
bracelets.
found. So he's been pushing the entire time. He's been saying, "Are you sure we can go further?
Yeah.
Bail is not required. You agree to conditions that were like pretty loose. Can we can ramp this up?"
Which is so odd for me for Southern District of New York AUSAs. It's so normally they push, and that makes me wonder about who is
weird.
asking them not to put. Yeah,
It was
they normally
really
push pretty hard.
uncomfortable. Yeah, and look, if you get any this F around game when you're out on bail, prosecutors don't treat that lightly. Every single thing that you do, if you step on a crack and break your mother's back, prosecutors in court with emotion saying, bail revoked, revoke bail, get him in jail now. He is a menace to society. Yes. They're there.
Yes. We monitor the things people do on social media for these purposes. Cases also tend to speed along a little bit faster when people are in custody than when they're out of custody, especially in white collar cases. And in white collar cases, they're not used to being in custody. So different than like a Darrell Brooks case. They're not used to being in custody. It definitely hastens things along.
Yeah.
So they tend to want to plead real fast.
Yeah.
This is the type of reporting and live tweeting I was talking about facts. And this is why I appreciate reading this type of commentary. Literally,
what I need to know is how Inner City Press is able to type so fast.
It's amazing. It really is.
Mm-hmm.
I thank you for coming in, Mr. Sassoon. Cool name, by the way. AG Sassoon. We follow your undisputed facts, the signal message to the FTX General Counsel, the use of the VPN, conceal the internet activity. Kaplan, how is that a violation of bail conditions? He's been informed of the improper contact. Then you have the sharing of the Caroline Ellison information. This activity was part of an ongoing media strategy. Kaplan, he has a right up to a point. No, I like this. Good pushback. Yes. Sassoon, we don't view this as a First Amendment issue. Kaplan, the line is the intent to intimidation. Question. Sassoon, AG, the content of the communication to deny charges, fine, but harassment, no. I appreciate this. Is also clear this guy has watched a lot of hearings because it's getting through all the words that are in between this.
Yep.
AG, the defense is not really engaged with what the least restrictive conditions could be. We've spoken to a number of facilities. Putnam County Correctional Facility tells us they would let the defendant have a laptop. Ruh-roh. Now the AG is saying we have right. AG is saying it might take time to prepare the laptop. Kaplan, how long? Oh no, when the judge is already on your side?
Yeah, how long would it take? I mean, how unreasonable is it?
Oh, this is bad.
About a week,
AG
fine.
Says, yeah, the AG goes, there's correctional facilities that have laptops. And the judge's like, how long would that take? And you're like, oh, God. Mm-hmm. I would have paid good money.
Bye-bye, Mr. Bankman-Fried.
I would have paid good money. You know that he walked into this courtroom with his behavior, not expecting any of this.
Yeah, the look of shock when he gets perp walked out would have been something surprising. That's when they turn around and look at their lawyers and they're just their mouths just kind of gape open like a fish and they just don't have words. And their lawyers are like, I'm going to come see you.
Yep.
And I've had
take everything out of your pockets.
Where I tell them, like, you are going into custody on the next day. You need to understand this. And they still walk in shocked. And they're still like,
but my car's in the parking lot. It's like, I told you to get a ride.
Well, the best one was a client leaning over and saying, I have meth in my pockets. And I'm like, what do you want me to do about that?
You're not handing it to me, friend.
Wait, Ian.
And I say, no. Like, no, I'm not taking your meth, sir. He actually got a solid, like the courthouse staff did him a solid because he was just like, hey, can I just throw out my jacket? And they're like, yeah, you can do that.
Oh my God.
So he just took
which is good.
He took his entire jacket, meth included, and threw it into the trash can. And I'm sure they knew what was going on there. Like, I'm sure they knew that he had bad stuff in there, but they're just like,
well, some facilities will try to charge you. Some facilities will try to charge you with trying to sneak it into the facility when you have it on you, if you're taken into custody, which I actually think is shitty because it's like, I'm not really trying to sneak it in. It was on my pocket. You're trying to take me in. I wasn't planning on being here today. It's not the intent of the charge, but they will try to charge it.
It's one thing if a guy turns himself in and he's got like 4 ounces stuffed in places that you don't want to check.
Different than having it in your pocket on your court date.
Especially when they're addicts. When they're addicts.
Yeah.
I did not see that coming. I should have. I should have seen that. I should have seen that.
You should be surprised by nothing.
I know. I am getting better at it because, it's the trial attorney thing. Like, I'm pretty good at anticipating a lot. And I thought I was really good. And then I started live streaming with you two. It's like, I'm not that good. I need to be better. I need to be able to anticipate the unanticipatable. AG, about a week. Existing conditions are not adequate. After extensive negotiations, the order is not sufficient. It's difficult to enforce. Yeah, because they put training wheels on his laptop. They said you can access these websites. That's it. We're going to monitor everyone that comes in the house and out of the house. And he's still doing this.
That's dumb.
AG.
Yeah.
Defendant requested access to Google Drive, he said, for discovery. Then he used it to, oh God, I didn't know this part.
Used it to do what, Rob? Used it to do what?
So this was a carve out. This was a carve out in the bail order, in the modification of the bond conditions, that allowed him to access Google Drive because he said he had material in there he needed for discovery.
Honestly, what they should have said is he can access.
Give your lawyers the login.
At his lawyer's office.
Give your lawyers the login.
Yeah.
This is on the AG. You didn't push hard enough, my friend.
Which is so strange to me because normally they push so hard. They are a district that pushes very, very hard normally.
SDNY, you don't get away with shit. Those judges are known for being the kings of their castle. Damn you, if you cross them, you are in purgatory. Like they will banish you to the end of the world.
Yep.
Then he used it to give Miss Ellison's documents to the New York Times. We asked the defense to give us the non-PDF version of the metadata. They have not been provided. Judge isn't happy about that. Kaplan, judge, he invited the reporter to visit him, right? Where was he coming from and going to? AG, I don't know the answer to that. We took pains to design conditions for Palo Alto, but he's continually traveling to New York for trial prep. Oh, God.
Then stay in New York, bro.
So the bail conditions were about monitoring the house in Palo Alto. And it was about cameras at Palo Alto and people monitoring who came and left from that address. If he's going to court in New York, what?
Yep.
Now you can see why the judge is going, no matter what I do with an order, you ain't going to follow it.
Correct.
Yeah.
AG, so we would propose home detention and no internet except for Zoom meetings with counsel, no access to Google Drive. I'm happy to address any further. The AG still proposes this?
That's stunning.
The AG has been playing this with the absolute most soft touch I've ever seen. And I'm Canadian. Why.
Like, are you fucking kidding me? I'm sorry. That are you kidding me?
It's all some weak shit right there. Yep. How much money did he donate to political campaigns again?
85 million.
How many millions?
I think 85 in the year before his
Is it 80 million to buy yourself a more friendly prosecutor?
Now,
because
I'm just gonna say I've done some political donation, but it's approximately $85 million less than he has.
And I think he donated to both sides. Are you fucking kidding me? This AG came in here after all of that and those questions talking about a laptop in this facility and says,
I want to know if this AUSA's coworkers go to lunch with them or if this is the AUSA that nobody in the office likes. I've got questions. I need to know if your coworkers like you. I'm guessing not.
Kaplan.
We've got to do a stream sometime about the internal politics at the prosecutor's office because that
the drama.
Fascinating.
I would be fascinated too. To be honest, I would.
She's like, we can have that conversation, but we're not going to stream it.
Nope.
How about this?
That's private.
We got to have that conversation sometime. I got to fly out there sometime, and
we will go taste all of the flavored whiskey.
Ooh.
We'll go we'll go on a whiskey tour. Rob, coordinate.
I'm not.
Come to Tennessee. We'll go whiskey tour. We'll go tour other things that you need ear protection for.
Ooh, I like those.
Tennessee's fun.
Tendencies.
My kid is now into like, my kid is now a maker. So he is, I'll show you the kiddo's workshop.
Yes.
Very exciting.
Yes. Fantastic. All right.
Yep. Though he likes to play with electricity most, which makes me nervous.
No, it's don't be nervous. Let him learn.
I'm going to be nervous. But
remember, it's not the
you're allowed
voltage
to be
that
your
kills you,
mom.
it's the amperage.
Yes, it is.
I appreciate that. So far, it's been low. He's been like modding connections to like lights to put on things so that they have more power and connect better. But anyway, we'll have that conversation later too. Sorry. So the prosecution is still asking for home detention just without the internet.
Yep. And then Kaplan, Mr. Cohen, where did the reporter come from? And this is the thing. The judge is the one that's going, no, I'm done with this bullshit.
Yeah.
The judge is like, Mr. Cohen. Yeah, Mr. Cohen, where did the reporter come from? Cohen, California. Kaplan, where in California? Cohen, I don't know, but I think we have representatives of his employer, the New York Times, here in the courtroom. Let's turn to the Standard.
I feel like if I was
nice move, though. Good move.
I would not be there.
But it's a good move from Cohen to like, don't look at my client, look at them. It's a good move. You got to appreciate it. Cohen, in one of the cases, the defendant offered a bag of cash to the witness. We don't have that here. Witness what? Dude, Cohen coming in hot. This is great. If you hire a defense attorney, you want them to do this. Witness one, they're repurposing it as a pattern. The email was at the end of a sequence. Kaplan, ooh, love it. Cuts him off. Question that. January email came after arrest. Gotta love a hot bench. Cohen, It was the general counsel of a company that was reporting to the government. It was not tampering under 3148 or 3142. You asked a very good question about the VPN. It's not inherently deceptive. It's used by companies and the government.
However,
hey, Cohen's good though.
These are the arguments you want your defense attorneys to make.
Yeah. You were saying, however, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Defense counsel's doing a great job, but the client is burying them.
Yes. The client's not giving him anything to work with. Defense counsel's working with shit.
Yeah.
Doing a good job working with it.
This guy's been able to spin straw into gold, but now he's been sent back and Rumpelstiltskin's like, oh, instead of spinning the straw, here's a whole lot of horse shit.
Here's shit. Yeah,
spin that into gold. And he's like,
take the shit off the bed and try to spin it into something. Take the grumpy, try to spin it. Good luck.
I love both of you so much. Cohen, we only know about the contact with the reporter because my client was complying with conditions. You got your wow, that's a bold move. Let's see how that plays off.
I'd make the argument too, and I'd expect to lose on it, but I'd make it.
The reporter was
but Your Honor, the only reason you know is because he was being honest with you. That's exactly what you want. That's what is. It's a lose-lose for my client, Your Honor. What is he supposed to do?
It's the only reason that you know is because we were monitoring him. That's the thing. That's the only reason you know.
I need to.
Okay, that's a good one. Kaplan. If two guys walk into here we go. Hypo. If two guys walk into a store and say, it would be a shame if this burned down, be nice with us. Are they civic-minded people? But if the intent is to intimidate, it's a crime. Though through words, Cohen, it depends on the intent. That is exactly what I said. This article was literally Caroline Ellison. Seems like you have an okay life that might recover. It'd be a shame if you lost that.
Ooh. Isn't that what the media did to people during Depp v. Heard too?
Yeah.
Like, isn't it weird? This is where your husband works. Oh, isn't it weird? This is your job. Oh, when they were doxing people, it came across as threatening. Like, we can get to you. Isn't that a shame?
I almost took a file with organized crime. I didn't know the guy was organized crime at the time, but I like, this guy says, hey, can I hire you? And I'm like, sure, it's gonna cost you this much to get me on the file. So instead of sending a guy to my office to put the money down, they sent a guy to my house. Oh, and the guy shows up to be like, hey, we've got the check here for the retainer. And I'm like, I will not be representing this guy. And the guy says, are you sure?
Bye-bye. Nope.
And
Bye-bye.
I say, yeah. And he says, okay, we understand.
Mm-hmm.
I get a call later that says basically, we're good. There's like, you've turned down the money. That's fine. Because you understood that taking the money comes with certain expectations and you have declined that. So this is the call to say we are good. Everything is fine. We do not have a problem, but it is good that you understood that taking that money would come with expectations. And I was like, yeah, I don't
You
do
made that clear when you showed up at my house.
Yeah. And the thing is if I call the cops to say they showed up at my house with a check, the cops say, that's not a threat. Like, that's not anything we can do anything about. Because they're organized crime. They know what they're doing.
And this is the part that pissed me off about this particular case. Everyone that's out there talking about the First Amendment stuff, they have lost the context. It's not this one incident. Because you need to understand.
Well, there's also bail conditions. Like, you're on bail. As you're on bail, you lose some of your rights. And they are allowed to take your rights away when you're on bail.
What is it? You go at the grace of the king. Like, you are at the king's mercy at that moment. You are on bail.
And no judge considers themselves more of a king than a federal judge.
I mean, that's basically it. You're defying the court, and the court does not like hearing that somebody is basically going, up to yours.
Now,
I'm always waiting for the court to be like, you know what? I go home. My wife doesn't listen to me. My kids don't listen to me. But while you are in my courtroom and I'm wearing this robe, you all are the fuck going to listen to me.
I believe
they're thinking it.
I know they think about it. And it's one of those things where, like, state court judges, I can have back and forth. I had a closing argument today that got heated with the judge. And we won the case, but it was a hot bench, heated argument. And the judge was asking pointed questions. My client goes to me and he says, I didn't like the questions he was asking. I said, well, that's a hot bench. That's how they work. They ask those questions of both sides. It's how you respond. He said, well, you were really aggressive. I said, I needed to be. And don't mistake like me being aggressive and making an argument with him not respecting that dynamic. So there's a hot bench and there's dialogue that happens.
Clients are really bad at reading the bench, like really bad. So that I'll tell them, like, listen, we might encounter a hot bench and that's not necessarily a bad thing. But the other thing I have to tell clients over and over again is if we walk in at the end of a trial and the judge starts complimenting me, don't start to celebrate. Because if they start saying, I just want to begin by thanking Mr. Runkle for the excellent work he's done on this file.
Yes, you've lost.
He's puffing it up before he's like screws me. So I had a client who walked in and he was really pissed. I actually had to stop him because he started trying to yell at the judge because the judge was like, it is clear that the Crown prosecutor has done excellent work and excellent research and has presented an excellent case. And my client's like, oh, you're just biased. And I'm like,
you're like, sit down.
Nope.
We're winning.
Nope. We are winning. You shut up.
We're winning.
Shut up. You do not fuck this up for me. You know what's funny though? Is you guys make that observation. I practice family law, and you know what the judge says? They compliment both. In every family law case.
It's family law. It's family law. They kind of have to. Criminal's a different little world. Civil's a different little world, and family law is a very different little world. Family law and probate are much more similar than anything else, but
that's true.
Criminal law,
anyway.
Especially
my lights are shifting and it's changing my white balance. Sorry, y'all.
Okay,
maybe I'll make it stop soon. If my face,
can we get to the handcuffs part? I want to get to the handcuffs.
Yes, please. We love handcuffs.
All right, we need because I want to do this. Kaplan. So Cohen, you got to appreciate. Cohen comes back and like literally cites case law. What if a journalist calls the defendant and asks, "What do you have to say?" And he says, "Someone."
I love that they've come back to Gentile.
Gentile.
We've gotten so much genteel lately. I am so tired of this damn case.
Yep.
The entire case in Idaho has been talking about this is because it's the case. Yep. Anyway,
Cohen, it's 2 months before trial. We need to prepare. Now he's realizing he's losing the argument. No, he knows he's losing the argument, and he's going, I'm impressing upon you that I need to have my client out of jail to prepare. So he's losing the argument. Note, Inner City Press. One, I'm back to Emily's first comment. How do you type this fast? Like, how is this possible? Note, there are many defendants in the MDC and other federal prisons awaiting trial. I'm sorry. One, fantastic use of brackets. Like, you have an opinion, remove yourself, insert brackets, insert opinion, go back to reporting.
Exactly.
I'm just gonna say,
yes.
I need my client out to prepare for trial is always a losing argument because there's so many people in jail waiting for trial. I've made the argument, and every time I just see the judge go, "Do you
That's
now?"
a bummer for you.
Yeah. And the thing is, it sucks as defense counsel when your client's in jail, because I would much rather tell my client, hey, listen, we're meeting at 3:00 on Friday. You're going to come to my office. We're going to sit in leather seats and we're going to talk stuff. And there's going to be bottled water. No booze in my office.
On. Wait, hold the fuck on. You have leather seats and bottled water?
Like crappy leather seats, but yes, bottled water. Bottled water's not expensive, dude.
I had little bottles, but the leather seats, like
Rob, make it
like not like good leather, but like
bottled
just
water.
Office chairs,
not
right?
Dasani.
Not Dasani.
Yeah,
didn't Dasani get purchased by Coca-Cola?
Dasani is
whatever.
Coca-Cola, but it's gross.
It's just like whatever, like cheap bottled water that you can hand the guy. It's much more comfortable in any event. You're at your office.
And you don't have to make appointments.
Yeah. Well, when I go to the remand center, I walk in and the first thing I got to do is put my cell phone in a locker, my keys in a locker.
Oh, I get to keep mine
in a locker.
Your clients are less likely to stab you with them, Rob.
No,
maybe not always.
I'm in 80. I'm ADC, and I'm usually clients that aren't that.
So once you've got all your stuff goes into a locker, like your change, all of that, you walk through a metal detector, you walk down a hallway, you're under camera the whole time. So like if you sit there and you like itch your head, it's like, oh, that's video recorded. And then you go in and you're talking to your client through glass, and you want to hand your client something. You've got a little compartment that you open. You put the documents in, you slide it out, like you slide that over to your client. They get to look at it. They can make marks on it with a pen. I used to have a prison pen. I don't have it anymore. But the prison pens are like flexible to make it hard to stab people with.
You can't stab people with it.
You don't want to be able to shank somebody in the throat with it.
They're soft, non-stabby.
The moral of the story is don't commit the crimes. Don't commit the crimes. Don't commit the crimes. And to everyone that wants to be a criminal defense attorney, don't listen to this man dissuading you from doing it. If you want to do
He's not dissuading. Realistic expectations.
It's just that it's better if you can get your client out of custody. You're happier with your client not being in jail. And I will try to do everything I can to keep my client out of jail. It's just my clients often do everything they can to fuck with that. It's like, hey, I got you.
Here's a no contact order for your ex-spouse that you were accused of beating up.
Yes.
But I didn't touch them.
But I didn't touch them.
I didn't physically touch them. That's contact.
I just went to their house.
Contact means.
I just went to their house and stayed in my car and yelled from my window.
My favorite.
Posted about them on social media.
I just sent a Facebook message. Those kinds of things, because it's like, oh, what you're saying is you just put it in writing in a permanent record.
Non-deletable. Yep.
It's like all I did was text them and say that I was going to kill them. It's like
we didn't get to the handcuffs.
I know. We're still going.
Handcuffs.
We're back. So
we didn't get to
2 months before trial. We need to prepare. Kaplan, nothing you submitted was on speech with criminal intent. A major omission given from whence it came. Tribe. Ooh, spicy, Judge. AG, just because the defendant was more subtle than a mobster doesn't mean it's okay. Okay, AG. All right.
Well, now the AUSA has something to say.
Okay. I like this AG. This AG is
still don't
flames.
I still don't, but I'm going to go with the argument for right now. It's consistent with his MO as CEO of FTX, the reporter he had contact with by phone, but this was in person. A fair inference is that it was to deceive.
The thing is, why are you throwing so much smoke on this if you're still like, we just don't want him to have the internet? Like, ask for more, because even if the judge tampers it down, just give the judge room to negotiate. What is happening?
And the judge has
been asking for jail like 2 breaches ago.
Yep, same.
Like, just and I'm a defense lawyer.
And then the AG pivots. We're citing section 3148. It's enough for the court to conclude detention is appropriate if he's unlikely to abide by his bail. Going on. He is intent on interfering with the integrity of the trial. Cohen says, we get allegations, no proffer of truth. Oh, spicy. Kaplan, didn't he instruct others to use the delete function? Cohen, not for an improper purpose. Wait, what?
What's the proper purpose of using the delete function? I love the judges doing the AUSA's job.
I know. Go back to this other part where you said the delete function was just, yes, he did, but not for an improper purpose.
What? You're petting litigation. There is no proper purpose.
Yep.
I love the judge's response here. I guess I'm not going to get a straight answer.
I admire your work with police and answer.
You've lost your clients going into custody.
But again, why is
I admire your work
doing the AG's job?
That's the point where you just got to realize, like, you just pull a toothbrush out of your bag and slide it over to your client.
No, because they can't take it into custody because it can be fashioned into a weapon.
Yep, you just
can't take
from their
an out of custody toothbrush.
Cohen, he would set some of his setting to delete. Kaplan, he would tell others to ? Cohen, he disputes that. He's abided by complex conditions. Dude.
If the conditions are too complex, then it needs to be in custody. If these conditions are too complex, we can dumb it down. Yep.
The conditions
Let us make this easy.
Breakfast.
The sheriffs will handle that for you.
7:30 a.m. sharp every morning, which is half an hour after the alarm that rings to wake you up. You will get there. You will eat breakfast. Lunch is at noon sharp. There will be a notice. Dinner is at 6 sharp. After that, lockup is at 8. Though, can you follow those conditions?
We're going to keep it simple.
Because there's going to be guys with sticks to help you follow them. Ugh.
No, Kaplan, Miss Sassoon, the AG, am I correct? The defendant said legal cases are built on documents, and that's why you should delete.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
This judge has a great memory for this case.
This is why I love covering this case.
Not for an improper purpose. What? Legal cases are built on documents. That's why you should delete.
You know what's great is that this is my first experience covering a case from the very beginning. So you guys have had this experience where you've covered cases from the very beginning. You have seen them from their very inception all the way to present. This is my first experience doing that, where I have that level of knowledge of the underlying facts. So I am loving every second of this. Because
this is the point where his defense counsel just had his testicles undescend.
Oh my God. We are there now. We are there. I make no apologies.
He knows at this point. He's like, fuck, my client's going into custody.
He knows. So AG,
I love that the AUSA is like, It was his policy.
It was his policy.
It was just that's what they did. They're like, look, man, no harm, no foul. If you delete all the documents, they can't make a strong case.
And the judge is the one that asked that question. The judge asked the question. AG went weak sauce.
You can see the way the judge would turn his head on the bench to the defense and say the next line, because this is a slow turn. This is a slow turn to defense counsel.
All right. AG, only yesterday we were meeting with another witness who told us.
Wait, you missed. Does your client dispute that?
No, I'm still up here.
Oh,
we're there.
I wasn't there yet. Sorry.
AG, only yesterday we were meeting with another witness who told us the defendant said not deleting. There was only one. There was only downside. It was a policy instituted by the defendant. Kaplan, Mr. Cohen, does your client dispute that? Cohen, he said, don't write things that be taken out of context.
That's not a straight answer.
Oh,
that's still not an answer.
That's not.
And if you,
I get. The thing is, Cohen. This is a slip by Cohen. There's a way to say this that doesn't look shady as fuck.
Correct.
This is not.
He didn't pick that way.
Nope.
This is a question for trial. The judge is like,
he chose this.
This is a question for trial. And the judge is like,
I just fast forwarded for a second. The policy was reviewed by an outside and inside firm. The question for trial. Kaplan. Oh God, I'm prepared to rule on this now.
I'm done.
Famous last fucking words. Every time a judge says that, when you are the last one speaking, I would say 20%, 15%.
I will
if I'm the last one that's spoken and the judge uses those words,
it's not good.
I'm prepared to rule. Not good.
There have been times when I've heard something similar to that. I walked into an appeal decision and they said, Mr. Runkle, I know this is your appeal. We're going to ask you to sit down and we want to hear from the prosecutors first. And then they heard from the prosecutors and they came back to me and they said, Mr. Runkle, we're prepared to rule unless you feel you have to say anything.
There was
unless you feel you have to say anything. It's no.
Yeah, that's the unless.
I got up and I said,
unless.
I feel like the court understands the situation. I'm just going to leave it at that. And they said, that's wise. And then they turned and just hammered the prosecution on the basis of like, why did you oppose this appeal? This is obviously ridiculous.
That's one of those that's like the winning one where we're going to side. If you want anything further, we can hear it. And you're like, no, I'm going to sit down.
Yeah.
Like,
no,
smart
that
attorneys.
Just, Mr. Runkle,
smart
if
attorneys
you want to blow your
do the
case,
sit down part.
We're required to offer you the opportunity to blow your case, but we recommend that you just sit the F down and win.
Legitimately, the hardest part of being an ADHD lawyer is there are often times where you have to just shut the fuck up. It's the best thing to just shut the fuck up. And you know it's the best thing to shut the fuck up. But in your brain, you're like, I could take a victory lap right now because I have won. And you're like, say nothing, say nothing, say nothing. It's so hard. It's sometimes so hard.
The best victory laps are out of court. I own a revolver that's engraved with paid for by the chief firearms officer because I beat them in court. And that was my victory lap is I bought a revolver engraved with that.
I mean, I normally bought purses, but I get it. Same. Yeah. I mean, same.
I have cufflinks. I have cufflinks for big trials.
Purses. I have purses. We're still not to handcuffs.
We're not. Okay, here we go. Kaplan.
I am being left in anticipation of handcuffs.
I know. Kaplan.
My casual cufflinks.
I see those, Ian. I have to do my getting ready as a woodworker.
They're a little hourglass.
Judge Kaplan, this may take more than 5 minutes. Now you're in fucking trouble. He was arrested in Bahamas in December and extradited to the U.S. in December 2020 or 21. He was released on bond. The U.S. announced that Carolyn Ellison and Gary Wang had pleaded and were cooperating. Well, that's the notice part. So you're going to jail. Kaplan, the conditions of release have been tightened at least twice. On July 20th, government again moved to limit extrajudicial statements focused on alleged leak of private materials of Miss Ellison to the New York Times. On July 26th, the U.S. orally moved to revoke bail. God, I love this reporting.
Mhm.
Kaplan, I've received filings including by a constitutional scholar, strangely in the form of an affidavit, not an amicus brief. Ho ho! Whoa! Whoa!
The court's not happy with that at all.
Nope.
Sorry if that was
Nope.
too loud.
Nope. Like this is an outsider coming in. They brought an affidavit, but there was nothing else. They didn't say we want leave to intervene. They just said
Your
here's an
Honor's like,
affidavit.
hey, Your Honor's like, hey, dummy. You're a constitutional scholar. What you
Does she
need to
even go
realize
here?
is that
Does she
you
even go
don't
here?
file an affidavit. You file an amicus. That's funny. This subtle smackdown of the constitutional scholar. But this is the difference between in court and out of court attorneys, right? There is always some shade for those attorneys that don't go into court and don't practice into court and then do stuff. And you're like, okay, big brain. That's not the right procedure.
Yeah. You didn't do the things.
I
know that you're really smart, but you didn't do the things.
I had a trial that was out of my normal jurisdiction, and I went to the clerk ahead of time and was like, I don't practice in this province. Can you tell me, like, how do I avoid being an idiot?
Yep.
And they walked me through things.
Yep.
After our hearing, the judge was like, Mr. Runkle, if you could hang on for a second. And I was like, what did I do? And he's like, I understand from my clerk that you press them as to the court procedure in this jurisdiction before our hearing. And I was like, I did. Was that improper? He's like, it was not improper. I just wish to ask that when you go back to Alberta, that you impress upon your colleagues that they should do the same thing.
Yep.
I was like, oh, okay. Yes, sir.
All right. We're getting the cuffs, Ian. We're getting the cuffs.
Yes.
I received filings including, so blah, 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 under 18 USC 3148, government alleges witness tampering.
The sass on that. I don't know if everyone appreciates the sass.
They don't.
But when it's strangely, it's such a smackdown. Like it's
and the thing is, it would not have the same effect if it was not
a constitutional
live tweeted.
Scholar.
Well, if it wasn't live tweeted in this way. This is live tweeted.
Correct.
Yeah.
And the thing is,
nobody's going to put that in a summary, right? That's not something that sass is not something you would put in a summary because a lot of reporters wouldn't necessarily read that as sass. They're like, whatever, constitutional scholar, blah, blah, blah. The fact that it's just, this is what the judge is saying right now, lets us see essentially a transcript.
I feel like the inner city press understands that it's sass, that they've been in enough courtrooms.
Oh, yeah.
The judge can't say, like, the judge can't say, hey, you fucking moron. They can't say that.
They do. They just say strangely instead. They use strangely and you fucking moron synonymously.
Yeah.
They say like counsel has submitted a curious curious brief.
That one.
Or
the court is perplexed by behaviors of counsel.
I don't understand counsel's submissions in light of the following case. Is like the judge is not saying they don't understand. They're saying that your argument is fucking stupid and you shouldn't have made it. And I love judicial snark because it's so understated in a way that's like designed to kind of float under the radar. But lawyers
get the point across.
Oh, and lawyers see it and go like, oh my God.
I have created a monster. I have had Ian Runkle on so many streams of the SBF that he is so invested. All right, we're gonna speed read. We're gonna speed read to get the handcuffs. The Kaplan, January 15th, the defendant sent a FTX US general counsel by encrypted signal. I'd really love to see if there's a way for us to have constructive relations, use each other as resources. The defense has offered a benign explanation, but I didn't share the defense's view at the beginning, and I don't share it now. Mr. Bankman-Fried wrote that they didn't have to be in contact for quite some time. That is, in a colloquial way, before it all hit the fan. God, I love it. I described this as an attempt.
He said what on Signal? Wait, who did he message? Who did SBF message on Signal?
The formal counsel, the former in-house counsel on Signal. He said to that attorney, who was a witness, I'd really love to see if there's a way for us to have constructive relations. Use each other as resources. The other thing he said, which wasn't included, was we should get on the same page about some of these things.
Dude.
Yep.
Oh. Well, the thing is,
this is the pattern of behavior that the aforementioned pattern of behavior that the judge
whole,
is now reminding everyone of.
The context.
Right.
We need to get to the handcuffs so that I can get to what happens after the handcuffs with all of this shit.
Runkle, you can't say that on YouTube. You can't talk about what happens after the handcuffs on YouTube.
Not the non-consensual kind. Judge Kaplan didn't share the defensive view at the beginning, and I don't share that now. Mr. Bankman-Fried wrote that they had been in contact for quite some time. That is in a colloquial way before it all hit the fan. Kaplan goes on to say, I described this was an attempt to have them sing from the same hymn book. Witness one may have worried he'd be indicted.
Judge Kaplan watched the Murdaugh trial. They were talking about singing from the same hymn book a lot in that trial.
And the thing is, this judge is showing a remarkable knowledge of Theranos, Murdaugh, Depp. This judge is showing he's dialed in. He knows what's going on.
We love Judge Kaplan. Okay, sorry, keep going.
Mr. Cohen says the full context shows it's benign. I don't agree with that. The January 15th overture, I didn't take it out of context. Kaplan. Mr. Bankman-Fried communicated with John Ray, who's the trustee in the bankruptcy case, and with a partner at Sullivan & Cromwell, the attorneys representing the trustee, representing the debtors. These are different from witness one, who was a witness to the charged crime. With Mr. Ray, Mr. Bankman-Fried copied his attorneys. Okay, Kaplan, I come to a more recent event in the New York Times July 20th article, Inside the Private Writings of Carolyn Ellison. Her insecurities are described and her personal relationships with the defendant. The article doesn't state the source of the materials. Mr. Bankman-Fried entertained the reporter at his parents' home in Palo Alto and showed some portion of Miss Ellison's private writings. The U.S. said it was to intimidate her and others. The defense says it's about First Amendment rights. The Supreme Court in Gibney versus Empire Storage, it repeated in June, the United States versus Hansen. This is my example of the two thugs in a store. Mixed motives are enough. I love the paraphrasing. Was he motivated in part by a desire to intimidate? The defense says he'd forgotten bad press and has a right to try to repair his reputation. Fair enough. But I find that there is practical possibility it was intended to have them back off. The defendant had the reporter come to his home and didn't give copies, but rather see it and take notes. Oh, you little fucker. He said, look at the screen, take notes. No copies. Look at the screen, take notes. There are quotes in the New York Times identical to the language of these documents, which are sealed despite this. There's the recap. The documents are in part personal, intimate. They are personally oriented, not business oriented. There's something that someone who's been in a relationship would be unlikely to share with anyone except to hurt and frighten the subject. We talked about that when we looked at the article, made us uncomfortable. In view of the evidence, my conclusion is that there is probable cause to believe the defendant has attempted to tamper with witnesses at least twice under Section 1512. Now, you fucked around. Here's the find out part. Mr. Cohen argues the presumption has been rebutted. I disagree. He's offered up a gag order on all communication with the press, but the problems are multiple with such a thing. I don't have the order. Andy, can you put it on my screen? God, I love that he actually puts that up there. He says, Andy, can you put it on my screen? Yep. Previous order prohibited him from communicating with any public communications media, but these days, what's that? Anyone commenting on Instagram?
Inagram? I think the judge said Inagram. Inagram. I think that was the judge misspeaking.
Please. Inner City Press. Oh my God. Please tell me you quoted that for a reason.
Court. I think that was the court saying Inagram.
God.
I wonder what Enneagram number the judge is.
I got no anagram game.
Anyone who comments on the Washington Post, I think, oh no, I think we'd be in for collateral litigation.
Well, we know what WAPO does.
I know.
Sorry.
Well, and New York Times. So the defendant tries to go right to the line. His use of the VPN to watch a football game over an account he wasn't authorized. There it is. I mean,
he has no problems breaking the rules while he's out on probation. No problem breaking the rules because he thinks he's more important than the rules. And he thinks he's better than the rules, and he thinks the rules don't apply to him. He's like, I paid $85 million for politicians. It's supposed to get me something. I'm going to watch a fucking football game if I want to.
I hope it gets
the audacity.
I want you to appreciate how the judge rationalizes this. This is clever. So he subscribed from the Bahamas and used a VPN as if he were in the Bahamas when he was in fact in Palo Alto and could have watched it on public TV. It shows the mindset. So it was basically deceiving everyone, including the subscription company. It was saying, I'm here, but you're not.
To do something that you could do legitimately and on the up and up, but chose not to.
Yeah. I love it. All things considered, I'm going to revoke bail. I'm focused on the possibility that he will be detained at the MDC. What's that? Metropolitan Detention Center?
Yeah.
I think so. Not on anyone's list of 5-star facilities.
That's I think a comment for the press, because people are going to talk about whether he's getting special treatment. And it's like, no, he's in the same shithole everyone else goes to.
Yep. That said, I understand he could have a dedicated laptop at the MDC. Many have it. James Garlick, for example.
I love that Inner City Press makes it clear.
Is great that he knows.
Yep. And he knows, because he knows these cases in this. He works this beat. He is a beat reporter that works this beat of the Southern District of New York and inserts his own knowledge into those things. I appreciate it so much.
Yeah. And the aside here where he says, here's the press story on James Garlick. Wow.
Inner City Press does great work.
Yep.
This is really
cool. I'm a fan.
Yeah. There's section 3142. The judicial officer can release the defendant for preparation for defense. What that says to me is that on an appropriate showing, I could entertain an application for Mr. Bankman-Fried to spend time in counsel's office. You get escorted. I like the jail escort. Judge Kaplan, AG, government communicate with the MDC. You are correct. They have desktops and situations with laptops. We propose Putnam because where we are in the case, it would take weeks to load a laptop. So we say Putnam with net. Dude, put him in the MDC. Come on. Why?
Yeah.
Are you really worried about this getting kicked back on appeal?
I love that the AUSA is like, and the FBI can transport him. We've got it all figured out.
What the fuck?
They don't want him
I think they don't want trial to get kicked because he doesn't have time to prepare. Because they're prepared.
That argument,
and they don't want to deal with
monkey
fucking their witnesses.
He doesn't have that argument. It's out.
I agree with you, but
they also don't want him shanked.
They don't want him to get shanked.
They don't, but MDC isn't gonna. Well,
I mean, I'm ambivalent on that point, but they don't want him to get shanked.
Yeah. So during trial in the MDC, the discovery issues to be more manageable. Then, my understanding is there's obstacles arranging to bring a defendant to an attorney's office. Come on, man. Kaplan.
Why? Let the defense attorney argue that.
Let them make that point. Why are you trying to do this? Why?
Maybe the beef sticks are better in Putnam.
There it goes. So my understanding is there's obstacles ranging that. Kaplan, if Mr. Cohen feels he needs something like that, I'll do it if I'm convinced it's safe. Saying you don't have to make this argument. This is the defense counsel.
Shut up and let the defense talk.
Oh, Cohen. Well, this is a way to guarantee you're not going to get a stay. Here's how you guarantee you don't get a stay of the ruling.
Mm-hmm.
If you're asking the judge to please pause the enforcement of this ruling while I appeal this, this is the exact method you don't do. Kaplan, if Mr. Cohen feels he needs something like that, I'll do it if I'm convinced it's safe. Cohen, we intend to appeal this. We need a written order.
He's not even arguing at this point over where his client should be housed. He's just like, fuck you, judge.
No,
we're appealing.
That's just two bold middle fingers. That's what that is.
A temper tantrum is what that is.
God, I love this. Kaplan, you'll have the transcript overnight. I can do a short form order today. Cohen.
I feel like defense counsel also did the face when their client went into custody. Like, we didn't see this coming. It's like everyone else did.
You should have seen it coming. That's your job.
Yeah. The judge has been basically begging the prosecution to be like, can we jail him now? Can we jail him now over like the past several breaches?
I have made the comment.
Read the writing on the walls, guys.
This is the one case where I have been watching this and going, this judge has said, fuck around and find out. And the last order, and everyone was going, he's going to get off. There's no problem. He's not going to be jailed. And I said, this judge interlineated an order that literally said, fuck around and find out.
Yeah.
He's done. He's done. So no, ain't happening. You're in custody. So going back to this, we have an application to stay today's ruling pending appeal. AG, we oppose. I like it. Cohen, important issues here. We have an unusual situation. Factually, I think the circuit will take it up quickly. Don't tell that to the district court judge. They're kings in their castle. You're insulting them at that point, and you're not winning any points. So shut the hell up. AG, there's a reason for concern. Who knows what mischief he could accomplish the next few days.
Well, and also, they'll take it up quickly. Okay, cool. That means he's going to be spending less time in cells, and there's less reason to let him out. Whereas if it's going to be a lengthy delay to get the hearing, then maybe it makes sense to let him out in the meantime.
Well, I like this one.
You just threw your client all the way under the bus.
I like this one. Kaplan, Mr. Cohen, I deny your application because I disagree there's anything novel here other than the factual issue. Thank you, Judge. Thank you. This is what so many people covering white-collar crime have wanted to hear for a long fucking time. Ain't nothing special about this. Remanded.
This is the same as almost every other similar type of cybercrime. He just donated more to political parties than others did. And the media, he was more of a media darling. It's just a high-profile theft case, really.
Yep. Oh, I like this part.
U.S. Marshals move in. Read it dramatically. Read it dramatically.
Reading dramatically. So the defendant is remanded. AG, this should not change the trial date. We'll stick to all the deadlines. U.S. Marshals move in. SBF takes off his jacket and tie, leans down to take off his shoelaces. Now, still in the courtroom, handcuffs are applied to Sam Bankman-Fried. He's taken
the thing is, this tells me his lawyers
story coming and vlog, then song and booklet.
I love this report.
They told him what to take. They told him how to behave if he was going into custody.
They told, yeah,
they did,
because they told him you're going to lose your shoelaces, you're going to lose your jacket, you're going to lose your tie, you're going to lose all the things you can hang yourself with. So lose those if you're going into custody. He got briefed beforehand.
Yep. And they filed the notice of appeal within about an hour. They filed the notice of appeal before the written order hit the docket.
They had.
Do we have a booking photo yet?
Do you want to see the written order? No. So the written order is my favorite. It's my favorite in the world. It's this one.
Go the fuck to jail.
The judge. It's close, Emily. It's very close, but it will make you just equally as happy because the judge says, I can do a line order. You want that? Sure. You want to appeal something?
It's a line order. He said line order, bitches.
The defendant is ordered remanded into the custody of the U.S. Marshal.
Bye-bye.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
That's funny.
Oh, I love this case. I love this case.
I know you do. Do you know what case I'm covering that I love the most, Rob?
Which one?
TikTok defamation.
I heard that she got yeeted on her counterclaim.
Yep. That's gorgeous, Ian.
That's beautiful.
That is a ton of work.
It looks really good.
I'm pretty proud of it. It's I actually got this by doing a Midjourney thing for like leather journal cover, and it spat up an image that was not quite similar to this.
I like it.
It generated an image that I then had to perspective alter and use some other tools to fill in because there was like stuff, there was gibberish blocking it. So basically, this is an effort to turn a mid-journey image into an actual physical object, but
it's lovely.
It's like a
Rob,
little
making
phoenix
him bigger so we can see it bigger.
Hang on. In biggin. Nope,
in
not my
biggin,
face.
Ian.
Ian. Hey, you mess with buttons too.
Focus on the thing, stupid camera.
Move your face.
Yeah.
Put it behind the
There.
thing. Close? Sure.
No, it's focusing on the background.
I don't know why it's focusing
All
on
right.
the background. But
It's
I'll
lovely.
try to put up a picture. It's a sort of phoenix shape. I'm going to put my my stamp on it. I got my stamp right here. So I'm going to put that on.
I need a maker's mark.
And then it's going to be a journal cover. So there's going to be a little, there's going to be sort of paper inside.
Very cool.
So yeah, it's, I'm excited, but
I love it.
I got to do a ton more work on it.
Can I have to ask the TikToker lawsuit that you're covering. Where are we going?
I read you
What's next?
Can I read you?
Please
Can I
do.
read you my favorite part?
I need to hear it. Do you want to screen share or do you just want to read it?
I'll just read it. There was a motion. So university professor sent cease and desist to TikToker. TikToker does what content creators do when they're not advised by counsel and made content about it, being like, I'm never going to stop saying what I'm saying. So TikToker then responded to the lawsuit, filed a bunch of counterclaims that don't even apply, and then tried to sue the lawyers for suing her. I attended the hearing where the judge is like, but can you see that the lawyers are doing their job? She's like, no, they're conspiring against me with their defendant, and they're defaming me by saying I'm defaming her.
Pause. Roll back.
The TikToker is pro se.
No. Pause. Roll back. You went?
Audio.
Oh, okay. Oh God, I
listened.
Wait,
I did not
there?
fly to Idaho.
Okay. So
yep,
this is Idaho murders case. TikToker says this professor in a different area, there at the time.
This professor at the University of Idaho had an affair with one of the students and commissioned the murders to cover it up, even though the professor was in Portland at the time. The TikToker says she was divinely guided that this is what happened, and she is a spiritual witness to the case.
You know, divine guidance gets you past Iqbal and Twombly.
So she
I
files
noticed that you had trouble with Iqbal.
I can't say Iqbal. Not well. I'm like...
extra.
Uh-huh. There are things I just can't say. You put consonants in certain orders and my brain can't do it. So the judge definitely talked about...
is tough.
The judge talked about the fact that this case needed like objective facts, and so was kicking the counterclaims, but was also kicking the lawyers who she tried to join as counterclaimants, but you can't counterclaim a non-party, and she didn't seek leave to join them, so it's just a mess.
I feel like it takes some real stones to be like, I have accused this random innocent person of murder, and therefore I'm going to sue them.
No,
and their lawyer.
No,
and their lawyers. I'm going to sue them and their lawyers.
Here's the stones part. The stones part is divine intervention, divine spirits that talk to me, and then we can find out more in discovery. That's stones. Like,
yeah, it is. Like, I might be able. When the judge asked what objective facts there were, she said, well, the university professor was a professor and the students were students at the university, so they could know each other.
Oh, wow.
That's what she told the court. And then the court asked her a follow-up question, and she said, I didn't see that question coming. And given that she's a psychic, I almost fell out of my chair.
Oh, no. No. No.
It was really
she
funny.
Didn't say that. She said that?
She did. She said it directly. No, well, in the conference call, they were all on video call because she lives in Texas. They probably had a jurisdictional issue suing her in Idaho, given that she is a Texas resident, but she didn't fight it properly. So here we are, because she is pro se. She didn't ask her attorney about jurisdiction and minimum contacts with the state.
So she didn't see that coming. She didn't see that coming.
Being a jerk,
So-
I have gone to a psychic in the past, sat down, and they're like, "So, what are you here for?" And I'm like,
Shouldn't you know that?
"You tell me." And they're like,
So
"That's
the
a good way to get
counterclaim.
thrown out." By the way,
Yep, the counterclaim got dismissed. The motion to quash was granted. It got dismissed with prejudice. The lawyers were quashed out of it, so counterclaims can't be filed against them.
Gone.
They also asked for sanctions, and so in the court declining to issue sanctions
Denied.
and declining to grant attorney's fees on this, the court said, quote, "But due to the very sensitive nature of this case and its impact on both litigants and non-litigants alike, the parties are on notice that the court's tolerance for any disregard of court procedure or basic human decency is limited." With that in mind, the court's current refusal to assess sanctions against defendant does not foreclose the possibility that sanctions may be appropriate later.
Yeah, it's that word, like where you said tolerance.
Tolerance.
When it comes to pro se, it's that when the second you hear that word, you're like, "Ooh, I am
razor thin edge."
uncomfortable."
Razor thin edge. And the court has called the defendant's statements unfortunate in the past, that the statements were unfortunate. The plaintiff attorneys call this a clout circus, and the court warned this defendant when the defendant defaulted, because there was an initial default, and then the court allowed the defendant to show up and appear by overturning the default. So
this is the point where if you are the defendant, you're like, is there any way we can settle this with like a really
they're
thorough
not,
apology?
because they don't have lawyer fees. They're pro se, and she believes what she's saying. She doesn't give a fuck, and she's got other lawsuits going on. She's probably judgment proof, and she doesn't give a fuck.
I don't think she's as judgment proof as she thinks.
No. Judgment proof as in collectible. It's not judgment.
Collectible.
You can get judgment.
I mean,
you can't collect. And
here's the thing.
In Canada law
Anybody
and
who
US
has a
law,
channel,
very different.
I would be.
She doesn't have a YouTube channel. She is a TikToker, and they yeeted her off of TikTok.
She's got nothing.
Yeah, I mean, usually when I see people who are like, I got no money, it's like, but you got a YouTube channel, and we're gonna take that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there might be something there, but I don't think I've read the emails that the lawyers have submitted back and forth, and her emails are essentially, but you're wrong. So plaintiff's counsels tried to talk to her, but they're like, but you're wrong. So anyway, it's a whole situation.
This makes me sad.
She does have her business. She had a business reading tarot cards and stuff for people, but she said that her business has been damaged because of her reputation has suffered because of her statements about this case.
Yeah, no kidding. If you're a tarot card reader and you get it so dramatically wrong, it's like, all right, I'm going to go to that person who completely got it so wrong that they got sued into oblivion.
Yeah.
Well, it's also the whole, like, I accused someone of doing something that they were in a different state. Like, that case was like the audacity.
This is one of my favorite cases I'm covering right now because it's bananas. Not like Lizzo bananas, like other bananas. Yeah, audacity. There's a certain personality type that gets themselves into this. And there's a certain level of narcissism that comes with a good bit of these cases.
Just a bit.
Yeah. I mean, this is why like people get into trouble that ordinary people wouldn't get into. Because ordinary people would look at this and go like, maybe I should correct my behavior because I seem to be driving this whole thing into a cliff. Whereas crazy people are like, that's not a cliff.
No, that cliff would disappear if you just understood. If you just understood what I was trying to accomplish.
Yeah. You're
not there yet, but that cliff will disappear. It's not there. It's not a cliff.
No, it's a launching ground.
Oh God. You cannot say launching and bananas in the same minute.
I've had whiskey and you cannot tell me what to do. BANANAS.
Hashtag TVDB on this one.
By the way,
launching bananas, handcuffs. We've talked about it all. Wait,
The
are you going to cover the
mashups-
Cardi B, Tasha K bankruptcy, Rob?
Yes. I have to look into the because I saw there's an adversary proceeding
send you
already.
There is.
Yes.
Yeah, from Cardi B.
She's
for non-dischargeability.
It's not dischargeable. She's fucked. It was intentional. She's screwed.
Yeah, it is non-dischargeable, but she's just making them fight, and it seems she's moved to Florida in the middle of all of it.
Well, we're gonna go and we're gonna follow the trustee as they track down all the shit.
I don't know what shit there is. She's like, I owe $3,000 on this credit card and like $4,000 for a car, and she doesn't really have other debts, it seems. But I wonder if she sold her house in Georgia.
It's not debts.
No, it's assets.
It's assets. It's what does she have?
The channel. And I think she has a separate membership site.
And the channel, what's the channel name again?
Unwind with Tasha K. But she has a separate membership site, like a Patreon or something.
Oh, you could market the hell out of that. I think
if you're Cardi B, you just like pull a Keemstar. You like take the channel and start putting all your own music videos on it or some shit.
Oh my God, this is fantastic. I love this idea.
Just take the channel over. It's like, just give me the channel.
I love this idea.
Give me the whole channel.
Sell it.
Yep.
Oh yeah, sell it to Cardi B. Sell it to Cardi B. Let her buy the channel.
Give the channel to Cardi B. Let Cardi B put all her videos on it.
That's the thing, is somebody was like, hey, if a YouTuber gives you crap, and you sued them, like, what would you do? I'm like, the first asset I'm going after is the channel.
Well, it was like when the Keemstar Romeo Lacoste thing. Romeo Lacoste, did you guys know this case at all? This is an older case. Romeo Lacoste is a tattoo artist and also a YouTuber. Sued Keemstar for defamation. It wasn't defamation. Keemstar was repeating things Romeo Lacoste said on Keemstar's show in an interview. And so, not defamation. Sued him in California. Keemstar apparently lives in like New York or some shit. And instead of saying, hey, there's no jurisdiction, they immediately filed the anti-slap because the four corners of the document make it very clear that there's no defamation that happened. So they win attorney's fees. Romeo Lacoste can't afford the $170 whatever $1,000 they get in attorney fees. So Keemstar's like, we can settle the amount of the attorney's fees and give me your play button. And so they negotiated for the $1 million sub play button. So Keemstar does a video unboxing the play button that was sent to him from the attorneys and then taking a Sharpie to it and putting his name on it, crossing out Romeo Lacoste's name and taking his. He's like, fine, give me half the attorney's fees and your fucking play button.
Oh, damn.
Keemstar's like, come for me. And I'm going trophy hunting for play buttons.
It
was pretty funny.
Huh.
I wasn't mad about it.
That's awesome. That's cold.
It was pretty funny. It was, you know what though? It was such a stupid lawsuit. And it cost him what, $170,000 in legal fees?
There are clients. There are those clients where and I have those meetings. I'm sure that other attorneys do, where I go and meet with the client. I say, it's one of the first meetings. What are your goals? Right. I have to know what your goals are in this litigation. 1, 2, 3, give me your priorities.
Total devastation.
Well, if that's
the
in
thing
there,
is, the people who say total
I oftentimes
you
tell
don't want them as a client.
I know when they say that, when they say I want a bulldog, total devastation, I say I understand. I'm not your attorney.
Yeah,
I am aggressive in court, but when clients come to me and say they want a bulldog, they don't mean that. They mean something else. They want
total humiliation.
They want the
blood,
the twisting of the knife. I'm not okay with that.
Yeah.
So I send them elsewhere, but it's the goals thing. And if someone said the goal was, I just want the play button. I want the play button. I want the play button. They humiliated me. It was terrible. I know I have monetary damages out the wazoo. I know it's going to cost me a ton of money, but I want the play button. I would probably be like, I'm game.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Let's do it.
Down.
Yeah,
I'm down. Do it. I'm
let's
down.
Do it.
Exactly.
Let's do it.
You know, the thing that sucks though is you can order a backup play button. So at the end of the day, it's very symbolic.
You can what?
You can order if like your play button melted in a fire or you gave it to someone, you can order and pay for another one.
My play button is dented. It's been dented since I got it. They sent me a code to order a new one and I never bothered. But that's also because my play button is literally there in my garage and not on my wall. It's funny because one of my friends was like, "Is this your play button?"
Purple
and I'm like, "Yes."
It's
and they're
there.
like,
"It's where I can see it."
That actually means a lot to me, by the way.
Yeah, it's where I can see it behind my screen,
that means a lot to
over
me.
there. So it's over
Sorry,
there.
they were
Ian,
like,
continue.
"Why
It's
is
with all my homemade stuff
sitting on a shelf covered in dust?" And I'm like, because the only thing I've actually done with it is I took it in the garage to make a play button for Corey.
Yeah.
This is the paper from me tracing my play button so that I could make the leather play button for Corey. And since then, it's sat in the garage collecting dust.
That's a
Because
play
I'm just
button.
like, I don't care that.
So this is awarded to YouTubers when they hit 100,000 subscribers.
It was really nice to hit
They
that
embiggen it
achievement,
when you hit 1 million.
but I don't feel like the need to like put it up on the wall or anything, if that makes sense.
That was on the wall behind me. I have your tie
I've got
right
both
next
of mine
to that
up there.
thing.
I've got your
little
tie on the
shit.
wall.
Oh, my
I've
second
got-
one's back there. Yeah, there.
I
I've got
actually
one,
think that
one there.
it's
one there.
it's a bigger thing that I've got your tie hanging behind me in the thing
Yeah.
than the play button.
It's the same
Like,
as all of my jury box. All of you guys are there. I've got Emily in the bottom right asking me questions. I have Rick up there next to Mrs. Hogue. They're hanging out. Mrs. Hogue has plant in front of her. I have David, who's doing Lawyers and Dragons. I have Law Talk with Mike, who's wearing a sweatshirt that is zipped down way too low. I've got Ian, who's got a sword emblazoned on his chest. I have Kurt, who's up there with a cowboy hat. I've Shotbot, Squirrelbot, Joe, and I rotate them in and out. And I've got it. You guys make all these things. Yes, these are the most important things in my background, the things that are made by you, the things that are made by the chat, the things that are given to me that remind me why I'm here. Look at Emily's background.
Yep. It's stuff that was made and sent by the chat. That is a gavel that is hand folded into a book. It's absolutely incredible. That's me crocheted. Like, it's all just, that was from my grandpa when I became a lawyer. He's like, "You'll be a judge." And I'm like, "No, I'll just be judgy on the internet. It's fine. Pop. It's gonna be all good. It's gonna be all good." It's the same thing you meant, right? It's the same. So, but yeah, it's the stuff. I need to move these and put one of my new keyboards up there. Ian, can I show you my clacky keyboard?
Oh, I love
it. Lights up.
Oh, I love it.
It has a ton of light effects, but this one's very thonky, but it has lots of light effects.
I had to switch out my very clacky keyboard for this one that I've got up right now. This one is the Extra Life keyboard.
Extra Life. I love it.
Well, they sent me this for the fundraising for the Children's Hospital.
It's so good.
So, I mean, I'm very selfishly going to try to. So I raised 50,000 last year. I'm running it again, and I'm hoping I can do the same, because at 100,000 they'll put a plaque up at the hospital. And I'm just like, that I think would be better than the play button. Is just like, I've helped some kids.
I'm here for it.
Yeah.
So I love this. This is my other clack. I've been testing out clacky. This one's not.
I like the split keyboards like that.
I like the split too. My other one. Where's my other one? I've got my typewriter one over there. I now have 4, and my kid has been modifying keyboards and like soldering and desoldering different motherboards on them. It's become an entire thing.
Can you tell your kid how impressed I am by that? Because that's super cool.
Sure. He's a crafty kiddo. He's like, maybe I like electricity a lot. I'm like, that's okay. Study electricity.
Fine. That's good.
Yep.
I need to get my I've got somewhere here, and I know that my whole space here is a thing. I have a shark skin that's a purple shark skin, and I got to get that made into a wallet. This is a red shark or red stingray skin. So it's a stingray skin like this one. I got to get the purple one made into a wallet because,
So I want to share something because I got a gavel and I got a letter with it. And I'm going to read it. I'm not going to say who it's from, but I haven't known how to respond to this in a good way. So hello, Rob. I hope this message finds you well. I wanted to share the story behind the gift I give you. This item holds great sentimental value to me as it once belonged to a dear friend who has since passed away. Her father originally designed it during his time at UW-Madison, possibly at the Forest Products Lab. While I've searched extensively online, I couldn't find the story's confirmation of the final product being gifted to Stuart L. Udall, the newly confirmed Secretary of the U.S. Department of the Interior. However, I firmly believe that the composition of the gavel and its creation timing are significant, and I trust that you will cherish it as much as I have. As I approach the final stages of my life, I'm delighted to pass on something so precious to someone I believe will appreciate it. My beloved father was a first-generation Norwegian American, and I see many of his wonderful qualities in you. Like him, you possess a deep love for wood and a passion for craftsmanship. I grew up surrounded by the sweet scent of fresh sawdust, and that very scent now makes me miss my father dearly. I'm confident this gavel will be well loved in your possession, and I believe it will carry on a legacy of those who came before us. Now, the gavel I'm about to hold up, this gavel.
That's so cool.
What's cooler about it? It's so much cooler. You see the numbers?
Yeah.
And you see how they rotate?
No.
Well, you see how all the numbers kind of go.
Yes, how they connect.
Yeah. All the connecting numbers. This, and I have to be really careful with it because there's a copy of it, but this was rolled very carefully, like obviously decades old, into that. Every number of that gavel corresponds with a species of tree. American elm, Rhode Island; slippery elm, South Dakota; river birch, Maine; butternut, West Virginia; black cherry, Pennsylvania; sycamore, Illinois; pecan,
so cool.
Pecan hickory.
Oh, that's cool.
So there are 49.
All the different colors of wood are actually different types of wood, and they are indexed on the gavel.
From 49 different states.
That's so cool.
Before there were 50.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
that's incredible. Yeah.
I can never bash this gavel. I'm terrified to do anything with it other
than
just...
You can tap it lightly on the palm of your hand.
No, I don't even want to do that. I just kind of want to look at it because it's that freaking cool. But that I was making that comment to say that Emily's channel, my channel, Ian's channel, we exist at the mercy of the chat. And it's not the mercy of the chat. We exist because of the chat. We exist because of you guys. And we love hanging out. I would be at a bar talking with friends about law. I'd be doing this around a family, torturing people at a dinner table with conversations about cases I've been following.
Been there.
Ian's done it. Emily's done it.
Yeah.
You guys make this possible for us to do this here and share it with you. And I never thought this world was a real thing. It's pretty freaking cool. I can't imagine the world without it. So it's pretty amazing. So it was one of those things where I received it and I was going, holy crap, the people that watch this, they really give a shit. Like, they give a lot. It's really cool. And I wanted to thank the chat for all of that. So that was my little comment about a gavel. When people talk about play buttons and things that are given by the chat, some of them are just corporate shills for things that you get. Some of them are the most significant things you'll ever receive. That tie
Yep.
And the one that's behind.
Well, the corporate stuff doesn't go in the background.
No.
This is stuff from chat. Chat and friends.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
Thanks, chat.
Chat, we love you.
Chat, we love you. Chat is always all wise. I'm gonna run through super chats because it is now 4 hours and 33 minutes in.
I love you, chat, but I have to go to bed.
Yep, you go to bed.
Here's the thing. I've been playing Pokemon Sleep because I'm
What
a nerd.
is that?
What is Pokemon Sleep?
Okay, so there's a...
You're about to see something dumb.
Yeah. There's a little like Pokemon Go device that's a Pokeball, and it tracks your sleep. And there's an app that goes with it. But it also auto plays Pokemon Go on my desk, which is fantastic, which is why it's on my desk. But when you get it ready to go to sleep, it's got a whole game built out with it. It's an entire app, but you have to have the little thing. But when you get it ready to go to sleep, it sings. You can hear it, yes?
Yes.
Oh, I can hear that. Parents with ADHD kids, take note.
I can tell you that if I tried to play that when I went to sleep, my wife would reach over and slap the crap out of me.
So you've got to track your sleep with it. Last week, my sleep score was a D. It's been giving me shit all week about my sleep. So this fucking app is just riding my ass about the fact that I haven't been getting enough sleep. And then I have like, it's a whole game, but there's like, your Pokemon recover at the rate that you sleep. So my Pokemon are walking around all sad because I haven't been sleeping enough.
I can't do shit because you don't
the
sleep.
thing is I'm already super tired.
My Pokemon are weak.
I'm already super tired, but like losing at sleep would be a thing.
I have to go to bed because I've been losing at sleep, and it's supposed to gamify it, and it's like, you fucking fail. It's so mean.
You're a grown-ass adult. The fucking game is owning your sleep right now.
It's so mad at me. So it's so bad. But it, like, I get to raise my little Snorlax and feed him berries and whatever. And you do sleep research in different places. It's fun, but my Pokemon are super pissed off that I'm not getting enough sleep. Hold on. So my poor Pokemon are so sad, but my Snorlax is getting pretty big. So, and then you get to like
your Pokemon. You took Pokemon
look at how
Go?
sad they are. My Squirtle has like sad. He's just like, I'm so sad. And then I'm getting text messages or, well, app notifications from the fucking thing being like, Squirtle's tired. It's time to go to sleep.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God.
You chose the wrong Pokemon to say, too.
So, Pokemon Sleep is just killing me this week.
That would be...
I failed. I'm going to fail at sleep this week. I'm going to get an F. I took a screenshot of my D. I'll send it to you guys in our group text.
Nope, you will not send me a screenshot of your D. You will not send me a screenshot of your D. You will not send me a screenshot.
No unsolicited D
score. Sleep score. Sleep score.
Nope.
The game told me I failed.
It's the other foot. It's the other foot.
Yep. So I'm failing at sleep.
Wait, before you leave, I have a question. Honest question.
I'm gonna get an F in my sleep score this week, and I'm gonna be real fucking pissed about it.
Dishonest questions.
It's an honest question. It's a real question. I have an actual question for
those D's are purple, Runkle.
Does it's a dumb question. I've never had my hair this long. I've never had this long. I haven't gone. Can I walk into court like this?
Yes.
Judge A might get thirsty, like the chat.
As long as the beard is tidy, the hair can have some length to it. It's also very much a current hairstyle. But you're also like you're sitting next to Runkle who goes to court. So it's fine.
That was only a little judgy. Okay.
I have yet to get crap from a judge for the long hair.
Like lawyers can be people. I mean, Rob, it's not, your hair's not excessively long. So, and yes, you guys, I also have an Aura ring. I really do. I have an Aura ring to track my sleep. The Pokemon, this one is not as accurate, but it's connected to the fucking game. So, it is what it is.
Amy Kimball,
Rob,
thank you for
the hair's good.
chat. This is fantastic. I'm
Yes.
glad that we do not just the crazy things, but we also can talk about real things. And this is a really good thing. So I'm glad that you are doing all of those things. And at the same time, it's the other part. 3 of you more amazing than you can ever know. Thank you guys.
It's just a lot of ADHD in one place.
It's kind of crazy.
It's like inviting you into an ADHD conversation just on the internet.
Just caution, things will be non-linear.
Yep. Nope. Wait. No, I have this. Where is it? I deleted it.
Funny.
Son of a bitch. I had the bumper. And I deleted it today. Of all days to delete the this is linear bumper.
What? It's just linear.
Yeah, because it was when Rick was like, this is linear? Yes, you remember that. I know you remember that.
God bless Rick and his linear brain.
Him sitting there like watching us going like, what? This is how your brains work? It's like, yeah. He's like,
it's exhausting all the time. It does it all the time.
Yeah, it doesn't stop. We don't turn it. Doesn't turn off.
All the time. It does it all the time. Yep. Speaking of which, me and my Pokemon have to get to bed because I can't. I have to go people in person tomorrow, and I'm not going to get to bed on time, so I'm going to get yelled at. I've had so much peopling in person. It's been the first week of school. I've had like new parent stuff at my youngest school, and I've had to work at the county fair with my oldest as a fundraiser. It's a lot of peopling.
I can't do the peopling a lot of the time.
It's a lot of peopling, though. I do love a fucking fair. Like, I really do enjoy a county fair. We got to go see the chickens and the cows and the pigs and the fried foods.
Tell me how to fried Snickers. Yeah,
I didn't. They didn't have any fried Snickers. They had fried Oreos. And here's my beef with fried Oreos. They always use the single stuffed. It needs to be a double stuffed Oreo for it to be a good fried Oreo. Otherwise, it's like batter all and then cookie and then and then nothing. It needs to be like a mega stuff or double stuffed Oreo for it to actually be good. So anyway, so the county fair has been really.
Do they have the option to like buy a cow and then they deliver it as like a freezer full of beef?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, among other things, cow,
my uncle did that.
Pig, chicken.
My
grandfather did that until like my grandfather did that for every family as we were all growing up. He would go to the auction and he would buy a steer because it was putting kids to college. So he would buy the steer and he would donate the meat to the family of his kids. So boom, boom, boom.
And you can split them too. They were doing the auction yesterday and families were splitting like, the cow 3 ways or whatever. It's like, okay, it goes to number this, that. The auctions are so much fucking fun to watch. And my kid was like, what is happening? And they're like, hey, blah, 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 blah. I don't know how they do it. I don't even understand what's happening. But they had last night was the parade of champions for like the champion goats and the champion like steer. And so Griffin's like, wait, the champions. I'm like, yes, you won. And now you get slaughtered for food. Congratulations.
Yeah.
I have hunting tags this year for an elk, a moose, and deer. So
1, 2, 3.
Buy another freezer.
You definitely need like a trunk freezer.
Sign me up for elk. Can you export that? We'll talk.
You
about
need
it
a
later.
trunk freezer, and then you need like the meat sealer things.
Oh, I've got that.
I forget what they're called.
I just need to buy all the bags because yeah.
All right,
but
Lindsay's gonna make me start singing.
We're gonna let Emily go to bed.
Fine.
I literally know every lyric to the song. The song the chat is singing.
What's the chat singing?
It's one of my karaoke. It's one of my karaoke songs. Not tonight.
What was the word you
Grundy
said?
County Auction.
Said? No. What was the word you said? Karaoke.
I have no idea. Karaoke. It's one of my karaoke songs.
This is not teriyaki. This is karaoke. That's how we say that word.
Rob, are you going to
extrajudicial,
really
Rob? It's extrajudicial.
It's extrajudicial.
Karaoke.
This is why we're friends.
Grundy County Auction is a very good karaoke song. Here's the embarrassing thing. And then I swear I'm going to bed. My Pokemon hopefully think I'm asleep. But when I moved, country music makes more sense when you live in Tennessee. But I grew up in Southern California. My friends and I did enjoy 90s country music because it's amazing. And I was driving. I don't remember where I was driving to, but I was driving. And in Tennessee, the license plates have your county at the bottom of the license plate. I've asked the DMV why they do. Yes, it tells you what county you live in. So if you live in Coffee County, your license plate will have a sticker at the bottom that says Coffee County. I asked the DMV when we moved here. I'm like, so there's these stickers that have your county. What's that for? She's like, it's probably so Highway Patrol knows how far they have to chase you. I was like, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Okay.
She's like, I don't know why they do it. It was
That's
like, okay.
savage.
So they have your county. Honesty. They have your county on all of the license plates, not something I saw in California. So I didn't know that Grundy was a county in Tennessee. So I am driving. I also didn't know Coffee County existed because I would have obviously moved to Coffee County.
Do they also have
my
Cape County or what?
I have no idea. But
no, Ian, you are not allowed to make that joke.
Beautiful.
Especially when she's that tired.
So I saw the Grundy County sticker in my car and started yelling. And my husband is like, what are you yelling about? I'm like, it's the John Michael Montgomery song. I start calling all of my friends from high school. I'm like, Grundy is a county in Tennessee. And they're like, no fucking way. I'm like, yes, fucking way. That I didn't even say hello. I called every single one of my friends. I was like, Grundy's a county in Tennessee. They're like, there are so many questions that are answered by that. Thank you.
Emily, to be fair, whenever you call me or leave a voicemail, you are never, ever, you never say hello. You go straight into the topic.
I don't say hello.
It is literally, Rob, I cannot shit you not. This is it is immediately.
You have caller ID. You know it's me.
I know it's you. You're right. So I am amped up when it's like, you would not fucking believe the shit that's going on. It's like, yeah, you got it. Come on.
Next time I'm going to call you and it's going to start with, I went down to the Grundy County auction and I saw something I just had to have. My heart told me I should proceed with caution.
You can't.
But my head said, no, my head said I should proceed with caution, but my heart said, go ahead and make a bid on that. And I said, hey, pretty lady, won't you give me some? Yep. Anyway. All right. Good night, y'all. My Pokemon, I'm going to go defraud my Pokemon to thinking I'm asleep. And I will sing both of you Grundy County Auction on another day. Because if you come to Middle Tennessee, the probability that we will drink whiskey and go karaoke singing with animatronic critters is very high.
That's happening. You know the best time to visit Middle Tennessee? It's the fall. I'm planning.
All right, y'all. Chat, I love you. I will see you. Have a good night. Bye, everybody. Thanks for letting me
Emily. Thank you.
Hang out.
You. Please check out Emily B. Baker if you have not already. You already have.
Oh, you guys know where I'm at.
I know she is.
Bye, chat.
She's got, bye. God, I love the exits. Buddy, I got to catch up on Super Chats because it is late in the evening for me. Let me see.
And I got to interfere because that's my nature.
Oh, you're going to do that. I appreciate it. Pickle Knits, moving tomorrow. Thank you for helping me pack. Thank you, Pickle Knits. Much appreciated. Ryan Man of YYC is making a map of VTT. Count as crafting. Making anything counts. All the happy squirrels, I listen while knitting and sewing. See, that's the thing. Island knitting socks for my mom since she'll be home on Monday. I'm glad that she's coming home. I know that she was hospitalized, and I know that wasn't a fun experience. So I'm glad she's coming home. And happy knitting. S. Moore. It looks like Ian's peeing. It looks like he's peeing. He can't hear me because he's can hear me. Ian, wave if you can hear me. He's not peeing. He's looking for leather. 66 6 shooters. I said that better. You thought I would. S more. Bop It. Thank you very much. Bop It's come from a long line of makers, from blacksmiths to silversmiths, tailors to woodworkers. It makes you feel better. It does. Making anything makes you feel better. Barbara DeSalle, thank you very much. My evening was going downhill. Jumped on your channel late. You and Ian making me laugh and lifted my spirit. Thank you, thank you, thank you all. That's part of what we do. So it's talking about serious stuff, but also realizing you can laugh through serious stuff. So it's important. M169, great quote, Ian. Very fitting. He's never one to miss those. Dala Coletti, my mom suffered through chemo for 4 years till she died.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm very sorry. I went through a similar circumstance with my father, and what I was expressing with that one was, imagine if it was not real. That's Theranos. That's Elizabeth Holmes. That's the person I was talking about. So I'm sorry for your loss. Fuck cancer and the horse you rode in on. Like, absolutely. But yes.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen too many good people lost recently. Yeah. I've been traveling twice in like however many months, and both times for funerals. I do not want another funeral. Everyone's got to live. Chat, stay alive.
Mm-hmm.
It's important.
But handle death with grace. That's also important.
But if you can, living is
stay
good.
alive. Yes. Yes. Lori Ellis, Rob, you need to read the book Fox in the Socks by Dr. Seuss on a live members stream, please. I can probably do that. So Dr. Seuss is one of my favorite writers in the world. And I'm about to give you guys a little fact. I've told this before on member streams. Random fact about Dr. Seuss. Did you know that he was challenged by his editor to write a book? I've told you this before. He was challenged to write a book that he could not write a book. What?
I know where you're going. I know this story.
You know the story. Okay, good. So he was challenged by his editor to write a book that had no multisyllabic words. So you had to use bill, rock, sock, block, pick, stick, stick. You could do stick.
And only a certain number of words.
Yep. And only a certain number. So his editor challenges him and says, you can't do it. He says, I will, and I can. And he writes a book. But as a snub to the editor, he puts one word intentionally in the book to say, I could do it, but just to prove the point. Now, I want you to think about every Dr. Seuss book you know and tell me what book that is. Don't cheat. Tell me what book it is.
I'm not allowed to say because I already know.
You already know. What book is it? Nope. Close.
Nope. Yep.
Yep. Yep. And I'll give you the line. And this is how I learned this lesson, was about effective legal writing and how you write effectively. Writing isn't about you. It's about the reader. Writing is about what the reader takes from what you have written and how memorable or impactful that is. Dr. Seuss was probably one of the most impactful writers we could ever imagine. Dr. Seuss wrote this book and this phrase, and I'm about to read or say a passage from it, and I guarantee you that almost every one of you in the chat is going to be able to finish it. I will not eat them here or there. I will not eat them
anywhere.
Yep. So effective writing isn't about big words or complex language. It's about what you can do with it. And I think that was one of the most impactful things I've ever heard in a lecture about writing effectively. and I see the chat. Yep. Anywhere. God, that's so cool. But yeah, it's really amazing to see that his writing is still so celebrated because it was amazing. I'm trying to preserve this. I'm worried about it. So, yeah, anywhere. So, Lori, thank you for that. Aussie J, thank you very much. You guys are the best antidote to a rough week. A leukemia can go swoop itself. You want to swoop for that? We're going to go swoop. We're going to wait. Hang on. Ian, how did you before? Go yourself. I screwed that up. Can you do it? You do it better.
Go yourself.
Oh, we fucked that up together. Yourself. So cancer can go fuck itself.
Yeah. I think that's fair.
That's fair. Cancer, go fuck yourself. So sorry, it's a rough week. Stay the course. I've known people in that position. So please continue on. Chris Vallejo, some versions of Morton crust have goats. Oh God, I did not need that. The Wanderer, I fired my contractors redoing my kitchen, told them I would do it myself. They laughed at me and called me dumb woman. I just finished the remodel listening to you. Yep. Fuck it and cheers. The Wanderer, cheers.
Yep.
Don't let anyone tell you what you can or can't do. Ever. Canonical Heat, thank you very much. Wound up on delay. I freaking adore Pratchett, and Going Postal is one of my favorites.
Oh, it's amazing.
There. I need a, you know what I need? I need a cruise. I need something without internet connectivity where I can go and read books.
The thing is cruises now all have internet.
I need a place where I don't know I can have internet connectivity and go read books.
I could just fly out there and smash all your electronics.
Well, don't do that. That's rude. But point taken. Joshua, thanks again for another great FNF, and have a wonderful weekend, everyone. Thank you. You do the same. Anna, in a civil suit, are defendants required to answer all interrogatories requested by the plaintiff? I'm looking at the suit against Joe Mixon, the Bengals running back. Some of these aren't related to the complaint. So you can object, but every objection gets ruled upon separately by the judge. So you can say, I don't want to answer this because it's not related. We're going to wait till Ian breathes again. He is breathing. We're good.
Sorry, folks.
So you can object to things that aren't related, and the judge gets to rule on whether they're relevant or not. So it's a case-by-case basis. Apple Silver, thank you. Are mandatory pardons S212 a benefit or liability to society? What is that? S-212. Why do I not know what that is? Mandatory pardons?
I'm not familiar.
Hang on. That's immigration law. I don't know what that is. I think it's immigration law. I don't know the context of the question, Apple Silver. I wish I did. I don't. So I'm sorry. I'm trying. I just don't know. 100K Hitman. What are we talking about? I've had a few. SBF and then other stuff. Tiffany A, thank you. Love y'all. Happy to be here this fabulous FNF. I agree. Thank you very much for being here as well. Laura M, classic FNF threesome. Cheers. Well, we're not going to say the threesome thing. That's just weird. We're going to say that they're three friends. We're the three best friends that anyone could have. It was awesome. Keys, Sunset for Life, Wood Daddy Stack. Y'all gave it. Y'all made it, not me. Susan Farias. So I sent a very inappropriate book saying if I ever grow up, I want to be just like EDB. And now EDB is here. LOL universe. Well, Susan, I hope that you very much appreciated the fact that D's big nuts were on screen. And I mean the crocheted item in my hands, not anything else.
I hope no one says when I grow up I want to be Runkle, because I don't think I've grown up. And
I don't ever. I'm never growing up. I'm growing old. I'm not growing up. Dean, I love all you kids, but Emily has carried me through many dark days. My nights in Korea. You are a star. Okay, thanks, Dina. I appreciate and love that you follow along with any one of us. I don't care if it's watching Runkle, Emily, Rick, myself. If you find happiness, if you find joy, if you find a way to absent yourself from those dark days in this content, please do. I'm glad that you're here, and thank you for that super chat. 20th Century Fox, I'm so happy right now. Thank you. Thank you, all three of you. I don't mind going through the troubleshooting either. We always find the answer somehow. I love it. Yeah, we figure it out. Jess J, we stand factual reporting. Why I Adore You 3. Yep. Inner City Press, great job. Karate Cat Mom, EDB took us after dark in short order. Ian was forcing it with that way, and it just took EDB to just, it was 2-on-1. It became, Sin N. So awesome to see my three favorite law tubers in a stream together. Cheers. I am drinking vanilla vodka and Coke Zero. That's really sweet. But I'm glad you're here. Just because I'd pay for all of you to go to Pigeon Forge Snow and Snow Tube indoors for an hour if you make it a video. Oh, dude, if we got Emily on a snow tube going down a luge, like I'm videoing the F out of every second of that. Yeah. Cars in depth, almost as if they want us to know there's a DBLSTD, double standard.
Double standard.
It's not comfortable with SBF. J. Michael RN, thank you for keeping me occupied while working. J. Michael RN, anytime. Hope you have fun. Crispy Cookie, motion for EDB, Law and Lumber, and Runkle. Con with added Legally Blonde viewing and various taste tests. Motion seconded, and I think granted and carried. It's just timing.
That would be. I would like to see a round of you guys have to keep up with my my spice interests.
We're in trouble. Crazy Orchid Lady, thank you. Wish you use timestamps for replay crew. I do, and it's not me that does it. So if you see someone in the chat, Kate R., who is phenomenal, she will post a comment, and I will pin that comment, and that comment has all of the timestamps for everything that we have talked about. She has done it every single week. She has done it without request for acknowledgement, etc. She's done it from the very beginning of my live streams. I am forever grateful and appreciative of that act, and she's amazing for it. So Kate R., keep an eye out for that comment. I will pin it as soon as it gets posted. Celine Rosara, thank you. I planned on behaving tonight. I failed. I regret nothing. Never do. Nicole, contributing to the demonetization fund because I appreciate the shenanigans. Thank you. All the happy squirrels, my contribution to demonetization shenanigans fund. Sorry, not sorry for all the no good we've been up to tonight. Okay. Lady Drake informing people the cantina in the Discord is open. I imagine it's probably getting closed soon. Bear's Life, thank you for the super sticker. Susan Elaine, I love this trio. My Friday had a rough start, but def much better now. Thank you, Susan. I'm glad. KC Cat, thank you for the mice. Squirrels. Thank you, Casey Cat. Shay B, you look fantastic. What Daddy made. Rob, love you. Emily and Ian, thank you, Shay B. Amy Griff makes me feel normal. We're all normal. Brian Alleman, and plus normal is overrated. Normal is overrated. Why do we want to be normal? I don't want to be normal. I like being me. Brian Alleman, since I'm completely unmedicated from the ongoing med shortage, I appreciate the amount of ADHD. My friend, man.
I'm sorry about the med shortage, but I mean, I'm weird too.
The ADHD has been ADHD-ing. Like a lot.
Oh my God.
And yeah. Like wild. It's been, I don't know what's going on, but it has. Shay Beam, the first number in a Wyoming license plate is the county number. Interesting. Starkey, Sorcha. Alive that I'm awake for? What sorcery is this? The sorcery is that it's 5 hours of live streaming. Dawn Van E, you three are amazing together. Relief for a very stressful week. Thank you. Kate R, speak of the devil special tongue twister for you. See the chat. I will have to see that in a moment. I can't right now. Kate, thank you for all you do. Shannon 7 doing cross stitch here still. Kelly P, thank you for the last. My sister-in-law passed 1 year ago. I'm very sorry for that loss. It gets easier. It never stops hurting, but it gets easier.
The loss is never gone, but the sting is reduced.
Correct. Ian, I'm going to make your screen big, and can you explain what you're doing for a moment? I need a break. I need a minute.
All right. So what you can see is you've got this is the outer cover, right? So this is going to be the outer shape. Now, when I want this journal to be able to fit in it, that needs an inner lining. And that inner lining has got to be able to catch these covers. So you got to be able to slide that in. So what I'm doing is cutting this thinner piece of leather to be the inner lining so that the journal will fit in that. So that's, this is, it doesn't seem like the most important thing, but it's pretty important because at the end of the day, if it's screwed up, people might notice. So I'm just using I'm using an angled thing here to get a right angle. And then I'm just going to use my blade here and just slicing that into two. So there we go. So now that I got this piece gets sewn in like that. And so then this journal bit can slide in with the inner cover and basically work like that. So that means that once you fill up the journal, you can replace it. So you can use the cover for a new notebook and just keep going. Somebody says, is this journal for the auction? Yeah, it's going to be part of Extra Life. I haven't yet decided how that's going to go, but yeah. I'm scared for Ian's fingers. Ian's fingers so far have been fine. I have cut myself from time to time, but not seriously. Minor cuts are part of the nature of life when you're doing things with very sharp blades. And the whole point of this thing is that it is very sharp. So, yeah. You don't actually want a dull blade because it's more dangerous than a sharp one.
Yes. So people have that misconception about tools. Dull is dangerous. Sharp is safe.
Because, like, you see how I was able to just slide it along and cut that in two. If I'm having to fight with it,
didn't pull, and it didn't snag, and it didn't drag. It sliced cleanly.
If I have to fight with it, then it's more of a risk.
Yeah. Dull blades dangerous.
So I'm entirely fine with this being super sharp. In fact, when this one of the reasons for using these kinds of utility knives is that when they start to get dull.
Oh, I have.
You
have seen my house. I have one of those in every fucking room of my house.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've got like a big thing of blades for this.
I have those knives everywhere.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, they're super useful. And once it starts to go dull, I just toss it, and then you replace it, because these knives you need them to be super sharp. I also have a rolling knife that is a round thing. I don't know where it is because right now it's a mess here, but I don't like those as much. I like this straight knife. The other thing I have, I don't use it often.
No, you don't. You have an actual steel straight razor, like an old school one.
Yep.
You son of a bitch! Is that a replaceable blade? Don't do that. You have been drinking.
Yeah, it's
side note. The whole getting ready with me video, the chisels do shave. My chisels actually do shave.
I mean, you want a good sharp blade. This is an antique straight razor. I sometimes use it for leather work.
That's good steel. That's before they started like meddling it down.
Yeah.
Oh God. All right. J. Michael RN, thank you. Friends and family such as Law Nerd chats make the fight bearable. Like I tell my daughter, we will fight and we will fight again no matter what. Fuck cancer.
Absolutely.
Yep. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yep. Yep. Yeah.
Cancer took squirrel from us, and so fuck it with a shovel.
Yep. Cancer's taken a lot. Cancer took my dad. Cancer took friends of mine. Fuck cancer. Yeah. Fuck cancer.
Yep. 150%.
So, yep. Keep fighting it. XCDA, you've got me absolutely following the SBF case. Never would have thought about it. It's a good case. I actually feel invested in this. And the funny thing is, this is the first case where you guys have been along with me while we talk about it. So I've been able to cover this from the very beginning, before the charges, like the facts developing up into the charges and watching this and having you guys follow along. And what's cool is being able to explain it as it's progressing. This is my first opportunity in doing all of this content creation to get there. So I really appreciate that opportunity. And I'm glad you guys enjoy it. Pam Bystrack, the champion cake from our local 4-H fair, sold for an auction. Holy shit, for $12,000.
Dang.
That's a community. That's a community. That's people knowing what they're bidding for. They're not bidding for the cake. They're bidding for, or that's probably for the calf.
I'm going to tell you, I would not bid that much for a cake.
But it's for a calf. Even $12K for a calf?
Yeah, no.
Calf. I don't care.
I would not bid that much for a calf either.
Yeah, that's community. Tomato Cheeks, thank you very much. I just want to say thank you. Thank you for keeping me company when I need it. I love you three and watch you all the time. You are all awesome. Love you guys. Love the chat. Tomato Cheeks, thank you for being here, participating, contributing in the chat, dialogue, all of it. And for just when we see you in the chat, when we see numbers in the chat, when we see people that are contributing and communicating, we want to keep doing it. So yeah, you encourage all of it. M169, Rob, you need a long drive with some audiobooks. Good Omens is a fun listen. I love audiobooks. I need some time to listen to them. History teacher Lisa, just because, thank you for a wonderful Friday night. Always glad to have found the space. You always make my week a better one. Thank you, history teacher Lisa.
We're glad you're here.
It feels amazing. That's a really good feeling. Every time. It doesn't get old, and I don't appreciate anyone less or more than the other. It's amazing every time it's said. Katrina Turner, I would say go camping, but like my grill, has USB plugs and converts the heat to recharge devices.
Wow.
Oh, sorry. That was a snort. Oh,
that's a fun tool.
Yep, that's something. Cat W was syringe feeding my sick leopard gecko in a different room with AirPods in. When Emily started playing singing Pikachu, I completely lost it. I love you guys. That's the ADHD love that we need. And just, yep, that's all of it. Azam, thank you for the super sticker. Always glad to see you. And thank you for sticking around and hanging out. I hope your day is going well since you started with coffee with us. Niklas, thank you. If you reach 50 without growing up, you don't have to. If a Viking says it, it's now lore. That's now rule. That's now rule. That's now rule. Liz says the chat, I'm fine. Not going to go into too much. Thanks for the kind words. Thank you, Lindsay. I understand. Look, chat gets back and forth. We're going to love the chat. We're going to love each other in the chat. That's what we're going to do. Dragon Star, thank you for the super sticker. Much appreciated. Azam, of course you're still here. Have a great weekend. Azam, you know me too well. You've got, Azam, you started watching From Lawyer You Know. And I know that because I used to see you pop up in his chat all the time. I love seeing you there, whether it's a member chat, a normal chat, anything. And I thank you for bringing that energy to this chat. And for all the other people that do as well. I say one name, but I see so many of you that do the same. Thank you for all you do. And Ian does a show on Mondays. And this is important to me because I need this show. This is a show. This is the show that I need to succeed because it makes me very happy when I can be in the shop and hang out, kind of like Ian's doing right now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's nice to be able to, like, somebody else is running the show, but you're there, you know, participating. And Rob and I sort of met in the Johnny Depp chaos in the most weird way, which was basically Rob had appeared on Alita's stream a couple of times and found out I was coming down to Virginia and was like, hey, do you have a place to stay? And I'm like, I hadn't really figured that out. And he's like, you do now. Come stay with me, which was crazy and wonderfully generous. And I say crazy because he didn't know if I'm like an axe murderer or some sort of like whatever, but he's like, hey, come stay with me. I've got space. And we just hit it off. And it's been
you're a what murderer?
Axe murderer, yes.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, you got to have your, implements of mass destruction handy.
Oh, they're here, buddy. They're here. They're here. And then a tie was borrowed. A tie made its way to Canada. The tie came back to the U.S., made its way back to Canada.
I borrowed the tie and then forgot it was in my suitcase and got to Canada. And I was like, oh, crap. Brought it back to the U.S. and then still forgot to take it out of my suitcase.
Yeah, and then Ian got nominated for an award in Texas for social media content related to firearms. And the Gundies, and he said, I get a +1. I was like, deal. Like, Mrs. Runkle doesn't want to go? Mrs. Runkle doesn't want to go. Okay. So do that. Fly back up here. Learn that there was a tie snuck into my bag.
Yes.
When he wore that night that he snuck into the bag. The tie story, Kristen, the tie story is the best story. That tie story, I will tell that story until I die. It is probably one of the coolest stories I have ever. It's one of those things. It's a fun story. And it's one of those things where if you tried to force it, no, wouldn't work ever. And the other thing is the tie comes out random times. And you'll see the tie at different special occasions. And
I wore it recently.
Ian does me the very great courtesy when he knows that I can't be somewhere. For example, Secret McSquirrel had a celebration of life or a funeral. Captain Corey did. I did not have the opportunity to attend those. Ian
but the
did.
tie made it.
The tie was there. And I shit you not, it meant a hell of a lot.
Pixie was like, "Is that Rob's tie?" And I'm like, "Yes." She's
Jesus.
like, "Oh my god."
Because that's what it means. It's really cool. It's really fucking cool.
I wore the tie because I knew you wanted to be there and because you would have been there if you could have. And it's just like, we can bring a part of you along.
It's the coolest thing in the world.
Yeah. No, it's
yeah.
And it's also kind of fun. Like when I went to Ottawa for a conference there, I'm like, I'm wearing the tie.
Oh, and when your little shit, when you went, you're like, I'm driving back from court. Should I stop and go fishing? And I'm seeing you with a fucking fishing rod. Get a fishing rod with a goddamn tie. You're sitting there with a fishing rod in the fucking pond on your way home from court. You're driving home from court. You're like, I'm gonna stop and fish this pond, and you fish this pond, and here's the fucking tie sitting right there in front of the fishing rod. I'm going, you little shit. You're really, and I'm going, you know damn well what you're doing.
Oh yes. And the thing is, it's like it's fun. Like
the thing is,
I'll pass along
the tie that ended up in your bag is remarkably subtle. Ian Runkle. For those of you who cannot see this tie, give me one moment.
It is super garish. Like not just a little garish, it's super garish.
I will be clear. There is not a fucking courtroom in the United States where I can wear this damn thing. Not a damn place. So it is.
You should totally try.
It is beloved and treasured, but good God, is this thing something else? You did this intentionally.
You should wear that into a courtroom.
You out of your fucking mind.
Judge A would appreciate it.
Like federal court? Just like, yes, Your Honor, I come and speak on behalf of my client. Look at this thing. And you knew what you were doing, you little jackass. I say that with all the love in my heart, but
also, yeah, your tie ended up in my Get Ready With Me video.
I know it did. I loved it. It's fantastic. Yeah. The tie. So it's the Brotherhood of the Traveling Ties. It's the Brotherhood. That's what it is. It's the Brotherhood of the Traveling Ties.
Somebody tried to figure out like the kilometerage that tie has gotten, and it's a lot.
That tie has been around the world a couple of times. Yeah. All right. Let's wrap up for the evening. Rachel Dueck, thank you. Thanks for the laughs tonight. Thank you, Rachel. Piece of the puzzle, giving a new meaning to the chiseled jawline. Yeah, the chisel shaving that's one thing. Pam Bystrack, no, it was for a cake, not cafe. Jesus, the count will go much higher. A cake for $12K? All right, college education paid for.
Oh, except that see the next super chat. They just posted one.
Which one? I was wrong. Grand Reserve cake was sold $50,000 for a cake? A cake?
I mean, I've had some good cake, but no.
That's paying for tuition. That's what that is. And you know what? Good on the community and good on the people. That's pretty freaking cool. That's a kid that makes a cake that gets tuition paid for, if you're doing it for the right reasons. Aussie J, a shout out to all the great mods for all you do. I love the mods. The guys are doing great the whole night. Sandy Tide Passport, and for Mischief, thank you guys. Azam, fan you before, lawyer, you know, Rob, you did. Oh, that makes me feel very loved. Thank you. Thanks to the AH Bad D Monk. Azam, that makes me feel very, very loved. Thank you. That's awesome. Because I was signing his chat. I was a little jealous, and now I feel special. Arana, always more fun when you two are on. Thank you very much. Gotcha, the Frankenfurter. There are things that make you so special. Those are the things that make you so special. It's not. It's just being a person. It's just being a person. It's just being a person. And being honest with yourselves and with the people around you and recognizing that everyone's really cool and deserves it. Lindsay, Rob says he needs a vacation away from the interwebs. Seems like Thai hunting in Edmonton might fit right in. Just saying. I got fall plans in Edmonton and Nashville. Just saying. Hashtag. And then Terry McLean, thank you. It would make me feel really happy if you could tell us that L&D is coming back. We can't tell you when. It's not ours that we created. And it's a lot of people that contribute to that.
That's really Hoag's baby.
Yep.
And so he gets to make the call as to when to announce things, what's going on, and so forth. We don't push him because he is 8 months out of a stroke. Well, and not just that, but also just because, like,
it's
his thing, right? He can do what he wants to do and so forth. He'll figure it out. I am probably going to run something. I feel like I want to. So I don't know when that'll be or what that'll look like, but
the concept isn't gone. The concept is going to remain.
Yeah,
I've gotten hooked with this role, with the characters and I'm hooked. So the concept's here.
I'll probably run something in, because like Lawyers and Dragons is Hoag's thing, right? It's his baby. So I'll probably run something in like another world, another setting, and that can be that. But no, I want to play more. I just, I don't know when that'll be back or what the deal is and so forth. So I'm hopeful.
And Lawyers and Dragons the season concluded. We made it to the end of our adventure. That's it. Nothing happened. It's just we made it to the end of our adventure. The season reached a natural end. We were there. That's kind of where it went. So these stories have an arc.
They had plans for like, hey, we're gonna wrap the season up. There's gonna be a summer break. We'll have to see what happens. But as I said, it's Hoag's baby. I don't want to speak for Hoag because Lawyers and Dragons has always belonged to Rick.
It's been really 100%. Cool to do. I've loved it. 3 more things. Amy Griff, thank you very much for the super sticker. Amy Jojo, there are parts of North and South Dakota we absolutely no service that are really nice to be in. Fair. I like those places where you can get away. And then Laura, this is a comment for my guest on stream. I love Monday nights too. It really does make a huge difference. Okay, good night again. You guys are the best. Laura, thank you. Monday, fun day. Monday, learning day. Monday, begin the week in the best way is on Ian Runkle the Bailey. So please, if you have not, go subscribe and please tune in on that live. I do my best to be there as many times as I can to hang out, have fun, be in the shop, enjoy myself and the company and Ian's debauchery and snide remarks, which are oftentimes just awesome.
I mean, we gotta have a little snark too.
Oh, I don't shy from the snark. Side note, I will say, now I have not received permission to share the photo. But Emily showed me her D. It was her D score in Pokemon. It is an actual letter D.
I
said, can I show chat? And she has not responded because, why would you ever respond to anything that says anything that ludicrous? Like, why? But what I will do is this. She can't yell at me if I take out all the context. Well, no, she can be mad. She just can't really be that mad, right? In theory, hypothetically, we're going to do this. We're going to eliminate a whole lot of that stuff. Okay. So let me see. Do this. There. Emily has showed me her D. I can't. It's the way that she says it. Rather, Emily has shared with us. Oh, yeah. This one right here. I love how Rob applying sibling logic to Emily. Kind of. Siblings is fair game. Like yep.
Somebody was asking if the ruler I use is a special leather ruler. So I use a few rulers. These are just like a pretty standard flexible metal ruler. You'll find these all over the place. I also use this, which is not a leather ruler at all. This is from carpentry.
Is that a Stanley?
Yeah, I think so. Yep.
You little shit. That's a good one.
Yeah, you could tell it's a carpentry ruler because it's got the little level bubble in it.
Yeah. Well, and the pin on the end for marking.
Yeah, I mean it's a carpentry ruler. I've got another one here somewhere that is a big square, like an L square. And that's again from carpentry. So I think most of the stuff is just carpentry stuff. So
yeah. All right. Last two. Thank you, chat, because it's a great community. Thank you, Lori Leanne. Very much appreciated. And D. Bassant. Good evening, all. Good evening to you. And to all of you, I hope you have a wonderful, fantastic weekend. And for those of you who are concerned about me showing Emily's D, she did give permission. So,
do you think you're done, though?
What?
Against the Tide was saying, I gotta make you
I
show the
need
number.
to remember that. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you.
Yeah, because otherwise I was,
That's really, and it's, the allowing the member chat to be tagged almost makes it worse that we can forget some of the gifted stuff. Like they need to figure that part out now. So it's the time of night where where I thank a lot of you for making this community larger. And member chats and the member community where we do Trials of the Century members only streams where Ian and I kind of walk through pre-shows, etc. And also where we get to hang out in the shop. Just us and hang out and talk. So I want to thank some of the people that make that community a bit bigger. So Joshua Ten Hog, thank you for the gifted memberships. Several of them. Island, thank you for gifted memberships. Lady Drake, thank you for gifted memberships. I think Joshua, by my count, went up to about 30. Pants, thank you for the gifted memberships. Just because, thank you for the gifted memberships. Ange, Thank you for the gifted memberships. Equality for the gifted memberships. Jill Higgins for the gifted memberships. Nutmeggers, thank you for the gifted memberships. I haven't seen you in chat. Thank you for being here and hanging out. Canonical Heat, thank you for the 40 gifted memberships. All the Happy Squirrels, thank you for the gifted memberships. Wesley Hoke for gifted memberships. Mary Swanson for gifted memberships. Baby Gator for gifted memberships. And Lori Leanne for gifted memberships. Y'all are absolutely amazing. The community that is here is amazing. The people that are in this chat are amazing. Thank you for letting us do what we do, etc. Thank you. So without further ado, I bid you all a wonderful, wonderful weekend and a wonderful evening or morning, wherever you are. It is now morning for me. Thank you, guys. I will announce a members only, probably do it Tuesday. So keep an eye out for that. Thank you guys for being here. And thank you, Ian, for chiming in from the shop and for spending time with us. So appreciate all of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and good night.